Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Ohio versus Bionca Ellis. And we're in verdict watch. We are in verdict watch. Let me just make sure my audio is working okay.
Hello,
there we go.
To Trial TV.
All right, sounds good. All right, thank you guys for joining us. Lindrea, good to see you with saying intent. Hellrider, happy hump day. Celisa, good morning. I have had to pop in and out on this case because I find it so distressing. Totally agree with you on that one. Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Richard, good to see you. Kevin, do you think they'll have a verdict today? Any thoughts? I do. I'm thinking they're going to have a verdict. I'm going to go with a verdict. I'm going to get a poll going in a second, but let's get over here. We have our verdict watch going, our verdict clock, I should say, going, and we're just going to be replaying testimony. We're going to start with opening statements, and so we're just going to go through. Let me pull that up a little bit. We're just going to go through what we heard already, because nobody's really covering it. I have a feeling the stations that are going to cover it are just going to break in to whatever they're covering. So nobody's just has a, straight up verdict clock going. So Deviant, good to see you. Hellrider, yeah, it's going good, man. It's going good. Thank you. Trixie, good morning to you. Christine, morning to you. Bluebird, good morning, good morning. Little Lulu, good morning. Elizabeth Ann, good to see you. Pammy, good morning. And Moki. Cindy Davidson saying hello, good morning. Run with Scissors saying hello, hello. Kathy Davis, Sherry, I'm doing well, thank you. The McCormick family, hello to you. And Willow Johnson, I know you're just going to pop in for about an hour. Hey, Jim, have an amazing day as well. Marguerite, hello, hello. Pammy saying hello. All right, Kimbers, I know you're in there. I can't scroll back far enough. Daisy Jane, does anyone know why Montgomery is in court? I think it's he's appealing it. It's like a Supreme Court. I just saw a thumbnail. I don't know if it's the U.S. Supreme Court or whatever state he's in. I don't know. I'm not covering it, so. Elizabeth, did defense cross-examine mom? No. Pretty sure they did not. But let me double check. If they did, they didn't show it, but I don't think they did. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of coverage. That's a sad thing about this because of the court order that they had to show whatever happened after court ended. So, good morning, Nan. Thank you for joining us. Let me just pull that up there. Hey, Janet, good morning to you. JMS, great coverage yesterday. Thank you for that. Yeah, he's appealing it. Is it Supreme Court? I just saw Supreme Court. I didn't know if that was. Hey, Karen, good to see you. I don't know if it was the U.S. Supreme Court or not. I didn't follow that trial. So, Janet, yeah, they did not cross mom. I'm not seeing in my notes, and again, I don't know if they crossed her and didn't show it, or I don't think they crossed her. I wouldn't imagine that they would have. Hey, Mandy, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Just a reminder to hit the like button. So it is Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, because there's state Supreme Courts and then there's the U.S., the federal. So just a reminder to hit the like button as you come in. I have to do the same. Amanda, you're here. All right. Kathy, no verdict yet. We're in verdict watch. You can see the clock on the bottom right. Hey, Woke, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I thought Montgomery had a civil suit by the mother thrown out. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't follow that case, so I really can't speak to it. So what we're doing is we're just going to replay testimony. We're going to start with opening statements, and we're just going to fill the time until we get a verdict. Let me get a poll going for you guys as well. We'll see how long will it take? will the jury deliberate today? So just today. So we can throw they started, it was an hour and 12 minutes. So they've already put an hour and 12 minutes. So they've gotten a 4-person. They've probably, taken a straw poll. They probably pretty much know where they all stand. And now they're reviewing the evidence. So, hey, Hector. Like has been hit. Thank you for that. And kitties are doing well, actually. Thank you. Hey, Brat. Good to see you. It's in front of the New Hampshire State Supreme Court, so it's not federal. Thank you. Thank you, Brat. Riker's doing better. Didn't have a limp when she woke up. Ran around a little bit, of course, and played. Not much, but she was kind of running around. I don't know if she tweaked it again, but she was limping a little bit. But now she's relaxing. She's right here next to me, so she's relaxing. All right, so again, they've the jurors in Bionca Ellis have already been deliberating for an hour and 12 minutes. So I'm going to ask you guys, how much longer? How much longer? Sorry, I can't say house. I can't say how anymore without saying house. All right, how long will the jury deliberate today? All right. Let's get that poll up there for you guys. All right. New poll for you, chat. And we're dual streaming today, so we're going to be covering Daisy Link as well. So if you're interested in that trial, we will be covering that on our channel, just on a different stream. So, yes. Yay, new poll, exactly. Hey, Linda. Good to see you. Nanar, Hellrider, you'll be in and out. Okay, no worries. Crunchy Frog, good morning to you. I love house long. Right? I mean, just can't, like the polls. I just can't say how anymore. I mean, I say it in regular speech, but whenever I type it with you guys. Moki, yeah, Daisy should be testifying. That's going to be a good one. That'll be good for Ego Takes the Stand. I'm looking forward to that. All right. So Daisy, we're not going to start until 10:15, which is another hour. So we pretty much have all day to spend here or until the jury comes back with a verdict. Kevin, what are my thoughts about the jury? Let's see. Oh, did you just, you retracted that. All right, hold on. Daisy is at 10. It should be 10:15. I thought I set it for 10:15. Hold on. Let's see here. Yeah, Daisy's at 10:15. So another hour, a little bit over an hour. So a little bit more than an hour. All right. Hey, Mallory. Good morning to you. Well, you think we should have a verdict by lunchtime? It wouldn't surprise me. At this point, it would not surprise me. See, Lisa, I also love the polls, even though I usually guess wrong. Hellrider, how long before I hit the lottery? Exactly. All right, here we go. All right, Kevin. What are my thoughts about Brian Hagan, who released Bionca prior to the Giant Eagle? I only saw one little clip that he did, and he said that he would do it over again, and he trusts the system or something along those lines. I know some of you think that he should be, brought to justice as well, or something should happen to him. I don't know. Out and about with Diane. Good to see you. I mean, how many people, how many suspects, defendants have done something and then get released, much more, violent crimes get released and then they go on to do something more violent. I mean, we see that all the time. So to hold this one judge, his feet to the fire, I don't know. I think he did what he felt was right. So I can only go with that. I'm not I'm not going to really second guess what he did. He did what he felt was right, and what I think the system is failing people left and right, and it seems like the system failed Bionca because she was asking so many times to be put in jail. I don't know why she just wasn't like Baker acted or just put in a facility right there and then. I just don't know. Let's see. Elisa, the first cut is the deepest was playing in the back of your video to show where the night. Oh boy, wow. Richard in the kitchen saying happy birthday to Amanda. Oh, Amanda. Is it your birthday? Well, happy birthday to you. AS, I never know how to say your name. ASLAM? I'll just go with that. Brad, is the answer really blowing in the wind? I see butterflies in your future. Oh, speaking of Richard, I wanted to read you guys. Richard, hold on a sec. Richard, I wanted to read this yesterday, and I just, we kind of ran out of time, but I want to read this to you guys. Hold on. Now I have to find it. All right. I want to read this. This Richard sent this to us last week. All right. I wanted to read this at some point. I think this will be a good time to read it, Richard, because we do have some time. All right. Let me just make sure. All right. This is from Richard in the kitchen when he was active. Okay, we got a call one night of a suspicious person hanging out at a closed gas station. I arrived and made contact with the gentleman who seemed to be confused about his whereabouts. I asked him if he was waiting on someone, and he told me he was waiting on his father. I asked general questions like where he lived, etc. Where would his father be coming from? He couldn't tell me. I asked for his name, and he told me. Because of his odd behavior, I stepped away and contacted dispatch, informing them of his name and to contact the state hospital located in our jurisdiction to determine if the person was an unauthorized departure. Within minutes, I was informed the person was. I went back to the person and asked him if he was living at the hospital, and he told me yes. I asked if I could give him a ride back to the hospital, and he respectfully told me no, that he didn't like it there and that he was waiting for his father to come get him. I asked him if he had called his father, and he said that he hadn't. I then asked him that if I was to call his father, would that be okay? He told me yes. He could not provide me with a contact number, though. I stepped away and called my sergeant to the location. When the sergeant arrived, I informed him of the circumstances and that I had a plan. He agreed to go along with this plan in order to get the person safely back to the hospital. I told my sergeant to drive to the back of the gas station and go to our talk around radio channel and wait for my contact. I went back to the person and asked that if I called his father and his father told him it was okay to go back to the hospital, would that be okay? The person agreed. The person's name was John, last name redacted. I then radioed my sergeant saying, Officer Peavy to John's dad. My sergeant replied, go ahead. John was standing next to me and heard this. His face lit up and said excitedly, Dad! I explained to Dad, quote unquote Dad, my sergeant, that I was with his son and that he didn't want to go back to the hospital. I asked John if his father told him to go back to the hospital, would he go? He hesitated but then said yes. My sergeant, portraying the dad, radioed John. Go with these nice policemen and go back home. John then said, okay, Dad. John then got into my car and I drove him back to the state hospital without incident. Right? That's a nice way to solve a potentially, who knows what could have happened with that. And then Richard says, my sergeant asked later, laughingly, how the heck did I come up with that? I don't know, just being creative on that person's level to avoid a confrontation. So I thought that was very creative, Richard. That was really compassionate and thoughtful, and that was a good way to diffuse. Because what else are you going to do? You're going to forcibly remove them. As I am. Oh, good Lord. What is going on? All I can say is kitties. Kitties. Trixie, thanks for reading this. I dealt with situations like that as a nurse. We have to be creative. Yeah, that was all Richard. Richard came up with that. So, Richard, yeah, thank you. Thank you for sending that in. Thank you for sending that in. That was very creative, quick on your feet, avoided a potentially, like you said, a confrontation. Like what was the next step? You would have to forcibly, move him, and he could have, done anything, just started acting out. It could have gotten ugly real quick. Hey, Lori, good morning to you. Joyce, good to see you. Yeah, Sherry, very compassionate, shows character for sure. All right, Kimbers. We'll see you in a bit. We got to keep our eye out. I don't even know where to look for. Where to look for. I guess I'm just going to stay on the local news, and if they come up with. I'll just go, I guess just live. Or I'll stay on home. I guess that's the best thing we can do. We're just going to have to keep checking the news channels to see if there's anything live. That's all we can do. All right, so hey, Melissa, good morning to you. Leighton, good morning to you. JRN, hello. Amanda, Richard, yeah, that was amazing and so compassionate. Yeah, it really was. Bonfire, I missed yesterday. Did she testify? No, she did not. She did not. All right, so while we wait for the verdict, please hit the like button and also answer our poll. We have a poll going up. And we're just going to play testimony. So we're going to start with opening statements and go from there.
Counsel for the state, Detective Ventris, counsel for the defense, Defendant Ellis. May it please this court. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Opening statements, ladies and gentlemen, is kind of a roadmap of what we anticipate the evidence to show in this case. On June 3rd of 2024, Margaret Wood and her daughter Julian Wood went shopping at Giant Eagle on Lorraine Road. She left her child Johnny and Mila at home with the grandmother. They went shopping and went through the aisles to pick out what they were going to have for supper that evening. It was a common, ordinary day in the life of Margaret Wood. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that on that day, Bionca Ellis also was having an ordinary day. And you will see through the video that we will show you, ladies and gentlemen, and there are going to be witnesses. Witnesses from Volunteers of America. You will hear from witnesses from Giant Eagle. You will hear witnesses from the police department. For Bionca Ellis, you will see that she went to the police department on that day. She went to the North Olmsted Police Department. She had a conversation with a police officer at the window. And that police officer will come in and testify to their conversation. Bionca Ellis did not like what she heard at the police department, so she leaves. And the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that she went directly to Volunteers of America. You will hear the testimony from Diane Spihar, who is one of the managers of Volunteers of America. And on that particular day of June 3rd, 2024, she was working in the back, sifting through stuff to put out for sale. And Bionca Ellis comes back. Well, the evidence is going to show through video that prior to going back to the Volunteers production area, Bionca Ellis had spent several minutes sifting through a bin of knives, and she chose 2 knives. You will see that, ladies and gentlemen. You will see her in Volunteers of America walking up and down the aisle. She had a conversation with Diane Spihar, looking for a bathroom. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that she left Volunteers of America and that she went to Things Outlet. And you will have the opportunity to look at that video. Bionca continued to go into the store. She looked around, and you will see the video of that. She didn't chat with anybody, but she leaves. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that as she leaves, there is a cement pillar. And I want you to pay attention, because she takes those 2 knives and she hits them against the cement pillar to see their pliability. One knife that she had stolen drops to the ground, but she keeps the 12-inch butcher blade knife in her hand. The evidence is going to show, and the video corroborates, that she walks in to Giant Eagle. And you will see through the videos, from the customer service angle, you will see inside the store where Margaret Wood and Julian are shopping. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, in the video, Bionca Ellis coming in to Giant Eagle, and she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side, and she's walking, and she's walking. And you will see in the video, ladies and gentlemen, that Margot had paid for her groceries. She had her hanging basket on her cart, the child in the seat of the cart, walking out, going to load her groceries and go home. I want you to pay attention to the video. As Mrs. Wood is walking out with Julian, and they're actually having a conversation, Miss Ellis passes them going this way. For lack of a better word to describe, she would be going west, and they are coming east. And so therefore, she sees them walking, and she turns immediately around. and she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. There'll come a point in the video where you will see that she is walking faster, so she passes them, she stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store. The cameras outside, ladies and gentlemen, pick up that Margot goes down one aisle. Mrs. Wood is going down the aisle where her minivan is parked, and the evidence will show that this defendant is right on her heels, walking right behind her. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show, and witnesses are going to testify, that they observed Bionca Ellis approach Mrs. Wood and Julian, and she goes and takes a knife and stabs Julian in the face. Miss Woods tries to fight her off. She stabs Mrs. Woods. And there are independent witnesses that were in the parking lot that sees her stand over Julian on the ground and plunge a knife into his back. And those are common, ordinary citizens that were there grocery shopping or going to grocery shop. Of course, screams were heard throughout the parking lot. People are screaming to call 911, and you will hear from Travis Bush, who sees the stabbing. You will hear from Matthew Stroud, who sees the stabbing and tells his wife to call 911. They all run over. You will hear from Cheryl Molaski. She's a nurse. She runs over. She's one of the first people that runs over, and she says that Miss Woods has that baby so tight that there is blood pouring out of that. She tells them, we've got to put him down, and they start compressions. You will hear from Miss McClaskey. You will hear from Miss Craven. They are both nurses. One is a pediatric ICU nurse. She relieves her. They take turns. The police arrive. Meanwhile, the other witnesses are going to testify that after stabbing that child, Miss Ellis, taking her knife that is now clad in red blood, and she walks away. Just walks away very nonchalantly. The police now have surrounded the parking lot, and they tell her to stop. She immediately takes the knife and throws the knife. The same weapon that she used to kill Julian. She's arrested. She is taken into custody. Police officers will come in and they'll testify to their life-saving measures that they tried to use on the child. You will hear from officers that took crime scene photographs. You will hear from officers, drone footage was taken of the area. You will hear from Shayna Gray from the medical examiner's office that'll talk about the trace evidence that was found and DNA. The DNA that matches Bionca Ellis. You will hear from Dr. Elizabeth Mooney, who's the medical examiner, an assistant medical examiner here in Cuyahoga County, who will tell you what the cause and the manner of death is. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear from Dr. Stephen Knopfsinger, who is the state's witness, rebuttal witness for this not guilty by reason of insanity. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Pateo and I have the burden of proof. We accept the burden of proof. The charges for you to consider in this case are those of aggravated murder, murder, felonious assault, child endangering, attempted murder of Margaret Wood, felonious assault of Margaret Wood, tampering with evidence, and theft. Ladies and gentlemen, the state is confident that when you hear all the evidence in this case, and again, I ask you, pay attention to actions and to words. They're very, very important in this case. And when you do that, you will find Bionca Ellis guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for each and every count of this indictment. She knew what she did. She appreciated the wrongfulness of her actions. You be the judge of her actions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Mack.
All right, so those were openings for the state. Let's see. Green-eyed cat, hello, welcome in. Happy Wednesday to you. Mike says that lady had nice hair. What is her name? I should know her name. No, it's not Andrew Satoli. Shoot. Hold on a sec. Anna Faraglia. Anna Faraglia. Let me change her name. Let's get her name right. Anna Faraglia. Hold on a sec. Let me update her. Get her name right here. And for those that are just joining us, we are on verdict watch for Bionca Ellis. There is a poll to take if you are interested, and also we're just going to be playing, previous testimony from the trial so far. While we keep an eye out to see if anybody, when she does have a verdict, hopefully we can find it. I think we will be. We just have to keep our eyes out for the various on the various channels. Who's going to cover it? Siggy and Mike, hello. Good day to you. Hey Cindy, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Judy V, occasionally checking in. Have they said what her IQ is? Only that she used a word yesterday that showed her intelligence, and it shows my intelligence that I can't remember what it is. It was Dr. West, I think, that was testifying. Serenity. She used the word serenity that showed her level of intelligence. For whatever it's worth. Take that for whatever it's worth. All right. Let's get to the defense. So we're dual streaming today, you guys. We're dual streaming. We're going to be covering, obviously, Bionca Ellis here. And then another 45 minutes, we're going to be picking up on Daisy Link. And that should be also, defense should be closing today. State will have a rebuttal. And then we should get to closing arguments, jury instructions later today. Yeah, they may be in verdict watch by the end of the day as well. So if you're interested in the Daisy Link, that got really nuts yesterday. Everybody was like yelling at each other. The judge, the prosecutor. It got pretty.
How far? As far as you want.
Got pretty crazy pretty quickly over there. If you guys did not watch it, that was nuts. All right, here we go with the defense openings.
Please the court.
Thank you.
State of Ohio, members of the jury, good afternoon again. Bionca Ellis is 34 years old. She has no felony convictions. She has suffered from mental illness since the age of 22, diagnosed with schizophrenia. And Bionca has been treated on an outpatient basis at a place called Murder's Taylor for almost 10 years. There's been a lot of ups and downs as it relates to her treatment. You'll hear from her mother, Yolanda Eggleton, and she'll come in and she'll testify the struggles of trying to get Murder's Taylor to medicate Bionca. Because Bionca, when she's on her medication versus when she's off her medication, she's two different people. And she pushed hard for Murder's Taylor to try to do something about Bionca being on medication. And Murder's Taylor's response was, she doesn't represent a danger to herself or others, so there's nothing that we could do. She'll tell you how she lost contact with Bionca over the course of 6 to 8 months prior to this incident. And I'll tell you that no one's going to dispute, the evidence will show that she's a mentally ill person. Between January of 2024 up until the date of this incident, June 3rd of 2024, Bionca was off of her medication. The medication, the evidence will show, stabilizes her. Bionca received a Social Security check. And what she did with that check was she traveled from the state of Ohio to the state of California. She traveled from the state of California back to Ohio, and then down to Florida, and eventually back to Ohio. During that time frame, there were many occasions where Bionca exhibited mental illness. There were occasions where she would go to a particular location and try to get herself arrested because she's living in a homeless shelter, because she's living on the streets. She's trying to find structure. I think the evidence will show that during her mental illness, she tried to find places of refuge, unsuccessfully. On June 3rd of 2024, this unfortunate tragedy occurs. Just a few days before, Bionca was in the North Olmsted jail, charged with a theft-related offense, Walmart. She's released from jail, and then on the date of this incident, she comes back to the jail, to the police department, and she's in a wheelchair, and she has a suitcase, and she wants to address her personal property issues. You have to keep in mind that the North Olmsted Police Department had dealt with her. Bionca leaves her wheelchair and her suitcase at the police station, in the lobby, and she walks away. ignored. The evidence will show that her first landing spot was this Volunteers of America store, and she is in there for a few minutes before she finds 2 knives. She walks around in an unauthorized area with knives in her hand, not concealed. And she's in there for a few minutes, and she walks out with both knives in hands. The evidence will show that there was no intervention, no one contacted the police. Then she walks into this next store, Things Outlet, and she walks up to the counter. Almost. She walks in the area where the front counter is, both knives in hand. No one says anything. She's ignored again. She walks out of Things Outlet. At some point, she hits one of the knives on the pillar, and she drops one of those knives, and just a couple minutes later, she lands into Giant Eagle. And it is true that whatever's going on in her mind, whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind Ms. Wood and her child, Julian, and she followed her. Eventually, Bionca goes into a foyer area, and then Ms. Wood and her child, Julian, they leave out, they go into the parking lot. She walks out of the foyer, and she does follow behind them. I will tell you that at all times, she remained the posture of having both of those knives in her hand. One knife in her hand at Giant Eagle, excuse me. And I will tell you that she never tried to conceal it. And she committed that act in broad daylight, never trying to conceal the knife. And she doesn't run away. She walks away. Knife in hand. Still carrying the knife after this act is done. The evidence will show that there was no rational motive for her to have committed this offense. There's evidence will show that there's no relationship between she and the victims in this case. She still has a knife in hand at the time that the police confronts her. And she does drop it. Bionca's brought back to the police station. And eventually, she's interviewed. There's evidence of mental illness that occurred as a result of her responses in that interview. There's evidence that would show that she was irrational at all points of time. During that interview, while in the jail, even when she arrived in the county jail, sitting naked on the floor, Bionca displayed mental illness from the beginning of this incident, for the months prior to this incident, while in the jail, and if by chance you saw her at her arraignment, the evidence will show that even during her arraignment, she was still mentally ill because she was smiling at the arraignment. The evidence will show that she answered the judge in Spanish when being asked questions. The evidence will also show that we had a difficult time communicating with Bionca. So much so that Dr. Sarah West became involved in the case. And she had to make an evaluation of whether or not she was competent to aid in her defense. And because her mental illness was still going on, Dr. West referred her to North Coast Behavioral. North Coast is a place where mentally ill people, they're there to get restored and for other reasons, but for Bionca's purposes, is for restoration, to get her competent so she can understand this process. So after the competency evaluation, Dr. West was requested to evaluate her for sanity. And the evidence will show that Dr. West did evaluate her for sanity. She looked at all of her prior psychiatric treatment over the many years since she was age 22, her behavior on the day of the incident, and all the other information that she took into consideration after. And Dr. West made a determination that she was insane at the time of the offense. You'll hear that evidence. But the state has a right to have their own doctor become involved. And Dr. Knopfsinger also made his evaluation, and he made the opposite determination. You'll have to make that determination based on the evidence that's presented in this case. You'll hear from some other doctors that dealt with her while she was at North Coast. And at the end of the day, you will have to make the determination. And I told you in the beginning during jury selection that she acknowledges through her lawyers, whether she testifies or not, that she's responsible for the murder of Julian. She acknowledges through her lawyers that she's responsible for the attempted murder of Margot. There's no running away from that. That's not what this trial is about. The evidence will show, though, that it is obvious that she was insane at the time of the offense. And no matter what your experiences have been, you have to evaluate that information. That's all we're asking you to do. Lastly, I believe that at the conclusion of this case, you will find that Mr. Johnson and I have met our burden of a preponderance by the evidence, okay? A preponderance of the evidence, and that burden is far less than what the state has to prove. Thank you.
Counsel for the state, Detective.
All right. I see Rex answered it, but I did, again, quick Google search. So NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity. And Rex, tell me if AI got this right. So it results in acquittal because a severe mental illness prevented the defendant from understanding their actions, leading to commitment in a psychiatric facility. GBMI, guilty but mentally ill, is a guilty verdict that holds the defendant accountable and subject to a prison sentence, but with the addition of mental health treatment during incarceration. So let me know. I think somebody in chat yesterday was saying Oregon has that. Was that Awesomepotamus? I think you were saying that Oregon has GBMI. So here's from Verdugo Psychological Associates. Not guilty by reason of insanity versus incompetent to stand trial. Okay, that's something different. Insanity and competency are evaluated at different times. So this is under California law. So they're just talking about not guilty reason of insanity. All right, so we can talk about that on Friday, right? Psychosaurus Rex is going to be joining us Friday. We're going to do a Friday late afternoon, early evening stream, and we'll talk all about this. They both hold them accountable, but yes, that's generally correct. Okay, so AI got it right. Hey, Rachel G., good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Barry, now in your opinion, should there be accountability, at least civilly? Yeah, then there's that. Then there's that. All right, so this Murtis Taylor, they've mentioned it a couple times, Murtis, and I dropped in, it's Murtis, Murtis Taylor. So it's a countywide charitable organization that provides behavioral health, addiction, youth, family, and senior services. They don't discriminate. Discounted sliding fee schedule based on family size and income. So they're in Cleveland. So this is in Cleveland. So it's a Cleveland-based. It's Cleveland-based. They've been around since 1948. So it was founded in the Mount Pleasant community as a settlement house in 1948 by Murtis Howard Taylor Mills. It was located in the basement of Alexander Hamilton Junior High School. It was named the Alexander Hamilton Community Center. 1952, the name was changed to Mount Pleasant Community Center. 1954, it was incorporated, Board of Trustees. Interesting. Murtis Taylor. Yeah, I never heard of this. But there you go, Murtis Taylor. It was founded by this woman, Murtis Taylor. That's her name. Murtis Howard Taylor Mills. Looks like a sweet woman. Here, let me take a screenshot. I'll show you guys. Here's Miss Murtis Taylor. Let me see. Let's see, where's Miss Murtis Taylor? Here she is. Ooh, that's too big. All right, there's Miss Murtis Taylor. There you go. Murtis Taylor, Murtis Howard Taylor Mills. So she's the woman who founded this facility that Bionca was a part of. So there's Murtis, the woman who founded it, 1948. So they mention it often, so that's why I wasn't sure how they were spelling it, so I just wanted to check that out. All right, let's see. We did openings. Now let's do let's just get to the next bit of testimony, which I think we're going to go now to Detective Manuel Roman, and he's going to show a bunch of video. He's going to bring in a bunch of video clips. Let's see here if I can find him. Okay.
All right, Detective, thanks for your...
Sorry, hold on. Let me get this. Hear this. So this is going to, this witness is bringing in all of the video.
And what is it that we are looking?
How far?
And what is it that we are... All right, Detective, thanks for your patience. Let's...
Sorry, guys. I hate when I do this. This is what I
And what is it that we are looking at?
Okay. And what is it that we are looking at?
And what is it that we are looking at?
That is the interior of the Volunteers of America.
All right.
And if I'm looking at that correctly, that's going to be the kitchen knife area aisle where you could observe Miss Ellis now sifting through the knives.
Okay. And why was it important for you to collect this surveillance?
It was important because we're trying to establish a timeline as to what had occurred prior to the incident.
And I don't know if you can see, it's a little faint. Do you see timestamp up top on this exhibit?
My eyes aren't that good, so no, I cannot. I could see a time, but I couldn't tell you exactly what that is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the witness step down just so he can identify the timestamp?
Sure.
Thanks.
Why don't you just gauge at it and then come on back and...
And for the record, I've stopped this video at the 1 minute, 3 second mark.
So the timestamp is June 3rd, 2024, 2:53 p.m. and let's say 16 seconds.
Thank you. All
Thank you.
right, I'm resuming playing State's Exhibit 180. Did you speak with anybody else at Volunteers of America when you obtained this? Do you recall?
Just Diana.
And what did we
Well, for the record, you mentioned someone named Robert.
Robert was the following day, Your Honor, and that's who I obtained the video from that following day.
Okay, I thought that's what she asked you. Go ahead.
Sorry, that was State's Exhibit 182. I don't know if
That was 182?
that's correct. All right, and this is State's Exhibit 181. It's very short. Detective, I'm going to pause it at the 6 second mark. Do you recognize anybody on the screen as I paused it?
That is the defendant, Bionca Ellis.
And you've been inside the store, correct?
Correct.
What are these stations here depicted on the screen?
Those are the cash registers prior to exiting the store.
Okay. I'm resuming the video at 7 seconds. What are we seeing at 11 seconds in this video?
And Miss Ellis walking out with knives in hand, exiting the store, passing the points of sale.
Do you see her exchange money or credit card or anything to pay for those items that she's...
No, she directly walked out without paying for the items.
All right. So we're going to move on to the next store that you described for us, Things and Bin?
Things Outlet.
Things Outlet. All right. And with this store, did you go inside and speak with an individual that works there?
So, that on as far as that video I obtained from Westlake Police Department, and that video was directly sent to me through a application called Axon,
Okay.
and so that's how that video was obtained.
All right. And you obtained this video in the course of your investigation.
That is correct.
And as a part of your duties, you reviewed this video.
I did.
So if I played you that video in court today, could you discuss it with us?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 191. Forgive me, the numbers aren't perfectly consequential here. This is a 50-second video. Detective, do you recognize this video that I'm showing?
Yes, that is the exterior of Things Outlet.
All right. And from your familiarity, is the Things Outlet directly next to Volunteers of America?
It is.
All right. The video is 50 seconds in length in total. We are at the 35-second mark. And ask you to pay attention right there. At 40 seconds. Actually, I'm going to try to turn it back. Detective, if you would direct your attention to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen as we approach 35-second mark. Do you see any individual appear on the camera?
Yes, the defendant, Bionca Ellis.
All right. We're going to move on to State's Exhibit 192. What is depicted in this exhibit?
That is the entry area of the bins outlet.
Okay. And Judge, with your permission, I would ask if the witness could step down and tell us the timestamp. It's very small in this exhibit. If that's all right.
Sure, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Detective, I'm going to ask you if you could look at the bottom right-hand corner here. Do you see a timestamp on
Yes.
this exhibit? And what is that?
The timestamp is June 3rd, 2024, and it's at 14:55 or 2:55 p.m., 35 seconds.
All right, thank you. Resume the video at 20 seconds here.
Detective, are you saying bins, B-I-N-S outlet? Or things?
Or I'm sorry, things outlet.
Things outlet. Thank you.
This video is 2 minutes in length in total. We're at the 45-second mark here.
Is that a question?
Just for the record?
Just for the record, just so we know where we're at. Detective, I'm stopping this video at 1 minute 15 seconds. What do you see on the screen?
Bionca Ellis entering the store and just looks like just observing.
What does she have in her hands?
And in hand is a knife.
Do you see one or more knives?
Well, from this angle, I could see the one knife for sure.
I'll resume the video and see if there's a better angle. Okay, here, 1 minute 18 seconds. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. How many knives do you see in her hand?
2.
Resuming at 1 minute 20 seconds. Okay, and that's the 1 minute 30 second mark. We're going to move on to State's Exhibit 189.
So for the record, that 1 minute and 30 seconds she exits, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead. What number was this, please?
This is
89.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Detective, what do you see on the screen now?
Bionca exits the store, walking towards the pillar.
Okay? And what do you see happening here at 11 seconds?
And then there, she's going to tap the knives against the pillar, drops the one knife, and continues to walk towards Giant Eagle.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to move on to Giant Eagle.
Okay.
All right. I know you gave us a little preview earlier in your testimony, but let's break it down.
Okay.
Now. And you obtained this surveillance video immediately after. Is that fair to say, after this incident?
So after the incident, the video was obtained with the assistance of Officer Petrie, but I obtained the actual hard drive directly from the hard drive from Giant Eagle the following day on June 4th.
Okay.
When it was taken and extracted directly from the system.
Right. Okay, we're going to start at State's Exhibit 193. All right, Detective. Now this play.
So you just need to keep your voice up, if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Patel.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
Karen, we need a little break for an IT issue.
Well, I have my IT right here. Do you
Yeah.
need? What do you need? What?
The video is just not, like, it's showing the video, but it's just simply not moving, it's just showing.
So say it again. It's not doing it.
Yeah, like this, it should be, the blue bar is moving along, but the picture isn't changing. It's just stuck on the still image that starts the file.
And is that something maybe with the thumb drive that you're using?
Yep, we have to do the format. I checked these, I don't know why it's,
Jeff, you able to help? Are they all doing that?
yeah, they're all doing that.
All
This
right.
one might be the only one that's a little different. I can try this.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and
Yeah,
take
this
our-
one's working. The 208 is working. We can talk about that if you'd like, and then.
So go ahead and do that.
Okay, all right. Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 208.
Okay.
All right. Do you see a description there in the bottom right-hand corner of what we're looking at?
That is the service desk of Giant Eagle.
All right. And are you able to determine a timestamp on this exhibit?
If I could come down again.
With the court's permission, I
Okay.
would
Sure.
like you to. Thanks.
Okay, the timestamp, June 3rd, 2024, 14:58 hours, 20 seconds, 2:58 p.m., 20 seconds.
Thank you. This exhibit is 1 minute, 15, 20 seconds long, and we're doing play at 5 seconds.
And what exhibit number?
This one is 208.
Thank you.
Detective, I'm going to pause it at 14 seconds. Do you see the defendant on the screen as I paused it?
Yes, you could see the defendant on the top screen.
All right, and do you see what she's doing?
She is walking towards the service desk, or will be walking past it.
Do you see anything in her hand at this point? I may have to play it for you to see.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you see anything in her hand?
Yes, you could see the knife.
All right. I'm going to pause that at 30 seconds.
How far?
As far as you want.
Sorry, guys. Let me just give me a second here. Starting the other feed. So if you want to join us over there, that's cool.
All right, Detective, thanks for your patience. Let's resume our discussion. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 193.
Okay.
You might bend that down, too.
Detective, I'm going to pause the video at 5 seconds. And what do you see in the screen?
The defendant, Bionca Ellis, walking, knife in hand, right hand.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of the surveillance you collected on June 4th, 2024?
It is.
All right, resuming play at 5 seconds. What do we see on the screen, Detective?
Bionca does the about face after she makes contact and observes the victims.
Okay. Resuming play at 11 seconds. And can you see in the bottom right-hand corner it says front end overview?
Yes.
Okay. Did you obtain surveillance video from different angles and perspectives from within the store?
I did, yes.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit 194. Detective, what vantage point is this?
That is the overview of the parking lot, which would be the west parking lot of Giant Eagle.
Okay. Now, this is a 54-minute video. We're not going to go through all of that. Okay, so I'm going to jump ahead to about the 31-minute mark. All right. The top left-hand corner depicts a timestamp of 14:58. Okay. And June 3rd, 2024. I'm going to let it play for just a little bit. I'm going to ask you a question. Can you see the bottom right-hand corner that says front parking 1?
I do.
And did you obtain this video from Giant Eagle?
I did.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. Do you see anything notable in the parking aisles in this exhibit?
On the top of the screen, that's where the altercation had taken place.
Okay. And why was it important for you to obtain the surveillance of the parking lot?
And it was, again, part of the timeline that we established from beginning to the end of the incident.
And for the record, we see this altercation of individuals, and the timestamp reflects 15:03.
Noted for the record.
Thank you. Detective, we'll move on to State's Exhibit 196. I apologize, we may actually...
Say that again for
I
the record.
apologize, we're going to go back into the store with State's Exhibit 197.
Thank you.
All right. Detective, what is depicted in this exhibit?
In that exhibit would be the foyer area, the entrance in and out of Giant Eagle, and with Miss Ellis currently walking in, knife in hand.
Okay, so that is the defendant entering the store, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the timestamp is 14:58. Does that sound right to you?
It does.
And that is 2:58 p.m.?
That is correct.
All right. State's Exhibit 198. What vantage point are we looking at here?
And that is, again, the foyer area to Giant Eagle.
All right.
The entrance and exit of the store.
Okay, so the timestamp here is 14:59 or 2:59 p.m.?
Correct.
Right? What does that tell us about how long Bionca Ellis was in the Giant Eagle?
That she was in there, from 2:50, a matter of a few minutes we're talking, from 2:52 to that time step to when she exited into the parking lot.
And what do you see her doing in the foyer here at 7 seconds in State's Exhibit?
She's actually hanging out and waiting for her victims.
Yeah, and I'll sustain. So I'll strike that from the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. Detective, do you see, I'm going to just back up just a touch here. 12 seconds. I know it's a little blurry. Are you able to see any other individuals come on screen?
Our defendants there and our victims.
And what is your understanding of who our victims are in this case?
What's my understanding?
Yes.
Who are? Yes.
Oh, who are? Mrs. Woods and Julian Woods.
Okay, and do you know about how old her child Julian was?
3, I believe.
All right. And pressing play at 12 seconds, do you see them in this video I'm playing?
Yes, they would be to the left of the defendant, Miss Ellis.
All right, so I'm pausing it at 14 seconds. Can you tell how close they are in proximity to one another?
I would say a matter of a few feet based on the video.
Resuming play at 14 seconds. What do we see now?
The victims exiting and the defendant walking directly behind them.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 199. Oh, I guess we're going back in time a little bit. So this is 1457. What is depicted in this vantage point?
And that's the defendant walking into Giant Eagle.
Thank you. This is State's Exhibit 200. Okay, the bottom right-hand corner says lobby funnel. Again, we're going back in time a bit. What do we see on this screen, Detective?
That is the defendant walking into Giant Eagle.
And the timestamp in the upper right, left hand says 14:58. Does that seem accurate to you?
It does.
Would that suggest that she's only in the store for about a minute?
Yes.
We'll let this one play a bit. It's another minute.
It's Exhibit 200, correct?
Correct. Okay. Detective, at 1 minute 6 seconds, what do you see on the screen?
Miss Ellis heading into the lobby area.
All right, and the timestamp is 14:59, so it's just a minute later, correct?
That is correct.
From her entering the store. Okay, resuming play at 1:06. At that time, do you see any other individuals come on screen?
Yes, and you see the victims, Mrs. Woods and Julian Wood.
Okay. Resuming play at 1:14. What do you see now?
And at that time, they are exiting the store with the defendant following the victims.
I believe there's only one more vantage point I want to talk about. That's State's Exhibit 209. This is the lobby exit. This one's probably the blurriest one. Can you tell what I'm showing on the screen, Detective?
And that's going to be the door camera, which would be to the north
And what do we see
exit.
on the screen here?
And at that time, the defendant is exiting.
Was there anyone else in front of her? Going back to 17 seconds.
And there would be the Woods exiting with the defendant following behind.
All right. Thank you for your patience, Detective. And just to recap, you are the individual who collected this evidence and entered it into the evidence for this case at North
I
Olmsted
did,
Police.
yes.
And did you author a report based on the efforts you made in this investigation?
And I did a report regarding the video that I obtained.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there were other officers and detectives involved in this investigation?
There is, yes.
You are not the lead detective in this case?
I am not the lead detective.
Okay. So did your involvement then end after you authored the report detailing all the efforts you made with regard to the surveillance in this matter?
Yes.
Detective, I appreciate you answering my questions. I have nothing further. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Detective, did you have the occasion to interview anyone else in connection with this case?
I did have a opportunity with Detective Ventris, and we interviewed the defendant's mother, Yolanda Eggleton.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when you conducted that interview?
That was the following day, which would have been on June 4th.
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
And that interview took place at the North Olmsted Police Department.
Very good. Thank you, Detective. Nothing further.
Cross-examination? Are you going to use any of the video?
Yeah. Yes.
It depends on his response, Judge.
Very good. Why don't we
If you
just
need
take
help,
the...
let me know.
Do you want to take that one off the screen, but you'll just keep it up in the event it's needed?
Okay, we'll just put up.
Thanks for working together on this while we...
Is it okay if I stand right here, Judge?
Perfect? Yep. Thank you for asking.
Detective Roman, still good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You interviewed Ms. Spihar of Volunteers of America, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what you learned as a result of your interview with her was that an African-American female came into an area strictly for employees only, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Ms. Spihar never told you that she had any suspicion that the individual was a volunteer, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And she identified the individual coming in, and she asked if she could help her, but the individual ignored her. Is that correct?
From my understanding, that when she went back there, she basically stated that this was a restricted area. Yeah, how can I help you? This is a restricted area.
Okay. She also identified the fact that she saw this individual with knife in hand cut.
Yes.
Okay. You've had an opportunity to watch the video many times, probably by now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at no point from the time that Ms. Ellis grabs the knives out of the area that you described as the kitchen area, does she ever conceal the knives? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, she asks Ms. Spihar about the bathroom, if she could use the bathroom while she had the knife in hand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you see her, when she leaves that location, when she leaves Volunteers of America, she walks right by the cash register in plain view with knife in hand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, as it relates to Julian and Margot, there's no prior relationship that you learned of with your investigation between Ms. Ellis and either Margot or Julian. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Never had any prior interactions whatsoever.
Correct.
Okay. And looking at the video from Volunteers of America to Things Outlet, is that the name of it, Things Outlet?
Yes.
And Giant Eagle, you always see her with knives or knife in hand in plain view. She never conceals it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And each location that she went to, let's begin with Volunteers of America, had at least a moderate number of people in that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you look at Things Outlet, we really couldn't see anyone at the front area because she only entered just that front portion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But when she goes to Giant Eagle, there's plenty of people and plenty of cars. Plenty of cars out on the outside the parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And plenty of people throughout the store.
Correct.
Okay. And it sounds like from the time that she enters, which is 2:58 p.m., then she exits maybe around 2:59 p.m. They're just in the store for 1 minute.
Correct.
And Bionca follows Margot and Julian out of the store, and there's no interaction or physical altercation while she's following them out of the store. Is that correct?
Correct.
That happens maybe a couple minutes later in the parking lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you learn as a part of your investigation that Ms. Ellis still had knife in hand when she was confronted by the police?
It is my understanding she did have knife in hand when confronted.
Governor, may I take one moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, Judge.
All right.
Judge, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any
Thank you.
redirect of those questions from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank
All right,
you.
very good, Detective. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what is it that we are looking at?
That is the interior of the Volunteers of America.
All right?
And if I'm looking at that correctly, that's going to be the kitchen knife area aisle where you could observe Miss Ellis now sifting through the knives.
Okay. And why was it important for you to collect this surveillance?
It was important because we're trying to establish a timeline as to what had occurred prior to the incident.
And I don't know if you can see, it's a little faint. Do you see timestamp up top on this exhibit?
My eyes aren't that good, so no, I cannot. I could see a time, but I couldn't tell you exactly what that is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the witness step down just so he can identify the timestamp?
Sure.
Thanks.
Why don't you just gauge at it and then come on back and...
And for the record, I've stopped this video at the 1 minute, 3 second mark.
So the timestamp is June 3rd, 2024, 2:53 p.m. and looks like 16 seconds.
Thank you. All
Thank you.
right, I'm resuming playing State's Exhibit 180. Did you speak with anybody else at Volunteers of America when you obtained this? Do you recall?
Just Diana.
And what did we?
Well, for the record, you mentioned someone named Robert.
Robert was the following day, Your Honor, and that's who I obtained the video from that following day.
Okay, I thought that's what she asked you. Go ahead.
Sorry, that was certificate 182. I don't know if
That was 182?
that's correct. All right, and this is State's Exhibit 181. It's very short. Detective, I'm going to pause it at the 6-second mark. Do you recognize anybody on the screen as I paused it?
That is the defendant, Bionca Ellis.
And you've been inside the store, correct?
Correct.
What are these stations here depicted on the screen?
Those are the cash registers prior to exiting the store.
Okay. And resuming the video at 7 seconds. What are we seeing at 11 seconds in this video?
And Miss Ellis walking out with knives in hand, exiting the store, passing the points of sale.
Do you see her exchange money or credit card or anything to pay for those items that she's?
No, she directly walked out without paying for the items.
All right. So we're going to move on to the next store that you described for us, Things and Bins?
Things Outlet.
Things Outlet. All right. And with this store, did you go inside and speak with an individual that works there?
So, that as far as that video I obtained from Westlake Police Department, and that video was directly sent to me through an application called Axon,
Okay.
and so that's how that video was obtained.
That's right, got it. All right, thank you. May be seated. So if I could give you just some guiding instructions. So wait till the question's asked of you in full before you answer. Every response has to be verbal, so the shaking of a head or the nodding of the head does not get recorded by the court reporter. Microphone moves for you, and so I may ask you to adjust the microphone so that you're comfortable, but I would like you to be able to voice your answers loudly so everybody in the courtroom can hear you, as well as my court reporter. And then two things to take note of is your pace and speed of answering the question. Please make sure it's slow for the court reporter. And then if there's an objection from any of the parties, then just stop what you're saying and then I'll instruct you on how to answer. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So to make yourself comfortable, you could pull the microphone back towards you if you want to sit in the chair, but let's test it and just ask you to state and spell your name here.
Matt Stroud. Matthew Stroud. MATTHEWSTROUD.
All right, thank you. All right, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Stroud. Please tell us what you do for a living.
I am a golf pro.
And what community do you reside in?
I live in North Olmsted.
And, sir, are you married?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Expecting.
Congratulations. Mr. Stroud, do you have an opportunity to shop at the Giant Eagle on Lorraine Road from time to time?
Yes.
And did you so shop there or attempt to shop there on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes.
And did you shop by yourself or were you shopping with your wife?
I was with my wife.
All right. And Mr. Stroud, can you tell us when you arrived at Giant Eagle in North Olmsted, what happened and what are the circumstances that caused you some pause?
Well, it wasn't until we were leaving, really, until anything was happening. So, our experience was normal until we were leaving the grocery store.
Okay, so you had already done your grocery shopping?
Correct.
All right, and you had gone out in the parking lot?
Yes.
And when you were in the parking lot, did you load your groceries into your car?
Yes.
All right, and so what happened while you were doing that or on the completion of that task?
Yeah, we had just completed loading the vehicle and heard screaming.
All right. And, sir, what did you do when you heard this screaming?
Well, initially we didn't really know exactly what was going on until we heard more screaming and another crash, and that's when I turned around and saw what I saw.
All right. And so you heard some screaming, and so when you turned around, sir, what did you see?
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
And, sir, upon observing that, what did you do?
Well, I was kind of in shock at, the first moment of it, and as the act was completed and this person started walking towards me, I got back into my vehicle with my wife, and I instructed her to call 911 immediately.
All right. And were you both in the car when your wife called 911?
Yes.
And if I were to play the 911 call, would you recognize your wife's voice?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 187, please. It is State's, I'm sorry? Oh, State's Exhibit 202.
Is it paused?
It is.
And just again, there was a little bit back and forth. You said 197, but it's 202.
It is State's Exhibit 202.
Very good. All right. Go ahead. One moment. At a sidebar, or do you want to talk to the prosecutor first? Okay, no objection? Thank you. Exhibit 202.
Emergency. There's no way to put a live stabbing somebody on the north. Where?
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes.
And whose voice is that, sir?
That's my wife, Ariel.
All right. And what is her name?
Ariel?
All right. And were you in the car when she made this phone call?
Yes.
All right. We're going to play this 911 call. State's Exhibit 202.
She's stabbing somebody? Waterloo said you can start responding to North Olmsted 90 Eagle. We have several cars coming with a knife trying to stab people. Do you have a description of her?
Yes, she's a black female. I wonder if she's walking through the rain.
Oh, she's outside now?
She's outside walking.
Okay. This is going to be a black female walking towards the rain with a
Black
knife.
shirt, black leggings.
All black? Is anybody injured?
Now, in there, we heard Ariel's voice and we heard another male's voice. Is that your voice, sir?
Yes.
And were you also providing information to your wife to give to the 911 operator?
No, I had the windows rolled down in the car and I was screaming to others in the parking lot to exit the area. I didn't want anyone else to be injured.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Continue.
Yeah, somebody's injured.
Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, let me keep you on the line. Don't hang up, okay?
Okay, we'll not hang up.
Yeah, just stay on the line for me. Hold on.
I got it.
The black female wearing all black, walking towards the window, black leggings, black top, she's got the knife with her. Have you said then, what else does she look like?
She's a black tall female wearing black leggings, black t-shirt. You got two more silver center on the
She's walking up. Okay.
She's learned on my good.
Okay. 10-4 affirmative, now she's walking towards the window. Okay.
out of the way. Stop right there.
Ma'am, don't hang up the phone. I'm just going to keep you on hold. I have the ambulance heading there, okay?
So I think you probably know that on 51.
Now, after your wife contacted 911, sir, at that point in time, once she hung up with 911, what did you do?
Well, we followed the female until she was detained by the police.
And how did you follow her?
I was in my car, and then as I felt I had a good amount of distance from her, I got out of my car and pointed the police to her, and then re-entered my car and went back to go help the boy.
Okay. And Mr. Stroud, so you indicated to us that you saw the actual stabbing.
Yes.
All right. And so were you able to see the knife?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us how many times that you observed her stabbing, or who she was stabbing?
It was 2 or 3 times. I don't recollect exactly where those locations were on these individuals. I just saw the motion and saw the blood and the knife as it was happening. Okay. My eyes were more drawn to the knife than anything else.
Okay. And when you followed her, did you have an opportunity to observe this person walking away?
Yes.
All right. Was she talking to anybody?
No.
How would you describe her walking away?
Like she was walking in the park.
And
swinging the knife like she was almost just knew exactly what was going to happen.
All right. And so when the police arrived, were you still standing behind her?
Yes.
And what did you observe her to do?
The police pulled up and, drew weapons on her, and she just dropped the knife, and she didn't fight or resist at all. The police just got her on her knees and then down to her stomach and put her in handcuffs and detained her. Actually, I don't remember even handcuffs being put on her at that point, but they had detained her, and at that point, once I realized that she was no longer a threat to anybody else, that's when I turned back to try and assist those who were injured.
Okay, so did you get back in your car?
Yes.
And where did you then go?
I parked just outside of the aisle that this occurred, and I got out to go help, and as I got out, I realized that I had actually blocked the entrance for the ambulance, so I sprinted back to my vehicle so that I could make way for the ambulance to come in, and I went back to the original scene.
Okay. And when you went back, sir, what did you find? What did you observe?
There was a small boy who had been badly injured. There was a female on top of him giving CPR. There was what appeared to be his mother, who was also injured but not severely, and was just begging. She kept asking if he was breathing.
Overrule. Leave the answer. Go ahead.
She just kept asking if he was breathing.
All right. And did you lend any life-saving measures?
No. By the time I got back to the scene, the paramedics and police were there, and at that point I was just waiting. If I needed to help, I was there to help, but there was already professionals there ready to assist.
Okay. And, sir, did there come a point in time that you spoke to the police officers or that they spoke to you?
Yes. That would have been after, those who needed medical attention were taken away, and the police asked if there was anyone who saw this happen to stay inside the caution tape, because we had to be interviewed by additional detectives or additional police at that time.
And, sir, did you stay within that caution tape?
I did.
And did you provide a statement to the police of what you observed on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes, verbal and written.
Okay. So you had a conversation with the detectives?
Yes.
And then you put down what you recalled on paper and signed your name in a statement to the statement that you made to the police?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Stroud, I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit, is it 187? 187. And I'm going to ask the court permission to approach.
Yes, you may.
States Exhibit 187. This is this Mondo tab, because it is a touch screen, I believe, is a little bit blurry. So we have the same thing that's printed that is a mirror image of this the document that was shown there, the aerial. I'm handing you, Mr. Stroud, what's been marked and shown to defense counsel, the State's Exhibit 187. I would just like you to take one moment and just look at that document.
Is it a picture overhead of the day of this?
Yes,
June 3rd.
it's going to be testified to by other folks. It's a still of a drone image that was taken that day.
Thank you.
Mr. Stroud, can you look at State's Exhibit 187 in front of you? Now, can you see State's Exhibit 187 clearly on this Mondo pad?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could be so kind to tell me, where were you and your wife parked when you first heard the screams?
There's a red vehicle in kind of the middle of the parking lot. It was just on the other side of that vehicle, so exactly diagonal to that vehicle there.
Diagonal?
So down and right.
Down and right.
But
Yeah,
right,
not that far down. I mean, literally like touching right there by the cart return.
Okay.
We were one spot. Yeah, correct.
All right, so your car was right there?
Yes.
Okay. So when you first heard the screams, where were they coming from?
It sounded like just behind me.
Okay, all right. And so when you heard them again and got out of the car, where did you go?
I just stood outside of the driver's door, so I was just looking backward over my car.
Okay.
So back at that red vehicle.
Okay, so when you were looking behind this vehicle, what did you notice?
let's do this for a minute. Can you go down to the screen, point to where your car was, point to where you believe you heard the noise, and then come on back up. Thank you. Rather than us guessing with your pen, I'll let him go down. There is a step up if you had to. There you go.
This is our car.
So nice and loud. That's where your car is?
Yes.
And where are you hearing the screaming or the noise?
Just behind me. I'm hearing it in this general area. So we're parked pointing this direction, this way to pull out forward.
So you were backed in. That's what I wanted to know.
I was backed in. My trunk is right here. The front end of my car is right here. And I heard screams behind us. I just returned the cart right here. I didn't have to go very far. So we were parking the cart here, and that's when I heard the scream.
All right. When you heard the scream, where did you see this person walking?
Well, this is where I saw the knife and the motions.
The stabbing.
Correct. And then I got back to my vehicle and went this way, did a loop around the parking lot, and then because she started walking this direction, but ended up actually going down this road here, all the way down to, would have been right here. I believe it would have been this road right here. She was stopped about right here.
by the police?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, why don't you,
My car stopped right here. I got out of the vehicle right here and walked with the police down this way. Got back into my vehicle, went back down this road.
okay, thank you. Come on back, and then we'll have some further questions. Thank you. And then your follow-up to those descriptions.
Yes. So, just so we understand, your car was backed in as if you would then be pulling out of that aisle.
Yes.
All right. And when you saw this person, she was dressed in all black?
Yes.
All right. And did you notice the knife?
Yes.
Okay. And you followed her down, all the way down, just like you showed us.
Correct.
All right. But you were on the opposite side of her.
When it took place, yes.
Okay. And then when you followed her, were you behind her?
Yes.
Okay. And then you came to a point that you stopped, and you then went back to try to render aid, correct?
Yes.
And there were other folks already there before you.
Yes.
And Mr. Stroud, you made a statement to the police about what you had observed that day?
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize Bionca Ellis in this courtroom here today?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll go ahead and
Thank you.
stipulate that Ms. Ellis would be identified by this witness.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Thank you. No further questions at this time, Mr. Stroud. I appreciate your time.
Cross-examination?
Mrs. Stroud, you said you heard screams and you got out the back of your car to see what was going on, or you got out your car to see what was going on, correct?
I never got back into my vehicle, so when I parked the cart, I opened my driver door, and that's when I heard the scream. So I was never in my car. I was outside the entire time.
Okay. And you witnessed this incident, and you said the person kind of casually just walked off?
Yes.
No running, no, just a casual stroll?
Just walking away.
And you said she was swinging her arm with the knife, like she knew what was going to happen. What did you mean by that?
She wasn't trying to get away.
She wasn't trying to get away.
She was obviously intended to be detained momentarily. I think she knew exactly what was going to happen.
So you said she was walking at a slow pace, like not a care in the world, you said like a stroll in the park, correct?
Yes.
And you said when the police came, you directed them to her location.
Yes.
And she stopped at gunpoint and dropped the knife?
Yes.
Right. One moment, Judge.
Yes. Thank you. Any redirect on that?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. State's next witness.
Griffin Scoff.
Ms. Faraglia, do you want to get exhibit? Or
Yes. I'll come and get that. Thank you.
No video. Griffin, if you want to approach here to the side of the witness stand. Good afternoon. I'm going to swear you in, so I'll have you just come right to the side. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now before this jury, as you would affirm or answer to God.
Yes.
All right, thank you. May be seated. I'm going to give you a little bit of some guidelines. So one is, court reporter can only take down verbal responses, so make sure you verbalize whatever response you're going to have. Make sure you speak slowly while you're giving that response. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Prosecutor and lawyers may ask questions, but you might know the answer and want to jump in. I'll just ask you to wait till it's asked in full, and then go ahead and give us your response. Is that fair too?
Yes.
Anybody say the word objection, then just stop speaking, and then I'll tell you how to answer it. Okay?
Okay.
The microphone moves, so make yourself comfortable in the chair and then move yourself up and down with the microphone so that all of us can hear you. I'm going to let you move it close to you, adjust it if you would right now, and then I'm going to have you spell your name and state it for the record. I want to see how you sound. And I hate to say it, but use your outside voice.
All right.
All right, go right ahead.
My name is Griffin Shupp. It's GriffinSchopf.
All right, just keep your voice as loud as you can. Go ahead and inquire at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're
Good
welcome.
afternoon. Is it Mr. Schaff?
Shupp. The F is silent.
The F is silent, so Shop.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. What do you presently do?
I work at Giant Eagle.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
All right. Where do you go to school?
I go to school at Baldwin Wallace.
And what are you studying?
I'm in the criminal justice.
And Mr. Shop, where do you reside? What community?
I live in North Olmsted.
And how long have you lived there?
All my life, 21 years.
And is there a particular Giant Eagle store that you work at?
I work at North Olmsted Water Tower Giant Eagle.
I'm sorry?
I work at North Olmsted Water Tower Giant Eagle.
Okay. You said water tower. Is that how that area is known, because of the water tower?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And so, how long have you worked for Giant Eagle?
A little over 2 years.
And were you so gainfully employed at Giant Eagle back on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And what department do you work in, sir?
I work in the curbside department.
Okay. Explain to me what that is.
People order their groceries, we shop the orders, and we bring it out to them in their cars.
All right. And what shift were you working on June 3rd of 2024?
I believe it was an 8 to 4, somewhere around that time.
All right. And does somebody else you know work at Giant Eagle?
Yes, my girlfriend Jaslyn works with me.
And what's Jaslyn's last name?
Jaslyn James.
All right. And so were you both working that day?
Yes, we were.
All right. And since you're boyfriend and girlfriend, did there come a time that you guys take your breaks together?
Yes, we do.
All right. And when you take your breaks together, like, what do you do?
We usually go out to her car and eat lunch or drink coffee or something along those lines.
Okay. Chit-chat?
Yeah.
Okay. Listen to music?
Yes.
All right. And so we're going to turn our attention, Mr. Shop, to June 3rd of 2024. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Was your girlfriend, Jaslyn, working that day?
Yes, she was.
All right. So tell us what happened during the course of your day.
After working for a few hours, we went on break.
About what time was that, sir?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, go ahead.
Then we spent about 15, 20-ish
minutes on break, eating, and
where were you on this break?
we were in her car.
Okay, so did you go outside?
Yes, we did.
All right, was it raining outside?
No, it wasn't.
All right, sunny day?
Yes.
All right, so you went into her car. What kind of car did she have?
She has an orange Jeep.
All right, and so were the windows up or were the windows down?
The windows were up.
All right, and so what were you guys doing then in the car?
We split a foot-long sandwich, and we were just talking before we went back in.
All right, and so suffice it to say you had your lunch and you were going to go back into work?
Yes.
And so what happens when you prepare to go back into work?
I opened my door to get out of the passenger side, and I heard screaming.
All right. And when you heard screaming, Mr. Shop, do you know where it was coming from?
I didn't. I heard what direction it was coming from, but I couldn't see where it was coming from.
All right. And so upon hearing screams, what did you do, sir?
I don't know why, but the screams to me sounded like actual screams of distress, not like screams of like someone playing around, so I took off running towards them.
And when you were running towards them, what did you see and what did you observe?
I saw a woman on the ground holding a child, and they covered in blood, and someone standing over them.
All right. And who was standing over them?
It was... I'm not sure how to answer this. Should I say...
Well, was it a man or a woman?
It was a woman standing over them.
Okay. Was it a Caucasian woman or a black woman?
It was a black woman.
All right. And can you tell me what she had on?
I do not remember, no.
All right. Did she have anything in her hands?
Yes, there was a knife in her hands.
All right. And when you saw the knife, what did you do?
When I got to them, I instantly asked the mom and the child. Well, I asked the mom if this woman just stabbed her child.
Okay. And you can't tell us what they said, but based on what the woman told you, what did you do?
By this time, Jaslyn had caught up with me. I told her to call 911, and I started to follow the woman from maybe 10-ish feet away, 10, 20 feet, and calling 911 myself.
All right. So if I were to play the 911 call, sir, would you recognize Jaslyn James's voice and your own voice?
Yes, I would.
All right. State's Exhibit 203. No, State's Exhibit, the first one.
911, what is your emergency?
Not that one.
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio.
No, I want the other one first. Sorry. Which one? Oh, sorry. This is so what, 210. I'm sorry, 210. State's Exhibit 210.
210?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry.
911, what is your emergency? There's a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Olmsted Giant Eagle. Okay, what exactly was that?
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes.
And whose voice is that?
That's Jaslyn's voice.
All right, and who directed her to call 911?
I did.
All right, and we're going to listen to this.
There's a kid. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at Giant Eagle. He's outside. We're in the parking lot right now. Okay, is the child conscious and breathing? Is he breathing? I don't know. But they're doing CPR on him. They're doing CPR? Yes, right now. Okay, hold on 1 second. Olmsted units, be advised of a child that is possibly injured. They're doing CPR right now. Okay, I'm just stay on the phone with you for a couple more minutes. I have officers and I'm going to get a couple more things from you, okay?
Okay. I didn't see it. I just heard them yelling, and then we were on break in my car, and I work at Giant Eagle right now.
Okay. Okay. What's your last name and callback number?
What?
What's your last name and callback number?
James and 440-529-1009. Okay, there's police here.
With regards to State's Exhibit 210, you recognize that voice?
Yes, I do.
And that is Jaslyn James, your girlfriend?
Correct.
Okay. And when you got to the mother and the child, were there other people there?
Not yet, no.
Okay. And so when you begin following this person, did you then yourself call 911?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you providing them information about what you were observing or what this person was doing?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to go to State's Exhibit 203. State's Exhibit 203.
Thank you.
911, what is your emergency?
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
All right. So, Mr. Schaaf, is that your voice?
Yes, it is.
And did you make this 911 call?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, we're going to listen to this now.
Okay, straight out from the main entrance?
Yeah, straight out from the main entrance. I'm watching him walk away right now. He's got a knife in his hand.
Okay, is it a white male or black male?
Looks like black male.
And he stabbed a female and the child?
And a minor. Yeah, child. They're doing first aid right now.
Okay, an officer just pulled up there. And is he still walking?
Yeah, he's still walking.
Which way is he walking?
He's walking east.
Eastbound?
Towards, yeah.
And what's he wearing?
Black shirt, black pants.
Okay, and can I get your name?
Griffin. Griffin. Shuck. SPHO. P as in Paul, S as in Frank.
Okay, and do you still see him?
Yeah, I see the officer right now. I'm trying to wave him down.
Okay, I've got several calls on it. And do you still see her? Him? They're describing it as a female. Is that right? Okay, I have officers on the scene, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Mr. Schaaf, does State's Exhibit 203 fairly and accurately represent your 911 call?
Yes, it does.
And the phone call with Jaslyn James, did that fairly and accurately represent the 911 call by virtue of you acknowledging that that was her voice?
Yes, it does.
And Mr. Schaaf, now you indicated that you initially believed it was a male.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did there come a point in time that you met with the police officers and made a statement?
The day after, yes.
Okay. And did you make it at work or did you make it at the police department? Where did you make the statement?
At the police department.
Okay. And during the course of preparing your statement, did you realize or recognize that it was a woman versus a man?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you initially had seen this person, you believed it to be a man?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so after you followed her and the police arrested her, what did you do?
I went back to where I left Jaslyn at and to check on her and see if she was okay. And then ambulances started to come, so me and another coworker tried to flag it down and direct them to where the mother and child were.
Okay. And did there come a point in time, did you ask one of your coworkers to go get some medical equipment?
Yes, I did.
All right, and who did you ask, and what medical equipment did you think was necessary?
I didn't specifically request medical equipment. I yelled for my coworker to go get help, to run inside and go get help.
Okay, and did that coworker do that?
Yes, he did.
And did he bring something out?
I was not there for that part.
All right, fair enough. And during this time, this person that you were following, did you talk to them?
No, I did not.
Did they talk to you?
No, they did not.
Okay. With regards to the knife, where did they have the knife?
It was in their hand. I don't remember which one.
Okay. And were they holding it? What were they doing with it?
It was in their hand, and they were walking around, and their arms were swinging.
Okay. And so, did you try to approach that person?
No, I did not.
Did you tell her to stop?
No, I did not.
Did you have any conversation with her?
No, I did not.
Did you notice if she was having any conversations?
I did not, no.
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure. Sure. You're welcome.
Mr. Shop, about how far away were you from her?
When I got there initially, it was 1 to 5 feet, definitely.
Between 1 and 5 feet?
Yes.
Were you able to observe any of her facial features, any observations with regards to saying something to you?
Facial features, she was smiling, but other than that, no, nothing.
There was no communication between you two?
There was no communication.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
No, we may take one moment.
Yes, of course.
Judge, may I ask from here now?
Yes, you may. I'll just have that microphone on. Thank you.
Griffin, good afternoon. I'm one of the attorneys from Miss Ellis, okay?
Okay.
I just want a point of clarification. You said she was smiling. Are you referring to the woman that had the knife in her hand?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your responses today and coming here. I know further.
Any redirect on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Thank you, Ms. Stephan. The state's next witness. Do you know who the next witness is?
Yes, now I do. Thank you for your patience.
Sure.
The state calls Cheryl Molaski.
Very good. No video.
The state calls Cheryl Molaski.
Molaski, if you come all the way up to me, and this is the witness chair, just to the side of the witness chair, I'll not swear you in. You have a cell phone that's turned off? You could put your purse there if it's easier. And then I'll just have you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in front of the jury here today, as you would swear or answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. Maybe seated. Just a few directions on your testimony today. The court reporter only takes down responses that are verbal, so make sure all your responses are verbal. Speak at a slow pace so he can take down your responses as well. All the lawyers have an opportunity to ask questions, so when they're asking, wait till they ask it in full before you answer. You might know the answer, but just wait to make sure we're not speaking over each other. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then the microphone and where you're sitting. So that microphone moves forward and backwards. I've got to make sure you adjust yourself in the chair so you're comfortable, but then move the microphone to your comfort level. And I want to make sure that everybody can hear you loudly and clearly. So once you feel comfortable where you're sitting, why don't you just state and spell your name? We'll see how you sound.
Okay. Cheryl Molaski, SHERYL
All right. If you stayed right there, that's perfect, so thank you.
Sure.
You may inquire, Ms. Faraglia.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McClaskey.
Good morning. Afternoon, I guess.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what community do you reside in?
I live in Westlake, Ohio.
And are you employed?
Yes.
And what do you do?
I'm a registered nurse.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
35 years.
And in what capacity? What kind of nurse are you?
Right now, I am a critical care intravenous infusion nurse. I do at-home infusions.
And prior to that, what other kind of training have you had?
Most of my career has been in critical care. I worked in cardiac step-down when I was right out of college, and then I went into post-anesthesia care, which is working in the recovery room. And then I went into research nursing, where I would deliver IV infusions of the critical research drug to the clinical subjects, and now I do home care.
And Mrs. Molaski, living in Westlake, do you have an opportunity to shop at Giant Eagle in North Olmsted on Lorraine Road?
Yes.
All right. And how often do you shop there? Is that the typical place that you go grocery shopping, ma'am?
I shop there quite frequently, probably at least once a week, if not a couple times a week if I forget items.
All righty. And back on June 3rd of 2024, did you have the opportunity to be at Giant Eagle?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what your circumstances were and what happened while you were there?
I was just going to pick up a few items. I pulled into the parking lot and parked my car. When I pulled in, I looked ahead as I got out of my car, and two parking rows in front of me, directly in front of me, I saw a commotion. I saw a shopping cart overturned, and I saw a woman on the ground, and 4 or 5 people looking frantic and yelling. Should I go on?
Yes. And so as a result of what you observed, what then did you do, ma'am?
I wasn't sure what I was seeing, but I felt like somebody needed help, so I ran over there and I said, "What's going on?" And that is when the woman on the ground looked up at me and said, "A woman..."
Yeah, so
I'm sorry.
So just when you're telling about someone else's comments,
Yes.
it would not be allowed in as hearsay.
Okay.
So why don't we just have you stop for a moment? I'll let the prosecutor ask you another question.
Okay.
So you saw this woman on the ground. So don't tell me what she said, but what did you observe when you looked at this woman? What was she doing?
The woman was sitting on the ground. I saw something in her arms. She was rocking.
And as a result of that, when you saw that, and you had a conversation with her.
Yes.
She gave you some information.
Yes.
What did you do?
I immediately took the child that I saw in her arms and laid him down on the ground, assessed him, yelled for help, for EMS, somebody to call, and I started CPR.
All right. And for us lay folks, what kind of CPR were you able to do on this child?
Well, I just immediately assessed his airway, but he had a mouthful of blood, so I was not able to give any rescue breaths. I assessed if he was breathing. He was not breathing. I checked a pulse. There was no pulse. So you immediately start chest compressions, which is what I did.
Okay. And that's the protocol?
Yes.
And so how long did you do that, ma'am?
I honestly don't know. It was a while until EMS showed up. I really, time was just a blur. I don't really know how long it was, but it was a while.
All right. Did another nurse then come and relieve you?
Yes.
All right. So prior to the police or ambulances coming, is it fair to say that civilians were trying to help this child?
Yes.
Okay. And what I mean by civilians, obviously nurses.
One other nurse besides myself.
Correct. And so once this other nurse came, what did you then do next?
She asked if I needed relief. Was I tired? And I said yes. And she said, I can take over. I'm a nurse. You're doing great. I said, yes, take over. I went to assess the mother because I saw she was bleeding as well. And that's what I did.
Okay. And during this point, did there come a point that the police then arrived and ambulances arrived?
Yes.
All right. Other than these life-saving measures that you attempted on these folks, did you do anything else, ma'am?
No.
And did you have any blood on you?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do? Where did you go?
I walked back into Giant Eagle and went into the restroom, washed my hands.
All right. Did there come a point in time that you spoke to the police?
Yes.
And that you provided them information of who you were and what you did with regards to this situation?
Yes.
Okay. You did not see anything happen. You did not do anything of that sort. You were just involved with life-saving measures.
Correct.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination of this witness? All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you. The state's next witness, and then I'll take a recess after this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Rachel Raven.
This witness, you have 2 officers.
I have 3 witnesses.
3 left.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Craven, if you'd approach to the side here. Good afternoon. Do you have a cell phone? You turned off. If you just raise your right hand. You solemnly swear you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now before this jury, as you would affirm or answer unto God. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Couple things I'm going to ask of you is our court reporter only takes down verbal responses, so make sure all your responses are verbal. If you could speak loudly and slowly, that would help us as well. Can you do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Lawyers are going to ask questions. They all have an opportunity to. So if they are asking, let them finish their question before you answer. Can you do that as well? Okay. And then get yourself comfortable in the chair. It doesn't move, but then the microphone moves so that you're comfortable. So move that microphone once you feel in a good posture. It moves down and moves forward as well. So you can move it forward a little bit because I want to make sure that everybody in the courtroom can hear you. So why don't we just have you state and spell your name. Let me see how it sounds.
Rachel Craven, RACHEL CRAVEN.
I may ask you just to pull it a little bit more closer, and just so you can remain comfortable. All right, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hey.
May I ask where you are employed?
I work in the pediatric ICU at Rainbow Babies and Children's.
And how long have you been, or I'm sorry, what is your title there?
I'm a registered nurse.
Okay. And how long have you been a registered nurse?
About 10 years.
And during those 10 years, have you always worked at Rainbow Babies?
Yes, I've always been in the ICU.
Okay. And this is the ICU for babies, right? Pediatric?
Yes, we see anyone from about 2 weeks of age until 18 years old.
So I'm going to just ask, maybe a little closer. You just have such a
Sorry.
strong voice. You do not have to be sorry, so please, but just so everybody can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
And in your employment, have you encountered various issues and incidents with the children and patients you care for?
Yes.
Can you give us examples of the types of treatment you give babies in your line of work?
I take care of a lot of patients who come in that are abuse cases. I have patients that are common asthmatics, diabetics, if there's an injury to their brain, cancer patients, cardiac patients, pretty much anything. In the pediatric ICU, you see a slew of things. We're just not specialized to one area.
Have you treated children for traumatic injuries?
Yes.
Examples being falls or broken bones?
Falls, bones, gunshots.
Have you had occasion to treat children with patients for stab wounds?
No.
So in your 10 years as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse, you would not encounter that type of injury in your line of work?
Not that I recall.
And in your training and education, do you know what you would do in that type of situation as a registered nurse?
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell us what types of aid would that be?
It would probably be CPR, life-sustaining support, controlling the bleed.
Let's back up a bit. I do want to know a little bit more about you. Where do you, without saying your address, what community do you live in?
Olmsted Falls.
How long have you lived there?
Since 2018.
And living in that community, do you have the occasion to shop for groceries at the Giant Eagle in North Olmsted?
Yes.
Is that one of your kind of go-to grocery stores?
It was.
Right? And at that time, I'll ask you a little bit about that, but prior to this incident, how frequently would you say you shopped there?
Once a month or so.
So not all the time?
Not all the time, no.
You were a repeat customer?
Sure.
Have you shopped there since June 3rd, 2024?
No.
Right. What happened on June 3rd, 2024?
I pulled into the parking lot. I was walking into the store, Giant Eagle, when I heard screams. Following the screams, there was a man who screamed, "Get the fuck out of the parking lot." During that time, I thought that maybe there was a gun or something, so I ran back to my car. Sure.
I have up on the screen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 187. I don't know if you don't have to pinpoint your car, of course, but can you describe for us where about you parked your car to get into before you went to the store?
My car was closest to the volunteer store, so...
Okay, so if I'm gesturing to the bottom part of the screen.
Yes. Sorry, I was looking at the other side.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I cut you off, but my pepper you with questions as you go. So
That's okay.
you park your car. Are you alone or are you with someone?
I'm alone.
Okay. And you hear this person telling people to get out of the parking lot. So do you ever make it into the store?
No.
All right. So what happens then when you go back to your vehicle?
I had seen a crowd of people run one way and then a few people go another direction. Once I was in my car, I decided to drive my car the 2 parking lanes forward to where I parked. In several parking spaces next to me, there was a woman on the ground with a sliced tank top, a tipped over shopping cart, and then a child on the ground with a woman performing CPR already. I got out of my car.
Hang on a second. Take a deep breath. Next question.
Okay. So you come upon this scene, and do you say anything when you come upon these people?
Yes, I divulged to the other nurse that I was a pediatric ICU nurse and asked her if she wanted me to take over.
And how did you know she was a nurse?
I didn't.
Right. So how did you come to learn that she was a nurse?
I think after the fact.
Okay. And you asked that person, do you need relief?
Yes.
Okay. And was it at that point that you did, in fact, start recommending life-saving measures to this child?
Yes.
And did you talk to anybody else?
No.
And tell us a little bit about life-saving measures you did render.
I did chest compressions. I could not tell you how long for. And then at some point, someone from the store came out with an AED, so an external defibrillator. We put pads on. It did not identify a shockable rhythm, and I continued CPR until the police came.
And in your training experience as a registered nurse, did you have concerns for the well-being of this child you were treating?
Yes.
Did there come a time, well, let me ask you this, when did you leave that area and cease your life-saving measures?
I believe it was the police department came up. There was a gentleman that screamed for everyone to back off. So I got up, I stepped away, he secured the scene, and I stayed at my car.
Due to the efforts that you made, did you ever have blood on your clothing after rendering these measures?
Yes.
What did you do directly thereafter?
There was one police officer who was putting tape around the scene. I had went up to him and I had let him know that at some point I had thrown my sunglasses, that those were mine. I did not need them back, but I wanted him to know that I performed CPR. He had advised me to wait by my car, and another police officer came over.
Were you pregnant at the time?
I was 36 weeks.
Did there come a point when you talked to the police about what you did that day?
Yes.
And you may have just described the extent of it? Is that
Yes.
accurate? Did you
Correct.
ever go in for a formal statement or
No.
anything like that? Okay. So after these efforts that you described and your interaction with the police, was there anything else that you did connected to this case?
No.
Yeah, one moment.
Sure.
I appreciate you answering my questions this afternoon. I have nothing else.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
No questions, Ms. Grady. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll just have you come right here to the side. What is it you have?
Oh, my paper for the subpoena. And a tissue.
I have tissues if you...
Okay.
I'm going to have you stand there and raise your...
Oh, all right.
No, right where you were.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Take a deep breath. You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now before this jury, as you would affirm or answer unto God?
Yes.
Okay. Now you can have a seat.
Okay.
Do you want some water?
No, I'm all right.
Okay. So, just going to give you a couple guidelines. Wait till a question's asked of you in full before you answer. Make sure your response to my court reporter is always a verbal response. So the nodding of our heads, he doesn't write that answer.
Okay.
So make sure it's verbal.
Yes.
And then if you could speak loudly and slowly, that would be
important for us as well.
Okay.
If any of the lawyers at some point say objection, just stop what you're saying. I'll tell you how to proceed after that. Is that fair?
Yep, sounds
Okay,
good.
Make yourself comfortable. That microphone moves. And
All right.
then you can move it towards you, it moves down. The chair does not.
Oh, there, I can.
And you may need to pull it a little bit closer for you.
All right.
Or lean to it.
Okay.
How about we test it by stating and spelling your name?
My name is Karin Kollar, Karin Kollar.
Very good. You may inquire, Ms. Patel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Thank you for being here. May I ask you just a couple questions about yourself? May I ask where, if you are employed, and if so, where?
I'm actually retired. I'm a retired registered nurse.
So maybe pull it a little bit closer.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Retired registered nurse and business owner.
And for how many years were you a registered nurse?
I still am a registered nurse technically, so it's been 35 years.
You practiced for more than 30 years?
As an RN, it was probably 15 years, and then I was a business owner and still had my license.
Okay. And where, without the address, but your community, where do you reside?
Olmsted Township.
Right. How long have you lived there?
For 10 years almost.
And do you have children?
Yes.
And how old are they?
26 and 30.
And Olmsted Township is near North Olmsted?
Correct. Yes.
Have you had the occasion to shop at the Giant Eagle in North Olmsted, the water tower shopping center?
Yes, that would be my go-to place.
How frequently would you say you shop at that supermarket within a month?
Before this incident, it was probably once a month.
After this incident, have you returned to shop there?
Yeah, and I'll sustain. You don't have to answer that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where do you shop for your groceries?
I go to...
Yeah, and I'll sustain. So I'll have you move on.
Okay. So on June 3rd, 2024, were you shopping at the Giant Eagle in North Olmsted?
Yes.
All right. And were you by yourself?
Yes.
Were you able to complete your shopping trip that day?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what happened on June 3rd, 2024 that you observed?
So I had finished unloading my groceries into my car, and I was getting in. I thought I heard maybe a scuffle, but nothing alarming really. And then I was in my car, and I just heard somebody scream, "Someone's been stabbed." And right then, what do I say? She came by with my car, because my car and the victim's cars the windshields were facing each other, even though they were like a couple of spots away. And she walked by.
Okay, I'll stop you there. Who is she? Who are you referring to?
Bionca Ellis.
Okay. So let's just back up a little bit. You hear commotion and you hear someone say someone's been stabbed.
Yes.
And are you in your vehicle when you hear that?
I was just getting in, yes.
So is your door open, or do you remember?
I don't really remember. I think it was like on the way of being shut, because then as soon as I heard that, then she came around the corner of their car and walked right by mine.
Okay. So did you walk towards the commotion, or where?
No. It happened so fast. I was in my car, and then I saw her, and I saw the knife.
Okay.
And it was bloody with fresh red blood. And I called 911.
Okay. So let's ask you a couple questions on that. Here someone announced the stabbing, and your testimony is that immediately upon hearing that, you see the defendant.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And when you see the defendant, are you able to see her face?
If I saw her face, it's hard to remember. I would have probably just glanced up very briefly, but what caught my eye then was the knife.
And it was a sunny day?
It was.
Okay. And you see her walk in front of your vehicle? Is that?
Yeah, along the side of it.
Okay. to you?
Yes. So she was like walking like my car, and then she was walking alongside of the vehicle, and then like turned to walk out the parking lot behind my car.
All right. So I have in the monitor pad the drone map, 187. I don't know if you from there you can see. I can zoom in a bit.
I know. I'm by the parking corral.
Here's the point where the cart is tipped here.
Oh, yeah.
Can you describe where you were?
I was, if you went right in front of that car and then head to the right by the parking corral. No.
Green?
No.
It's back by the red car.
By the red car. By their car where the cart is tipped over?
Yes.
Go one.
Here.
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, so your car was parked in the line. As you described, your windshield was facing.
Correct. Yes, yes.
On the opposite side.
Yes, yes. So yeah, so you could see like how she would have just walked right by the car and right by me then.
On the driver's side.
Yes, yes.
And I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, you're fine.
What was the direction the defendant was walking?
Out towards Dover. Is Dover Center that way then? Yes.
Towards our
yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
She was wearing black and had just like slides on.
How would you describe her pace of walking?
Very slow, shuffling her feet. Because she had walked by, I got 911 on the phone, and I backed out of the spot and just followed her very slowly, because she was walking slow. And I saw some other cars kind of coming in on her as well. I think we were all just monitoring that we wouldn't lose sight of her until the police got there.
Do you see Bionca Ellis in the courtroom today?
I will stipulate that Ms. Ellis would be identified by this witness.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Kolar, if I showed you a picture of the knife that you've described for us, would you be able to recognize it in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm showing this witness what's been previously marked as Exhibit 63. Can you see what I placed up on the Mondo pad?
Yes.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a knife.
Is there anything notable about this particular knife?
The blood on it and the shape.
Fair and accurate?
Yes.
Of this knife?
Yes.
From June 3rd, 2024. After you call 911 and you follow this defendant. Sorry? You have the occasion of providing police with a written statement.
Say that again, please.
Sorry. Does there come a time where you provide a written statement to the police?
I went the next day and did a written statement. Yes.
And were you asked to do that based on calling 911, or you just went on your own?
I think I ended up just going on my own. I think that my family was like, you probably should do a police report just so it's documented, and so I did.
And was there anything else that you did after that statement besides testifying here in court today about this?
No, I just had waited for her to be arrested, and then I drove around because then it was like I was still on 911, and I said, oh, there's still a victim, and I drove around, and I saw people doing CPR on the boy, and I saw the mom sitting there next to him, and she was just covered in blood.
You testified the defendant walked very close to your vehicle.
Yes.
Did you at any point hear her say anything?
I did not.
Give me one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I appreciate you answering my questions this afternoon.
Okay.
I have nothing further.
All right. Thank you.
Any cross-examination? All right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. All right, Detective, thanks for your patience. Let's resume our discussion. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 193.
Okay.
You might bend that down, too.
Detective, I'm going to pause the video at 5 seconds. And what do you see in the screen?
The defendant, Bionca Ellis, walking, knife in hand, right hand.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of the surveillance you collected on June 4th, 2024?
It is.
All right, resuming play at 5 seconds. What do we see on the screen, Detective?
Bionca does the about face after she makes contact and observes the victims.
Okay. Resuming play at 11 seconds. And can you see in the bottom right-hand corner it says front end overview?
Yes.
Okay. Did you obtain surveillance video from different angles and perspectives from within the store?
I did, yes.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit 194. Detective, what vantage point is this?
That is the overview of the parking lot, which would be the west parking lot of Giant Eagle.
Okay. Now, this is a 54-minute video. We're not going to go through all of that. Okay, so I'm going to jump ahead to about the 31-minute mark. All right. The top left-hand corner depicts a timestamp of 14:58. Okay. And June 3rd, 2024. I'm going to let it play for just a little bit. I'm going to ask you a question. Can you see the bottom right-hand corner that says front parking 1?
I do.
And did you obtain this video from Giant Eagle?
I did.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. Do you see anything notable in the parking aisles in this exhibit?
All right, sorry guys. This
on the
is
top
we
of the
showed
screen,
this already. I want
that's-
to show the next testimony. Okay. This is the DoorDash guy. All right.
Mr. Bush, if you have a cell phone on you?
Yes, sir.
Is it off?
Yes.
Very good. If you'd stand to the side of the witness chair, I'll swear you in. Right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now before this jury, as you would affirm or answer unto God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may be seated. Have you testified before?
No, sir.
I'll give you some guidelines for me if you can. I control the volume now up here, so put yourself in a comfortable situation of speaking into a microphone. I want everybody to hear. A couple things. There's questions asked, and you might know the answer, and you feel like you just want to jump right in, and I'm going to ask you not to. Court reporter takes down one person speaking at a time, so in answering the question, make sure you wait till it's asked in full. Every question has to be a verbal response, so you and I shaking our heads, we see the answer, but the court reporter does not. So make sure it's a verbal response. Make sure you position yourself with the microphone so you're comfortable, but everybody can hear.
And lastly, all the lawyers have an opportunity to make an objection. If you hear the word objection, most of them say it loud enough, stop what you're saying, and I'll instruct you what to do after that. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Why don't you state and spell your name so I can see how that sound is? Thank you.
Travis Bush, TravisBush.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Bush.
Good morning.
Sir, what community do you reside in?
Sheffield Lake.
And are you employed?
Yes.
And what do you do?
DoorDash.
And, sir, back on June 3rd of 2024, did you find yourself at the Giant Eagle in North Olmsted? Apparently, we have been referring to it as the Giant Eagle at the Water Tower.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Had you shopped there before?
Yes.
And how often did you know that area?
Very well.
Okay. And so can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you came to be at the Giant Eagle at the Water Tower on June 3rd, 2024?
It was my last delivery of the day. It was funny. I was on my way to my mother's house to cut her yard, and I figured this was my last delivery and it was on my way, so I took it, and it just worked out kind of perfectly.
Okay. And so did you go to the store that day?
Yes.
All right. And so when you went to the store, about what time did you arrive at the store?
When I pulled in to the pickup area, which is about 20 feet from the entrance exit of the store, I looked down at my clock. It was exactly 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Okay. And we have been showing a picture of this area. It's like an aerial picture. It states Exhibit 187. So I actually have a paper copy that I'm going to show you.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Bush handed you what's been previously marked states 187 and shown to defense counsel. I just want you to orient yourself to that.
Okay.
Are you aware of the document and what it looks like?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
And is that the location that you were in back on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to show it to you on this Mondo pad. You have it in front of you, so just to orient yourself and orient us. Is states 187 reflective of what's on the Mondo pad?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so can you tell us, just for orientation purposes, where the store is?
On the left.
Would this be in
Yes.
here? So the awning is what the store is?
Yes.
Okay. And so, sir, when you were at Giant Eagle, where was your car at, or where were you at?
So the awning, if you look up, crisscross the two dark patches, the next awning is right where my car was, in that little shadow that jets out.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay.
Like literally right where that shadow is.
Okay, right there?
Yes.
All right. So it's a little dark shadow there. And what kind of car were you driving, sir?
Ford Fusion.
And were your windows up or were they down?
They were down.
Okay. And so can you tell us, when you looked down and saw it was 3 o'clock, did you speak to anybody at that time, or how does it work when you pick up?
There was a young lady who came out. She came to the right side of the car, asked me what I was there to pick up. I told her, and she walked back in, and things happened after that.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Bush, you indicated why you were there.
Yes.
she went back in, is it like taking an order or acknowledging that you're there to pick?
Just acknowledging, and they want to check to see why you're there, who you're there to pick up for, and make sure there's no chicanery, I guess.
All right. So you indicated that to the young lady. She went back in. When she went back into the store, sir, what did you observe?
So when she went back in, I looked up and I saw a lady pushing a cart out the exit. She had a little kid that was sitting right in front of her in the little child seat area of the shopping cart.
Okay.
And she just was walking, and I remember looking at the little kid. He had a smile on his face, and it kind of made me kind of smirk, like, I just thought it was a cute moment. I looked at the shopping cart. I remember there was an orange and Brown's blanket. It just took my eyesight away for a second. And I looked down at my phone, and then I looked back, and as I was looking, she was crossing my A post of the car. The door. And then that's when I. I'm sorry.
We're going to just stop right there.
Okay.
When you say she was crossing your A post, what do you mean?
I'm a racing guy. When you open the door, the post that's there, you know what I'm saying?
No,
I can't think of the thing.
Is it the pillar?
Yes.
The pillar.
Yes,
Okay.
that separates the side window to the front windshield.
Oh, you're talking about the car.
In my car. As I'm looking out, I'm trying to, navigate around that, and
Okay.
yeah.
All right, and so what then do you observe? You see a lady and a child pushing a shopping cart.
Yeah, so after moving my head, that's when I noticed a black female dressed in all black who was walking like right behind her. And I'm just kind of gauging and seeing what's going on, just, not thinking anything, just...
Did you see a knife at that point?
I didn't. I wasn't looking down. I was just looking more at the lady in the cart.
Okay.
And then...
Hang on. Question?
So when you saw that, what happened next?
They had got to a gray car, and the trunk opened.
Who got to a gray car?
The lady pushing the cart.
Okay, she got to a gray car.
Yes.
Okay.
The back hatch opened, and that's when I saw the black female dressed in all black came around and raised her arm. That's when I saw the knife, because the sun just made it just stand out. And she stabbed the kid, drew back, stabbed him again, and that's when I saw the Mrs. Wood grab Julian, and pulling him out, the lady stabbed towards them again. And the cart just fell to the ground, everything fell out. And she cradled Julian in her arms, she fell to the ground, she started screaming, which I'll never get that out of my head. And that's when I was trying to get out of my car. Then I tried to bolt out, open the door, and for some reason I couldn't reach the handle because it was just insane. But I finally opened the door. I ran to the scene. There was another.
I'm going to hold you there. Question?
So once that happened, what did you see the black woman do? Or where did she go?
She stood there for a second, and then she walked off. She walked off behind, there was a couple cars, and she just walked off, and there was another guy and a female who came out. I remember the guy yelling, call 911. I didn't have my phone on me. There was another lady who came, and I saw her. She was dialing 911, and I looked over again, and she was trying to escape through, the cars. I don't know if she's by herself. I don't know if she's working with somebody. So I ran back to my car. I got in. I tracked her down on the next aisle, and I pulled up next to her.
So when she left Bush, did she go down the same aisle where the child and the mother were with the shopping cart, or did she go to a different aisle?
A different aisle.
Okay. And when she left, what were your observations about how she walked away?
I really didn't see how she was walking at first. I could see the top of her head. It was moving not in a fast pace, but a little bit more than normal, I would say.
All right. Did you see the knife again?
So when I pulled up next to her, that's when I saw the knife, and I realized that she had got him pretty good, because it was about a third filled with blood.
All right. And what was a third filled with blood?
The knife was probably this long. It was probably up to here, probably that much. From what I could see. I looked at it for like 2 seconds.
Okay. All right. And where was the knife? Where was she holding the knife?
In her right hand. All
right. And so how long did you follow her, sir?
So when I pulled up next to her, I asked her, I said, do you know you stabbed that kid? And her response was just a shrug of the shoulders. Like,
okay. All right. So did there come a point in time that the police came?
Yes. So after that, I just positioned my car between her and the people who were amassing to the scene, who were headed toward the scene. Because, like I said, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if she's trying to stab somebody else or whatever. So we got up, there's a little driveway, or little street that separates the two parking lots. And so when she got there, I pulled up into the next parking lot, and I got out. I called 911, told her that she was going towards Dover Center, and at that point, just the air was filled with sirens. That's all you could hear. That's all I could hear. And so as I get out, she's walking, coming at me towards Dover. I had my firearm on me, and I had it in my right side pocket with my hand on it. So I was prepared. Because, again, I don't know what she's trying to do. Okay. So, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, next question. Thank you.
So, you were there, and you were face to face with this person?
Yes.
All right. So, what did you do?
Well, I could hear the hum of the engine of the SUV of the police officer, or the police car, coming around to my left, and then they turned and came down that street. And I remember the officer getting out, and I'm pointing, that's her, right there, that's her. And as soon as I did that, officers from Dover Center came and blocked off that entrance, and that's when she fell down and threw the knife in the rocks.
Okay. And so you saw that?
Yes.
Okay. And were you still there when the police arrived?
Yes.
Did they issue commands of her?
Yes.
Did she follow the commands?
I couldn't really hear at that point.
Well,
So
what did you see?
I saw she was laying on her face down. They surrounded her. They got on top of her. And the one officer told me to get back.
Okay.
So that's when I left. So
And when you left, where did you go?
I got back in my car and drove back up to the scene. I was probably about 20 feet from where I was parked before.
All right. And Mr. Bush, did you go back to where Mrs. Wood and Julian were?
Yes.
All right. And did you do anything or participate in anything, sir?
So I got out of my car. I walked over to the scene. I leaned up against Mrs. Wood's car. They were roughly maybe 5 feet from me. And I mean, I could see they were in pretty bad shape. And I remember they had Julian face down, and then they turned him over.
And who turned them over?
The paramedics, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you were right there.
Yes, the paramedics, the police officers were just surrounding both of the victims. And when they turned him over, I could see his eyes well back in his head. It was like, and I just remember saying, "Come on, man. Come on, man. Just come on." And
at this point, were there
I
other...
remember one of the paramedics said, "There's no pulse." It's
Do you want to take a moment, Mr. Bush?
if I could, please.
Ms. Faraglia, go ahead.
Mr. Bush, did there come a point in time that you spoke with law enforcement that came upon the scene?
Yes. After they put Julian in the ambulance, law enforcement, or North Olmsted police came and asked if there were any witnesses. So I stood with I think it was another man, another woman, and then another female came up. She had blood on her hands. We were standing in the back of the SUV, and we filled out the statements, and yeah.
Sir, a pretty traumatic event for you. You'd agree with me?
100%.
And Mr. Bush, with regards to your observations, how close was this woman walking behind the lady with the child in the cart?
5 feet.
And is that woman in this courtroom here today?
Yes, she's right there.
Now note the identity be stipulated to by this witness as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel. One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Two more questions, Mr. Bush.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for the record, because like the judge told you, we've got to make a clear record. You indicated to this jury how long, in your estimation, was the knife that you observed with the blood on it?
I looked a foot long.
Like 12 inches?
You're right. Yes.
All right. You have to articulate that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right. So did it look like it was a butcher knife?
It just looked like a hunting knife. It just handle and just straight 12 inches of knife.
Okay. In that 12 inches of knife, how much blood did you see?
Again, maybe a third, close to half. Okay. More third.
All right. Thank you. And sir, I want to go back to your conversation with this defendant.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
What did you say to her?
I said, "Do you know you stabbed that kid?"
And what were your observations of her at that time? Did she look at you?
Yes.
Did she respond to you?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
With the shrug and mouthing so.
And she said so.
Mouthing so. I couldn't really hear.
Okay.
But I was looking directly at her lips.
Okay. So she did move her lips.
Yes.
She understood what you said to
yes.
her.
Yes.
Overruled.
Did you say anything else to her, Mr. Bush?
No. I was ticked off by then. That's when I drew my gun.
Thank you.
And put it on the front seat.
Cross-examination, Mr. Mack.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bush, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I'm one of the attorneys for Ms. Ellis, and I just have a few questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
The information that you've testified to here today is pretty important information. Would you agree with me?
100%, sir.
Okay. And at the conclusion of your June 3rd observations, at some point in time, you were asked to provide a written statement. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall doing that?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign that statement as being truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
And honest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the things that you've testified to here today, that's the same information that was in your statement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Do you have the written document right there? I can choose that. It's easier. But.
I've had a chance to review the statement, so you can go ahead and cross-examine.
Mr. Bush, you indicated that you confronted Ms. Ellis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you confronted her, how far away were you from her?
Right next to her.
Right next to her?
In my car.
Feet? 2 feet?
Probably from me to the court reporter.
And when you said to her, do you know that you stabbed that boy, and she shrugged her shoulders, you were right next to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a reason why, and that being such important information, that you did not include that in your written statement when you had this conversation with the police?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Is there a reason why what you testified to here today regarding Bionca saying so and shrugging her shoulders and you confronting her, why didn't you include that in your statement on the day that the police interviewed you?
Am I allowed to read my statement?
Let me do one better. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you your statement. Yeah, we'll mark it.
Mr. Bush?
Yes, sir.
All I want you to do is to read it yourself, and then when you're done, let me know. So
Yes,
I've got no comments about it, just read it, and then I'll have Mr. Mack ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And you had a chance to read it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And is that your signature, sir?
Yes, sir.
That is your statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So point to the part of the statement where you indicate that you confronted Bionca and she shrugged her shoulders after you having said, you know you stabbed that kid.
It's not in there.
Okay.
I was pulled over by a officer. I'm sorry.
He's going to ask questions.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. They did give you an opportunity to write out your observations, correct?
Yes, sir. Pretty brief, but...
And to me, that's the most important thing that you testified to here today is that she verbally responded to you without the audio saying so. She mouthed the word so.
Yes, sir.
You confronted her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that's not in your statement, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. Have you been following this case since it's been in the news?
Not really. I don't really watch it.
Okay. You don't watch TV?
I got other things to do.
Okay. You also indicated that at some point, right after the stabbing, she began to walk past you. You recall stating that?
A little bit faster, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a reason why in your statement you indicated that she slowly walked away toward Dover Center?
While she was over on the other aisle, she was walking slower. But as she was getting away from the initial stabbing, she was walking a little bit faster.
Why isn't that in your statement then?
As I said, sir, I was pulled away.
Okay. So you also indicated that you saw Miss Ellis fall down. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that the police confronted her?
Yes, sir.
But you couldn't hear what was going on?
No.
And when you say she fell down, are you saying that she laid down, or are you saying that she fell?
She laid down.
Okay.
She laid down.
Okay. You're indicating, I think you're about to say that you had another conversation with another officer at some point in time?
There was, yes. Another officer had kind of asked me what did I see, and I think I just got distracted and just put this down, and I went and answered his questions, and that was it.
Okay. You don't recall who the other officer was? I
don't.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Your Honor, may I take one moment?
You can.
Mr. Bush, Thank you, Judge. You also testified here today that you drew your gun.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Not drew it, I retrieved it
You retrieved your gun?
and set it in my front seat.
Okay. You never held it up?
No,
Okay.
no,
All right. Because I was going to tell you that that's not in your statement either.
no, I never held it up.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Bush, I appreciate you coming down. I say that sincerely. I know
Yes, sir.
It's not easy for you, so thank you for your responses.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yeah.
Any redirect?
Just briefly on it.
Sure.
Mr. Bush, suffice it to say, it was a very chaotic scene.
That's a good word for it, yes.
And when you indicate to this jury and to this defense attorney that somebody pulled you away, was there somebody that you actually knew in law enforcement, a fire chief, who was consoling you?
Yes, there was a fire chief from Fairview who, thank God he was there. He consoled me and helped me out.
And chatted with you?
Yes.
All right. So if there are things in your statement that you don't have in there, it didn't mean that you intentionally left them out?
No.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any recross on that question? Sure.
I'm going to take my brother home. So, point that. Mr. Bush, I just need a point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
When did you write your statement out? In relation to the incident? How long
Almost
after?
immediately after they put him in the ambulance.
Okay.
After they put Julian in the ambulance.
Okay. And where were you at when you wrote your statement out?
About 15 feet from where the crime happened.
Were you sitting down? Were you
I was standing up.
standing up and they had
Yes.
to write your statement out? Right
Yes.
after that? Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
State's next witness. That's right, we got it. All right, thank you. May be seated. So if I can give you just some guiding instructions. So wait till the question's asked of you in full before you answer. Every response has to be verbal. So the shaking of a head or the nodding of the head does not get recorded by me. You have a cell phone on you?
No.
Very good. Why don't you come on up here and I'll swear you in. Just to the side of the witness chair, I'll have you raise your right hand. And you solemnly swear that you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before this jury, as you would affirm or answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated. Testified before?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you to pull the microphone back toward you. I can control some of that volume, but I want to make sure everybody can hear you. Wait till the question's asked in full before you answer. Make sure every answer is a verbal response for my court reporter. And try to be a pace of nice and slow when speaking.
Okay.
And then finally, if there's an objection, just hold your thoughts and comments, and I'll let you know how to proceed. Is that fair?
Yes.
Very good. Why don't you state your name and spell it for the record? And I have some control of the volume too, so make yourself comfortable, and then we'll keep it at that pace.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Joanne Felton, Joann. Last name is Felton.
Thank you so much. Go ahead. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Officer Felton. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Before we get started, I want to ask what your background is in law enforcement. Can you talk to the jury about your experience?
For about 35 years. My career started in corrections as a corrections officer in North Railton Police Department. Worked there for 7.5 years and part-time at Parma as a corrections officer there. And then I went to Parma Heights as a police officer in 2001. I was there for approximately about eight months. And then I was offered a position at Solon Police Department as a police officer there, where I retired in 2022 for 22 years of service there altogether. And then I got hired in North Olmsted Police Department as a part-time SRO, school resource officer, in 2022. I think it was maybe October of 22. So total years experience, about 35 years. And then my current employment is with the city of North Olmsted as a school resource officer.
All right. And so you have training and experience as a patrol officer.
Correct.
But you are not on the roads, you're not responding to calls.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And what are your basic responsibilities and duties on a day-to-day basis?
As an SRO, I basically oversee five buildings with children in them. We do make sure that the buildings are obviously safe and make sure the well-being of the children are safe. Interaction with children there from ages from kindergarten all the way up to high school. And I also, during the course of my career, became a DARE instructor, and so I teach, and that's probably what I do in the mornings. I usually teach classes from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade, and that's what pretty much my daily activity is in the morning. In the afternoon, it's intervention, so I'm a part of a threat assessment team for the schools, so if there's a problem with a student or something that maybe they need a little extra care, so I come in and we kind of like have a conversation about what support that I or what other supports that I can bring into that situation.
All right. Well, talk to us a little bit more about that threat assessment team and tools you use to help those kids. What are you looking for when you're working with a child?
Looking at past history, my connections with them, how I've interacted with them, how they interact with their peers.
I'm going to jump up.
Sure.
It's just a little fast.
Oh, okay.
So if you could just slow down for the court reporter as well. So
sure.
And that's okay, but I just want to make sure we get a good pace.
Okay.
Okay, so you were talking, I interrupted, and I apologize. Why don't I go back to the prosecutor? Go ahead and ask your question.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Okay. So you're part of a threat assessment team.
Correct.
Is that right? And unfortunately, that's the reality of the world we're living in today, right?
Yes.
And when you talk about threat assessments, what types of things are you talking about?
Looking at, psychological and emotional children that are maybe having some problems at home, also like threats of the safety of the building or the safety of the people in the building. So for the most part, there's a team of, I think there's on the team in one particular building about 12 people, and we interact with different students in different realms because of our profession. So we all come together and kind of look at like what do we see in our daily activity with that child, and that's pretty much what that team is. I've gone to training for it through the FBI Training Academy.
All right, so you're kind of dealing or working with kids that may have a behavioral issue, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes it's not, though.
Okay.
Sometimes it's just mainstream, situations that are happening. If somebody has a bad day or a situation that comes across, like anybody else.
And what ages of kids are you working with primarily?
Again, it goes from first grade, honestly, to about 12th.
Okay.
It's a variety.
So
it's a long range.
Dynamics.
Correct.
Kids. fights, bullying, that sort of thing as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so what are important tools do you use when you're assessing behaviors of these kids?
Training that I've had and throughout my course of my career, and looking at, I've been in education since with the police department in Solon since 2012. So I've never, I guess my daily day would be around kids. So I've seen, a lot of different types of behavior, different types of experiences that I've had with psychologists from the school and the counselors from the school, and plus the training kind of brought me into that circle with those kids.
And are you assigned to one specific school, or do you kind of float around?
No, I would say I'm a floater between all the schools that are in there. I don't stay in one particular building.
Do you choose where you go on a daily basis?
I kind of do. So in the morning, because of the way the school opens up, the middle school and the high school on their schedule they start like 7:15. So I kind of follow the schedule of what school opens first, and then kind of go from that school to the elementary schools and back to the middle school and high school, just because of course of how the day runs for them. So I'm there for opening when the buses come in and when the students come in, so they can see officer presence.
I'm going to stop for just a minute. Are we going to her testimony, or this ties into this?
This ties in.
Very good. Okay, go ahead.
All right, officer, although you are employed as a school resource officer, you are still employed by North Department. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And does there ever come a time where you are required to be a police officer in a different capacity than a school resource officer?
Yes.
And can you give us an example of a time where you had to shift to being a patrol officer again?
I would say not actually actively in patrol, but my job as a police officer never changes. My first and the most important is the safety and the care and life of people in that community. So in any situation, whether it's a juvenile or an adult, if there's a criminal act that's happening or a situation where someone needs help, then I will intervene in that situation.
So let's go back to June 3rd, 2024.
Okay.
Right. Were you working that day?
Yes.
Where were you working?
I was working at the North Olmsted Middle School.
All right. And did there come a time on that particular day that you were directed to the police station?
At the end of the day, on that particular day, I left the middle school about 2:45, something around there, not exactly too sure what time, which is what I normally do. Went back to the police station. I have a car that I take back to the police station, and at the end of my day, go home. I heard over the radio that there was a situation where there was a stabbing at Giant Eagle, and that the female was the suspect was in custody. I know that at that particular time that I was only female officer that was available. So knowing the circumstances of what was happening, and that they were bringing, because I heard over the radio that they were bringing her back into the jail, that they would definitely need my services there to do a pat-down search, because I'm a female officer, to make sure that I can take whatever actions I need that they needed help with.
Okay. So have you had to deal with and help pat down female inmates?
Not in North Olmsted, no.
Okay. But in your career you have?
Correct. I was a corrections officer for 8.5 years.
Right. And so are there certain things that you are looking for specifically when you're patting down a female?
Like making sure that there's no weapons or guns, knives, making sure that whatever their clothing attire that they're wearing, that they can't harm themselves or harm other people. And it's basically...
Slowing it down a little bit. Okay, so you're looking for weapons, right?
Correct.
Patting them down. All right, so you think you're going to go on along with your day, go home, but then this radio call comes in.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay, so you stay and you wait for the defendant to arrive? Is that fair to say?
I would say yes. About the same time we came in.
Okay.
We're very close. So I was coming in, and she was actually coming into, they were bringing her into the booking area, I guess you would call it.
Okay. She comes in to be booked. What is your first observation?
My first observation with her was that she was very angry. She was kind of like pacing inside the cage area a little bit. It's not a very big area to begin with. She just seemed very angry.
All right, and when you're encountering an angry person like that, what types of things are you on the lookout for when you're going to go pat them down?
Well, initially is what restraints are available for that pat-down search. So I spoke to another officer there, a sergeant, and then there's a corrections officer there about what restraints are available there, because I didn't feel that it was going to be something that she would comply with once I gave her those instructions. So we had a conversation about what restraints were available, because this is my first experience in North Olmsted in this capacity. So I don't know I would say the normal or the procedures that they would normally do for that, but just that I was prepared just so that nobody would, including herself, would be hurt or injured.
And in your training as a threat, and on the threat assessment team that you just talked to us about, did you use those tools that you use on that team when evaluating this defendant?
I would say, I guess so, to some degree. I've been in law enforcement for 35 years. So I look at the situation and the totality of it, basically dealing with people, for that long of time in that capacity. You get to learn body language, you get to learn, how they're going to be, if they're going to be compliant or not, if they ignore you. Just based on when she came in there, she was very angry, and she kind of turned around, and when I said something to her, as if kind of like putting her back to me to some degree.
I'm going to have you stop. You want to ask a question?
All right. Officer, let's go to the booking room at North Olmsted. If I put up on the screen a video from that area, would you be able to talk about it with us?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So this is marked as State's Exhibit 206. And I don't think there's any audio at all. Let's start at the very beginning. Officer, do you recognize what I put up on the screen?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That would be like the booking area for the North Olmsted Police Department jail.
Okay. Pressing play. Stopping at 3 seconds. Who is on the screen?
That is looks like the defendant.
Just a couple things. What's the Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Very good. And how long is 206?
It is 19 minutes in total, Your Honor. I'm not playing more than a minute and a half.
Thanks so much. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, from this perspective, officer, who do you see on the screen?
Defendant and the corrections officer that was on duty that day.
And do you recognize the defendant in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, I'll note the stipulation from Mr. Mack that Ms. Ellis would be recognized and identified by this witness. Thank you.
Continue play 6 seconds. Now, officer, is this before or after you pat Ms. Ellis down?
This is before.
Okay. So you had not yet encountered her?
No.
Okay. And where do you pat down inmates at North Olmsted?
For myself, this is the first one I've done in this situation since I've been in North Olmsted. So I chose, once you get out of this room, there's a small, you can see on the camera, there's a small hallway there, and the cells are on your right.
Okay.
So we went into the cell area, and once we were in that area, that's when I did the pat-down search in there.
All right. I'm going to let that play while I just ask you a couple questions about that. When you bring the defendant back into that area you just described, do you have any conversation with her?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
I explained to her that I was going to be taking her items of clothing from her.
I'm going to stop for just a minute. So either you're going to pause or move or talk, because I have some jurors watching and not paying attention.
Understood.
So.
I'll stop the video.
Thank you.
Please tell us about the conversation that you had with the defendant.
Explained to her that I was going to be taking her clothing and that I was going to, pat her down. I asked her if she had any guns, weapons, or knives on her. She didn't verbally say anything to me at that point. All she did was look at me like she was very angry, and she's handcuffed at this time too as well.
All right, so did she make any indication to you that were responsive to the questions that you asked?
No, not verbally at that point. She did comply with walking into that room as I had directed her to.
Okay.
She seemed, in my opinion, like she understood because she did what I told her to do.
Okay. We'll jump ahead to about 3 minutes here. Okay. 3 minutes on the screen, officer. Do you see yourself in this video?
I do.
Okay. And where are you located in this video?
Right in front of the desk.
And who are you talking to?
A sergeant.
And you have gloves on, yes?
Correct.
Why is it important to have gloves?
Because of the evidence I was going to be taking from her and for officer safety.
And at this point, were you going to be changing her into different attire? Providing her with different clothing?
I'm sorry?
Were you going to be providing her with different clothing after performing this?
Yes.
pat-down? All right, and you're walking off screen here at 3:41. Where are you going?
Into the jail cell.
And that's where you're going to be performing the pat-down?
Correct.
And while you're standing here, the defendant is, we've already identified her. Do you recall her saying anything during this period of time?
No.
No, you don't recall, or no, she didn't say anything?
No, she didn't say anything.
Thank you.
Stop the video at 4:33. Officer, what did we just watch there up on the screen?
Me giving the defendant some directions on where to go so I can conduct the pat-down search and take her items of clothing from her.
And did she willingly follow you to the area where you patted her down?
Yes.
Okay. And then, of course, that's going to be off screen, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you collected, did you place them into any bags or boxes?
A brown paper bag.
All right, and why do you do that?
Because that's what you're instructed to do because of the nature of what we were bagging up or putting into evidence based on training.
Okay. And did you, in fact, then collect all of the defendant's items of clothing during that pat-down?
Yes.
After she was changed into the other attire, did you ask her if she needed anything? Water?
I did.
Okay, tell us about that.
After the changeover, I stepped out. I was getting ready to, as I said before, to leave. I was the only female officer that was able to take care of the needs, that if she would have any needs. So I went, stepped back in there. I told her that I would be here for a little bit longer. I asked her if she was okay and if she needed anything. And she acknowledged me by shaking her head no, and then as I walked out, she said thank you.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Officer, thank you for answering my questions. I have nothing further at this time.
Bush, if you want to come up to the side, please. You have a cell phone on you?
Yes, sir.
Is it off?
Yes, sir.
Very good. If you'd stand to the side of the witness chair, I'll swear you in. Right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now before this jury, as you would affirm or answer unto God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may be seated. Have you testified before?
No, sir.
I'll give you some guidelines for me if you can. I control the volume now up here, so put yourself in a comfortable situation of speaking into a microphone. I want everybody to hear. A couple things. There's questions asked, and you might know the answer, and you feel like you just want to jump right in, and I'm going to ask you not to. Court reporter takes down one person speaking at a time, so in answering the question, make sure you wait till it's asked in full. Every question has to be a verbal response, so you and I shaking our heads, we see the answer, but the court reporter does not. So make sure it's a verbal response. Make sure you position yourself with the microphone so you're comfortable, but everybody can hear. And lastly, all the lawyers have an opportunity to make an objection. If you hear the word objection, most of them say it loud enough, stop what you're saying, and I'll instruct you what to do after that. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Why don't you state and spell your name so I can see how that sound is? Thank you.
Travis Bush, TravisBush.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Bush.
Good morning.
Sir, what community do you reside in?
Sheffield Lake.
And are you employed?
Yes.
You were first employed there. What title did you hold?
Patrolman.
Morning, Sergeant. I'll have you just come to the side of the witness chair. You have a cell phone, sir? Is it off? Very good. Just to the side. Have you raise your right hand? Sir, do you solemnly swear you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now before this jury, as you would affirm or answer unto God? I do. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Have you testified before, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you, the court reporter is going to take your responses, so make sure they're all verbal. Wait till the question is asked in full before you answer. And if you hear the word objection from anybody, just stop what you're saying, and then I'll instruct you on how to proceed. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I control the volume a little bit, but I like you to get comfortable. Move the microphone close to you. The whole thing moves, like pulls forward. And why don't you state and spell your name?
I'm Sergeant Nick Gorbolja, N-I-C-K, last name G-O-R-B-U-L-J-A.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of North Olmsted Police Department.
How long have you been employed there?
About 7.5 years.
And prior to that, did you work anywhere else as a law enforcement officer?
No.
Right. So all 7 years with North Olmsted Police?
Correct.
And could you briefly describe to the jury your basic training and education you needed to undergo in order to become a law officer?
Yeah, guys, we're just doing a check-in on you guys. We're in verdict watch, so we're just playing testimony from throughout the trial. So if you're coming in, you're checking it out, we're in verdict watch, 5:33, so we're just replaying testimony, offering a place to hang out and talk if you guys want. We're also dual streaming, so we're over at Daisy Link as well, but we're here, verdict watch, 5 hours and 30 minutes. We do have a, how long will the jury deliberate today? 0 to 2 hours, 23% thought that. So they started at 1 hour and 12 minutes, so they've already been at it for over 4 hours. So so that's where we stand. So if you guys want to hang out here and listen to past testimony, please feel free. And if you want to join us over at Daisy Link, that's fine as well. We have our eyes on a couple different feeds to make sure when a verdict does come in, we will be live. So looking forward to having you guys with us. And most of us are wrong already, Steve. Yeah. I know. I think I did. What did I do? Wait a minute. Did I end it? I didn't end it, did I? Why don't I see it? Did I end the poll? Please tell me I didn't end the poll. Oh, I did. All right. Well, I inadvertently ended the poll. So there you go. Well, might as well just leave it there. We can do a new poll. What do you think the verdict will be? We can do that. We can do, what do you think the verdict will be? That'll be a good one.
I completed the...
All right. Yeah, I guess I inadvertently hit it. All right, let's do a new one. Jenny, is the Halloween stream for all subscribers? Yep. Nope, it's for everybody. It's going to be for everybody. Everybody's invited to play, and we're going to be doing it over a couple weeks, right? We have 2 more weeks, so we're going to be dropping clues in streams. So hopefully you'll be watching streams. We'll be dropping clues, and then we're going to put it all together on Halloween. So that's what we're planning on. All right, what will the verdict be? Guilty as charged. Not guilty, reason of insanity. Hung on some counts. Because don't forget, there's like 20 counts or something like that. All right. Central Florida mommies, if they don't come back after lunch, I will be very concerned. All right. New poll for you guys. I will not be able to join eye surgery around that time, Red Snap says. Well, that stinks. But I understand, that's fine. Not sure about CTV. Not sure about them. I'm checking local channels, so if you want to go check them, by all means, go for it. But I've got my eyes on other channels. All right. Kevin, I just saw a poll. Is this for the Bionca Ellis? Yes, we are. You are in Bionca Ellis right now. You are in Bionca Ellis, and we just did a new poll. What will the verdict be? Guilty as charged, not guilty, reason of insanity, or hung on some counts. That is the new poll. You were vacuuming. No worries. All right, I'm going to head back to Daisy Link. I'll leave you guys here in good hands with this testimony. It's about 40 minutes. I'll check back then.
Certification to become a peace officer in the state of Ohio. Prior to that, I was also in college as well. Got my bachelor degree from Cleveland State University.
And what was your degree in?
Public safety management with a minor in criminal justice.
And when you went to North Olmsted and you were first employed there, what title did you hold?
Patrolman.
Okay. And for how many years did you hold that title?
About 5 years.
And after that 5 years, were you then promoted?
In 2023, in August of 2023, I was promoted to sergeant.
Okay. And in your capacity as a sergeant with North Olmsted, can you describe for us your basic duties and responsibilities?
I was assigned to the patrol division. Each platoon will have a lieutenant and sergeant. So I was assigned to the D platoon, where I oversaw my patrolman on my shift, along with overseeing the jail, dispatch, and I was responsible for all of that.
About how many people then are you responsible for?
On my shift alone, About 7, plus I have a lieutenant with me, and then we have corrections officers, and then dispatchers as well.
What hours do you keep? What are your shifts?
We work 12-hour shifts, so 7A to 7P and 7P to 7A.
Okay. And do you still work that schedule as you sit here today?
Yes.
Did you work last night?
I did not.
Okay. Sergeant, were you employed as a sergeant with North Olmsted Police Department on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
And if you recall that day, were you working on that particular day?
I was.
And if you recall, what shift were you working on that day?
I was assigned to D platoon from 7A to 7P on June 3rd.
Okay, so you are not on the road during that shift. You are at the station overseeing all those individuals you just talked about?
I am on the road, on station. Just depends on the given day.
Okay. And are you the one that's kind of giving an assignment or figuring out what people should be doing during their shift?
If my lieutenant is not working, then yes.
So can you recall how that day started for you?
Just like any other day, we went through roll call, everything else, answering our calls, any kind of details until this call came out.
Okay. And can you tell us what was the nature of the call you received on June 3rd, 2024 that you just referenced?
On June 3rd, I was on station when this call came out. We got a call of someone stabbing people in the Giant Eagle parking lot.
All right. And you were at the station when you received this call?
Correct.
And when you heard it was the Giant Eagle, did you learn which Giant Eagle location?
The police station is actually directly across the street from the Giant Eagle. It is our only Giant Eagle in the city of North Olmsted.
Okay. So you were the sergeant in charge during this shift. Is that accurate?
I was the sergeant assigned to the shift. There was a lieutenant also working that day.
All right. And when you received that call, was there a directive associated with the radio broadcast that you received?
At that point in time, for a call that came out like that, it was an all hands on deck kind of call where everyone responded, including mutual aid from other cities.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of day that call came through?
Midday sometime.
All right. So as a sergeant then, what is your first move once you receive that call and that information?
Immediately respond to the threat.
So you get in your cruiser?
Correct.
Are you alone when you respond to the scene?
Correct. Respond, get into my cruiser, respond.
By yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have any other information when you respond to this parking lot besides what you just described for us?
I believe prior to my arrival, we got information that the subject at that time, what she was wearing and what direction she was heading.
Okay, so based on learning that new information, where is your focus when you respond to this scene?
We received information that she was heading towards the direction of Dover Center. So at that point in time, I went directly from station to Dover Center to the driveway across the street from Geppetto's. At that point in time, I was met with other officers on scene to take the subject into custody.
All right, so your focus then, fair to say, is on locating and detaining the suspect versus going to the scene and looking for victims or other potential victims?
Correct.
Okay. And explain to us, what do you see, what do you encounter when you respond to the scene where those other officers were?
At this point in time, like I said, I responded with multiple officers already there, giving her verbal commands, with the knife being present, with what appeared to be blood on that knife.
All right, let me stop you there. Where did you see a knife?
At that point in time, the officer was giving her verbal commands. I believe she dropped the knife at that point in time.
All right, so you were on scene when the defendant dropped the knife?
Correct.
Did you see her with your own two eyes drop the knife?
I believe I was pulling up when she dropped it.
You believe what?
She dropped it when I was pulling up into the driveway.
All right. And when you're talking about this female, does this female in fact match the description that was given over the radio broadcast?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long after observing the defendant drop the knife did you observe her on the ground?
Shortly after she dropped the knife, she obeyed verbal commands from the officers At that point in time, she listened, put her hands behind her back. I was one of the officers that helped assist with handcuffing her with her hands behind her back.
Okay, let me stop you there. I do want to walk through that. So you were present to hear other officers give commands to the defendant?
Correct.
All right. And based on hearing those commands, what was your observation of the defendant after those commands were given?
She obeyed the commands, which means she was listening to what we said and complied.
At any point, did the defendant speak to anybody on scene while you were there?
Not while I was there.
Did you see her mouthing any words?
I did not see that.
Okay. Talk to us about the handcuffing. How did that piece of the process go?
With the knife that was dropped still within close proximity, he had her prone out, so laying on her stomach. Gave verbal commands to put her hands behind her back. Once we had enough officers to do so, we moved in to effect the arrest.
Now, you at this point are a law enforcement officer for 6 years, right? It would have been last June, thereabouts. And in your career, have you encountered individuals who were alleged to have committed a crime with a weapon?
Yes.
Okay? And when you come upon an individual that may be armed or had a weapon, is it protocol for you to have that individual lay on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Officer safety being the number one reason. We are unsure what they may or may not have on their person. In order to effect arrest safely for the officers responding, we've given verbal commands to lay down, prone out, so we can safely effect that arrest.
Okay, and was that protocol followed in this instance?
Yes.
Okay. Once the defendant is detained and arrested, handcuffed on the ground as you described, what is the next step?
At that point in time when she was handcuffed, Detective Butcher and I put her into the immediate recovery position, had her set up, and we escorted her to my cruiser at that point in time, which would be 5228.
All right, and how do you determine which officer is going to convey the suspect to the station?
Given the circumstances that day, I took the defendant and put her into my vehicle so the other officers can respond to victims in the given area.
Very good. And when you are at the scene and dealing with the defendant, are you wearing a wearable camera system on your person?
I am.
Okay. And if I were to show you footage from that wearable camera system today in court, can you talk about it together?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm showing this witness what's been marked as Exhibit 207.
Thank you.
And Sergeant, I believe the first 30 seconds of the video there will be no audio. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I just played 6 seconds of this video so far. Is there any identifiable marker in this small clip?
I'm going to pause for a minute. Is the camera in your way? Yeah. Just slide back. Is that better? All right, back on the record. Your question again?
Sergeant, can you identify your cruiser and what's depicted on the screen right now?
That's a standard North Olmsted police cruiser that we use in day-to-day operations. And you can see the North in that given frozen image on the car door there.
Is this the car that you drove on June 3rd, 2024?
That is correct.
Okay. Continue to play at 6 seconds. Now, you are wearing this wearable camera system, correct?
Correct, yep.
So we're not going to see you on this video, right? What's happening here at the 29-second mark?
At this point in time, after the defendant was taken into custody, I transported her back to North Olmsted Police Department to...
Oh, sorry.
Just repeat, I'm sorry.
You conveyed her back to North Olmsted Police Department, and I cut you off?
That's correct. At that point in time, had her exit this vehicle, is what you're going to see right now, and I walked her into the side door into the secured facility.
Now, how long was that drive from Giant Eagle to North Olmsted, please?
Approximately 30 to 60 seconds.
Short drive.
Correct.
Although during that drive, was any conversation had between you and this defendant?
Not that I recall, no.
Any notable behaviors that you remember on behalf of the defendant during that short drive?
No.
And how is she secured in the back of your cruiser?
So she's currently handcuffed with her hands behind her back, and she was placed in that cruiser for that short distance to the North Olmsted Police Department.
Does she have a seatbelt on?
Not at this time, no.
Does we play at 30 seconds? This is where the audio picks up. Okay. You turn the volume up a touch. Were you able to hear yourself? Your voice?
Yes.
Okay. So Sergeant, this in fact is your body cam from June 3rd, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. You press play at 35 seconds.
Hold on a second. Hey, I need you to stay. Can you stay for an hour?
Who are you talking to, Sergeant, when you say?
At that point in time, I believe from that image would be our corrections officer. He was scheduled to be off at that given time. I requested him to stay due to the circumstance.
There's me play at 45 seconds. Pausing at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Sergeant, this gentleman on the screen here, who is that person?
That would be our correction officer, Kevin Curtis.
And that's the person you talked to in the parking lot?
Correct.
Okay. Resuming play at 1:20.
Okay, back out there, just a position man. So you need somebody who's going to pick up my kid from basketball. Okay. Daniel can observe. Yeah. Okay. Okay, just put her in here real quick. Nope, we're doing this way, okay?
Now, Sergeant, what is this room that we're seeing on the screen at 1:46?
This is what we call like our booking. We call a booking cage processing room, where we typically bring people into the garage door, and they would be coming through this secured facility. At this point in time, she came into this side door. Given the circumstances, we were trying to get her in quickly.
Okay. And is this where paperwork might be filled out that corresponds with the inmate?
Yes.
Okay. And are you part of that process?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remain then while the defendant remains in this particular room?
So this room is on camera as well. So we have video of this room to see. At this given time, I believe she's placed into the booking cage. At that point in time, I speak to the other officers and correction officer at this time.
All right. Resuming play at 1:46.
Hey, I need you a favor from you. First, this guy was at this. You just come down here and observe. That's all I need to do.
Sergeant, who are you talking to on the radio there or on the phone?
I believe that would be Officer Shook.
Okay. Is that officer male or female?
Female.
Okay. Was there a reason that you wanted, or did you want specifically a female officer to become involved at any point?
When practical, with a female, I would like to have a female and female, yes.
Resuming at 2:10.
Yeah, someone actually felt him come pat her down on the issue burger. We pat her down once already, but the female officer did her in depth. and have her come down, and if you could just sit here and observe, that would be wonderful until I get people cleared up. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So Sergeant, we watched that clip of your body cam. Obviously, we can all see the defendant depicted on the screen, right?
Correct.
But you were there in person. Did you have the occasion to observe Bionca Ellis during this time frame that we've just discussed?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her behavior?
Prior to entering the jail facility, again, she was given commands to turn and face the wall so I could secure my weapon, which she did. She was placed into the booking cage without incident. At that point in time, I walk out of the jail from here to speak to, I believe, the corrections officer, Officer Shook, and Officer Felton to get a game plan as how we were going to collect further evidence and change her out.
Okay, so for that part of the process, for a female defendant, you want to have a female officer help you?
Yeah, when practical, absolutely.
All right, and Officer Felton, is that a female officer?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ask her then to help you with the next step of the process?
I did.
All right. And I want to get back to the booking sheet, the booking process. Okay. Are you familiar with the protocol and process that North Olmsted Police Department utilizes to keep records of inmates?
I am.
Okay. And what type of information is typically on booking sheets at North Olmsted Police?
From their general information, including their name, date of birth, social security, last known address, at times emergency contacts if they provide one, medical, property that they may or may not come in with.
Okay. And had you personally, prior to June 3rd, dealt with or encountered this defendant?
No.
Okay. But as a custodian and member of the law enforcement agency of North Olmsted, you would have access to all booking information for any inmate that comes through the doors. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is talk about State's Exhibit 226. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm placed before you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 226 and 227. I want to ask you just to take a quick look at those. Let me know if you recognize what I placed before you.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
For the record, what's 226 for me that you recognize?
226 would be Bionca Ellis's arrest on, looks like 6/3/2024, the day of the incident.
And then on 227?
Would also be an arrest for Bionca Ellis on 5/29/2024.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you. So, Sergeant, we're actually going to start talking about 227 briefly. Put up on the screen too, for you to see. Is there a booking number associated with this document?
There is.
Okay, and where is that located?
Towards the upper right corner, a little bit lower, not the incident number.
And what is that number associated with this document?
The incident number would be typically the report number that is assigned.
Oh, you're talking about the incident number?
Correct.
Yeah, it sounded like you were asking him to define that, but you really wanted the booking number?
What is the main number that identifies this document?
So the incident number would go with the report. The booking number keeps track of the arrest in our jail system.
All right. Well, for our purposes, let's talk about what is the incident number associated with State's Exhibit 227.
The incident number, based on what this arrest screen says, is probation violation, and then there looks like there is an additional charge for non-payment.
Okay. Upper right-hand corner incident number, what is that number?
That would be, like I said, the report number.
Okay, can you read the number for us?
24-22059.
All right. And is there a date anywhere on this document?
If you go to the front cover sheet that you're on, and you go all the way to the left,
okay.
You can scroll over to the left, it will say date and time.
All right. And is that date and time reflective of when the inmate or defendant is encountered or when they're brought to the station?
I believe it should be when they are brought into the North Olmsted Police Department jail.
Okay. What is the date then on this document?
That would be 5/29/2024.
All right. And you personally were not involved with dealing with the defendant on that particular day?
That is correct.
All right. What other types of information is included in the booking sheets at North Olmsted?
On the front cover is general information where she was arrested, where the incident occurred. That 24801 Brook Park Road is where the incident occurred, which in the city of North Olmsted, that would be Walmart. And then the charges that she's being charged with in our facility.
How about on page 2 of that document? What is important there?
Page 2 is the property sheet, what she comes into the NOP jail with. And then when they signed to leave, they signed for their property again, confirming that they received their property.
What can you tell from this document what property was brought in with Ms. Ellis on May 29th, 2024?
Yeah, so he doesn't have knowledge of it. He's just reading the document. Doesn't have firsthand of it. So I'm going to sustain, and I'll let you ask another question.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
All right, Sergeant, I'm just going to move to the end of this document, the last 2 pages. Do you see at the top of the screen and at the document you have, is there a mental health assessment within this document?
This sheet does the medical questions, so it says mental and physical evaluation form.
Okay.
We would ask the subject who comes into our jail facility these questions.
All right. And why is that important for your agency to do that?
Because we are responsible for their well-being, any meds they may or may not need, if they're allergic to anything, if they have health insurance, for example, if they're under the influence, it could be a variety of reasons.
Okay. So does somebody in your agency ask these questions of each and every inmate that comes through the police station doors?
Correct.
All right. And can you see from this booking sheet whether that was done here on May 29th with Bionca Ellis?
Based on this booking sheet, it appears that she was asked questions because there are things that are filled in.
Okay. So let's move on to June 3rd when you do encounter her personally, right? putting up State's Exhibit 226. Can you look at that document with me?
Yes.
Okay. And on this document, is there an incident number associated with this document?
Yes.
Okay, what's that number?
It'd be 24-22854.
All right. And can you tell where this incident occurred?
It says 27264 Lorraine Road in the city of North Olmsted.
And is there a timestamp associated with that?
It says 6/3/2024 at 15:04.
All right. And are you personally involved with asking this particular defendant those mental and physical health questions that we just talked about?
At this time, no.
Okay. Do you know, are you responsible for documenting this particular set of papers that are corresponding with this defendant?
I see the parties at sideline. Thanks. Document I'm going to allow. So I'll just make for the record, the review of the document I'm going to allow to continue. While this witness may not have filled out the document, there are some procedures and policies at North Olmsted in order to fill it out. I'm going to let him speak to that. The defense stipulates to that procedure as well, so you can go right to the questions about it as opposed to the fact that I think the parties agree that they want to hear the process as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Sergeant, just a few more questions for you. I want to focus on this mental and physical evaluation form, part of the booking sheet.
Okay.
Okay? And in your training and experience in dealing with the way things that North Olmsted keeps their papers, right?
Correct.
When an inmate is asked these questions, they are self-reporting. Would you agree?
That is correct.
Okay, you're not consulting.
Again, the policy and procedure.
Okay.
That wasn't my base.
Oh.
Yes.
Then I'll sustain, and you could rephrase the question or continue to ask about policy and procedure.
Okay. Is it the procedure that the inmate is the individual answering the questions depicted on this form?
That is correct.
Okay. And their answers to the questions given in this document?
That is correct.
Accurate? And can you tell from this document on June 3rd, are there various answers to the questions asked of Bionca Ellis?
Based on this document, there is what appears to be all no's as answers.
What about number one?
Besides number one, as far as is the inmate conscious, which at that point in time we would answer, not the defendant.
I see. And so would a series of no's be reflective of an inmate that is not speaking?
Objection.
Yeah, and I'll sustain. So you don't answer that?
Okay, one moment.
Sure.
Sergeant, I appreciate you answering my questions this afternoon, or this morning. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. And then we'll have cross-examination of this witness.
Sergeant, it's fair to say you didn't complete either of these forms, correct?
On the incident number 24-22854,
How about, rather than that, give me 226 or 227?
the state's exhibit for 226, when I had Corrections Officer Kevin Curtis there still, either him or myself would at least have done the cover page, which shows that they're in our custody.
So when we got to the questionnaire part, were you present or did you ask any questions with respect to that section?
No.
So you have no idea if the questions were perception or an answer or what, correct?
I never answered these questions. I asked her these questions, I should say.
On either one, correct?
Correct.
And you've pulled up Exhibit 226 for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I think they're labeled wrong.
And 227 is of the May date?
Double check. 227 is...
That's the arrest date of May 29th.
So this is the document that you filled out, correct?
Which document is that?
That State's Exhibit 226, incident number ending in 854, date of incident is 6/3/2024.
The cover sheet, which would be the first page of this document, would have been filled out by me to show that Bionca Ellis was in our custody in our jail facility.
Moving on to the second page with a questionnaire. Is the inmate conscious? Who answered that question?
That is the third page. She was not asked these questions by me at this time.
Who was there? Do you know?
When she was brought into our custody, she was moved directly eventually to a cell. So she didn't get a chance to get these questions answered. The corrections officer, I would assume, would have asked these questions.
So when it comes to question number 3, who would have answered that question?
Whoever went through the medical questions with her.
Can you read that out, number 3?
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal?
What was the answer to that?
It says no.
When you look at question number 9, read that one out.
Does the inmate appear to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
What was the answer?
No.
Can you go to question number 12?
Does the inmate's behavior suggest risk of assault to staff or other inmates?
What was the answer?
No.
Can you go to 17?
Have you recently been hospitalized or recently seen a medical doctor for any mental health condition or illness?
What was the answer to that one?
No.
Now I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 227. Those same questions were asked and answered, correct? During the booking process?
Would that be page 3 of 227 if you want to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. And your question of this witness?
If you go to question number 17, can you read that one out loud?
Question 17 is what you said.
Yes.
Have you recently been hospitalized or recently seen a medical or psychiatric doctor for any mental health condition or illness?
And what was the answer to that question?
Condition a couple days ago. Swell feet. Yes.
Yes. Can you go back to number 3?
What would you like him to do with number 3?
Read number 3, please.
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health?
What was the answer?
No.
So, based on the nature of this question, this seems like an observation as opposed to a question for an inmate. Is that fair to say?
No.
No?
Some, as far as like number 1, where it says, is the inmate conscious, I would fill that in.
So when you go up, when you look at number 3, is the inmate's conduct, appearance, or mental health status normal? Is that something you ask an inmate, or is that something you observe?
That is correct.
It's something you observed, correct?
Correct.
So that's something someone in your police department will know, correct?
Correct.
And when you go to state exhibit number 226, number 3, same question was answered. That's an observation. Is that fair to say, Sergeant?
Yes.
Thank you. That's cool.
Any redirect of this witness on those questions? Sure.
Sergeant, fair to say that this evaluation form is part observation by the officers, part questions for the inmate to answer?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were asked about number 17 in Exhibit 227. Do you recall that?
Correct, yep.
In State's Exhibit
He has
227. You were asked about question 17 on that document,
Yes.
and the answer was swollen or swelled feet.
That's correct.
See that noted there? Would that information have come from the inmate on that day?
Yes.
Okay. So that is a question, not an observation. Is that accurate, that item 17?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asked about number 3 on State's Exhibit 227.
Yes.
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal? No. Would that have, you were not associated with that arrest, correct?
That is correct.
And that is an entirely distinct day from June 3rd, correct? May 29th?
Could you repeat it again?
May 29th, the incident from May 29th associated with this document is a distinct day from June 3rd. Different day.
Yes.
And you were not involved with encountering Bionca Ellis on May 29th, right?
That's correct.
And on June 3rd, when the question asks, is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal? The answer again is no. And that would have been an observation of her made by law enforcement at your station. Is that right? That's not a question she would answer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then one final thing. The first question, is the inmate conscious? What does conscious mean to you as a law enforcement officer? What are you looking for when you're answering number 1?
Alert, speaking, breathing, along those lines.
They don't have to be doing all those things. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Could they be sleeping and be conscious for the purposes of this form? If they're breathing?
I think you'd be breathing while sleeping.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, thank you. You may step down. Thank you. Morning.
Good morning.
You have a cell phone on you?
No.
Very good. Why don't you come on up here and I'll swear you in. Just to the side of the witness chair, I'll have you raise your right hand. And you solemnly swear that you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, we already saw this. So I want to, let's see, where can we go now? What else? Okay, we already saw, okay. Oh, you guys ready for Mom? I'm not sure I'm ready for Mom. Do you guys want to watch Mom's testimony? Let me know if you want me to watch Mom's testimony. That's what I have. Potentially we could watch that next. Let me know if you want to watch Mom's testimony. Yeah, she's very upsetting. It's a sad testimony. But all right, we can go ahead and we can play it. I mean, how are they still deliberating? I don't know. I don't know. All right, so we'll go with Mom's testimony.
Why don't you just state and spell? Then why don't you just state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Margaret Wood. It's MARGOTWOOD.
Very good, thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mrs. Wood. Good morning. Mrs. Wood, are you married?
Yes.
And what is your husband's name?
Jared Wood.
And, ma'am, do you have children?
I do.
Can you tell me their names and their ages?
My oldest is John. He's 11. My son Julian, he would have been 4. And my daughter Amelia, who's a year and a half.
Okay. And ma'am, when was Julian's birthday?
October 29th, 2020.
And his initials would be JW?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So ma'am, are you employed outside the home?
I am not.
Okay. Were you ever employed outside the home?
No.
All right. And suffice it to say that on June 3rd of 2024, had you just had Amelia?
Yes.
And
Let me know if you guys want me to play this or not. Let me know if you want me to play this. I know it's upsetting. Let me know if you want me to play it. Say yes or no, and I'll give it a few minutes. Let me know if you want to hear this. No, Ellis's mom did not. This would be Julian. This is the victim as well. So Margot. So no, okay, all right. I hear you. It's tough. It's tough. And those that said yes, I see you guys saying yes, but most of you say no. So it's pretty emotional. Pretty emotional. All right. So we will skip that. We'll give Margot some grace there. And all right, so this is, let's see here.
I'll have you sworn in if you just stand on the side of the shift and raise your.
yes, sir.
You solemnly swear you're going to testify the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now before this jury, as you would affirm or answer unto God.
Yes.
All right, thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
I'll just remind you, if you have a cell phone, actually, you can put your purse back here. But
Yes.
Here, and is the cell phone off?
Yes.
Very good. Have you testified before?
I have.
Okay.
I don't have a copy of September 3rd. I lent it for copies to be made.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I gave it back to Mr. Johnson.
Okay, thank you.
You have your CV?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, and so just a couple things. Testified before, so wait till the question is asked in full before you answer, even though you may know the answer. If there's an objection, just stop speaking for me, please.
Yes, sir.
And then I'll let you know what to do after the objection is ruled on. Rob's the court reporter, so he wants to make sure he gets your responses. I have a control of the voice as well as, so I would just ask for you to get comfortable, and if you'd stay in that posture, then I can adjust the microphone. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and all answers are verbal responses, and so why don't you state and spell your name, we'll see how the volume is. Thanks.
Yes, it's Megan Testa, MEGAN TESTA.
Thank you. Mr. Mack.
Judge, my understanding is that there's going to be a stipulation as it relates to her expertise in the area of forensic psychiatry.
I believe there will be a stipulation, Ms. Faraglia?
Yes, there is.
All right, and so again, ladies and gentlemen, parties have agreed to her expertise in forensic
Psychiatry.
psychiatry. So we're going to allow her to testify as an expert with both parties acknowledging it. Mr. Mack, thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Testa.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell these jurors your professional title?
My name is Megan Testa. I'm a medical doctor. I specialize in forensic psychiatry.
Okay, and why don't you tell them a little bit about your educational background in the field of psychiatry?
I completed medical school at Case Western Reserve University and earned a medical degree there, an MD. From there, I went to a general adult psychiatry program at University Hospitals, Case Medical Centers. I did that psychiatry program in adult psychiatry and graduated in 2011. I took a board certification in adult psychiatry. I completed a fellowship in forensic psychiatry. It's a one-year subspecialty fellowship, and then became board certified in forensic psychiatry as well. I additionally did a public and community psychiatry fellowship as part of my training.
And have you attended or conducted continuing educational seminars, conferences?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, I routinely complete continuing medical education. I complete a lot of conferences with the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law. That's our subspecialty organization. I also attend conferences with the American Psychiatric Association to earn those credits. And then AMA offers credits. The American Medical Association will offer credits. I'll keep up the medical part of my expertise through those.
Okay. And I think you touched on it, but you are a member of any professional organizations or societies?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Psychiatric Association. I'm a member of their Ohio chapter, and I've been president of that chapter. I'm a member of the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. They have a Midwest chapter. I've been the president of that Midwest chapter as well. And then I have some memberships to other organizations as well.
Okay. And then I'm just going to, if you could just slow down the pace a little bit from the court reporter.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Have you received any awards or professional recognition? And if you need to, you can refer to your CV, because I know it's...
Yes, I am referring to my CV here. I received in 2023 a Judge Stephen Goss Memorial Award for Leadership. I received from University Hospitals Case Medical Center from the Forensic Fellowship Faculty Excellence Award in 2021. I was granted the Residency Program Director's Outstanding Graduate Award from University Hospitals in 2011, Outstanding Resident in Community Psychiatry in 2009. And then I was a Public Psychiatry Fellow with the APA, which is an honorary fellowship from 2009 to 2011. And I was a Ginsberg Fellow with the Group for the Advancement of Psychiatry between 2008 and 2010.
Okay. And the number of times that you have testified?
Probably about 20.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury what is forensic psychiatry?
Yes, so forensic psychiatry, in forensic psychiatry, we focus on the intersection between psychiatry and the law. For me, I focus on the criminal law and where that intersects with psychiatry.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you're not a part of the defense or the prosecution? You're a neutral evaluator appointed by the court?
That's correct. I don't do private expert witness work at all. I work for North Coast Behavioral Health Care, which is a state hospital, and then I work for the Cleveland Municipal Court. In both of those positions, I'm a neutral court-appointed evaluator only. In this case, I was a neutral court-appointed evaluator.
Okay. Did there come a time when you were ordered by the Court of Common Pleas to evaluate Ms. Bionca Ellis for competency?
Yes.
Okay. And you met with Ms. Ellis where?
I met with Ms. Ellis at North Coast Behavioral Health Care. I worked there from 2011 to 2012 full-time in competency restoration work, and then since I left that position, I've been a consultant there, and I visit there about once a week, and I do forensic consultation there. So my occasion to see Ms. Ellis was a part of my work at North Coast Behavioral. I was assigned to evaluate her case when she was admitted for a 20-day competency evaluation. She was admitted in August of 2024, and that's when I first evaluated her.
Okay. And can you tell us about the evaluation, the process that you would go through as it relates to evaluating her?
Yes. With a competency evaluation, what my job is to evaluate the person who's facing charges. I do a full mental health evaluation on them. That's a standard psychiatric interview and a diagnostic interview. Then there are two questions for me. Whether the person has a present mental condition is the first question. And the second question is whether that condition is impairing her, what's called her adjudicative capacities. So that has two arms. I need to decide if she can understand the nature and objectives of the proceedings that she's facing, and then if she's able to assist in her defense. So that is a standard competence to stand trial evaluation. You first decide if the person has a present mental condition, and then can they understand the proceedings, and if the third thing is if they can assist in their defense.
Okay. You reviewed her complete treatment and behavioral records from August of 2024 through January 2025?
That's correct. So the first time that I saw her, what I reviewed for the first, what's called a 20-day evaluation, what I reviewed at that time was the hospital records that were available at that time, which was from August 26th through September 3rd. That was for the first evaluation. I also was assigned to do her follow-up competency reevaluation. That I did in January. And for that, I reviewed her full treatment record from August 26th all the way through to February 1st.
All right. Did you review prior competency evaluations by Dr. Sarah West and Dr. Hatters Friedman as well?
Yes, as a standard part of a competency evaluation, we will review any prior competency evaluations. So Ms. Ellis had been evaluated twice for competence prior to being referred to North Coast for what's called a 20-day inpatient competency evaluation. So when I was doing the 20-day evaluation, I reviewed both of those competency evaluations.
Okay. Before interviewing Ms. Ellis, you informed her that you were conducting a forensic evaluation and not providing treatment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you explain to her whether or not this is done in confidentiality?
Yes. So typically when you see a psychiatrist, it's private. That's sort of the whole point. You want it to be private. You want to say whatever you need to say. With a forensic evaluation, you do not have privacy. So I did inform Ms. Ellis, I will not be your treating psychiatrist. You and I will not be a patient and a doctor. I'm assigned to evaluate an issue for the court. That's the extent of our relationship, and anything you tell me can be included in this report.
Okay. And did she have a response when you communicated that to her?
When I saw her in August, for the September report, she did have a response. Her response, in part, was bizarre. She asked me about Jesus Christ and where he was crucified, and she made some other bizarre statements about Matthew and Jesus and taxes. I did repeat to her, explaining the purpose of my evaluation, and explained non-confidentiality and asked her if she was willing to proceed with the interview, and she did shake her head yes, that she had understanding and agreed to proceed.
Okay. Doctor, based on your review, Ms. Ellis has a long history of severe mental illness dating back to at least 2014. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are records from a community mental health center. It's called Murtis Taylor. They specialize in treatment of severe and persistent mental illness. She has been a client with them since November of 2014. So, and typically, individuals with mental illness don't necessarily get treatment when they first develop symptoms. Sometimes it takes a minute. So I would say definitely she had that illness in November 2014, but probably before.
So she's been diagnosed with schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder in multiple hospital settings?
That's correct. The Cleveland Clinic records show that she was admitted at Lutheran and Marymount and diagnosed there. And then she had a referral to another hospital by Metro Health and was diagnosed there as well.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what are the symptoms of schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder? What is that?
Yes. Schizophrenia is what we call a thought disorder. So with schizophrenia, the mind breaks from reality. The word schizophrenia means split mind. It's not to mean split personalities. It's that the mind itself is splitting from reality. So the symptoms that you'll have is your thoughts are not with reality anymore. People will believe things that aren't true. They have delusions, which is a fixed false belief. You cannot convince the person otherwise. That thinking is coming from the same part of the brain that produces real thought. So it feels like any of us would feel about something that we know is true. People will also have hallucinations with a diagnosis of schizophrenia. That means that their senses are firing when there's not something real there. Most common in schizophrenia, people will hear voices, comes in through your ears. It's coming from that same lobe of the brain where real hearing comes from, so it sounds very real. People will also see visions is pretty common in schizophrenia. Disorganization of thinking. Thoughts become really jumbled. So people will go from one thought to the next, and the associations between those thoughts we call them loose. It's like you can't really follow it. You can't follow what they're saying. People will have disorganized behavior as well. Their behavior, you watch it and it makes no sense why they're kind of engaging in the behavior that they're engaging in. There is cognitive deficits as well in schizophrenia. There's some affective symptoms that you'll see. There's a blunted affect, so they don't show the normal range of expression that we would expect an individual to show. So that expression is blunted. The expression can also be very inappropriate, so people can smile and laugh for no reason, frown for no reason. The affect is really not matching the emotional expression that they're having. It's not matching what's going on in the environment. That's typical of schizophrenia. Schizoaffective disorder, what that is schizophrenia with an affective or a mood component. So people will have schizophrenia, they'll meet criteria for schizophrenia, and they will also have mood disorder as well, be it bipolar disorder with mania and depression or depressive disorder with just depression.
Okay. Let me ask you this. In September of 2024, did you generate a report identifying your involvement in this case?
Yes.
And did you opine certain things?
I did.
Okay. And did you do the same in February of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibits I, which is the September 2024 report, September 3rd. And then the February 3rd, 2025 report that's going to be identified as Defendant's Exhibit H.
You may. September
3rd. Can you take a look at those and identify those? Look at H first. Which report is that? Is it the February report?
Yes, sir. H is the February report, and this is the report that I authored at North Coast Behavioral.
Okay. And then I is the September 2024 report.
Yes, that's correct. This is my initial report, the September report. There is also a second report here as well. That's because there was a forced medication order requested, so that is also attached here.
Okay, thank you. I want to get back to what you were discussing about the symptoms. You talked about the symptoms of schizophrenia. As a result of your involvement, did you learn whether or not Ms. Ellis had been hospitalized?
Yes, I did. In the information that I had available to me to review, there was evidence of 4 psychiatric hospitalizations. I'm going to refer to my report so that I can give you accurate information about those.
Which report are you referring to?
The initial September 3rd report.
Okay.
And then what page?
Which page?
If we go to page 5.
Thank you.
Okay. So the review of records that I did, this was records that were summarized in Dr. Hatters-Friedman's competency report. Those records showed that she was hospitalized in November of 2015. At that time, she was taken to the emergency department at Lutheran Hospital. Her mother had taken her there because she was not taking medications at the time. She had not slept for 5 days. She was hearing voices. She was expressing suicidal thoughts. She was experiencing these voices raping her and wanting to impregnate her. She thought there was a prophet involved. She was admitted to psychiatry at that time, and she was stabilized on. And yes.
So if we're reading it all, if you would just read slower for the court.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
She was treated with a combination of antipsychotic and mood stabilizing medications, and she was stabilized through that hospitalization. It was a 5-day hospitalization.
Thank you.
Is that better? That's good? Okay.
We all do that. We all read faster anyway, so I just want to make sure Rob gets it.
I speak quickly too, so slow me down at any time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, on
Would be fair-
page...
I'm sorry, I'm just going to sort of cut to it.
Yes.
From November 2015.
Yes.
And December 2015, February 2016, October 2018, up to June of 2021, do you know if she was hospitalized further?
Yes, 3 additional hospitalizations due to presenting to the emergency room off medications.
Okay. And then in September of 2023, on page 6 of 14,
Yes.
Was she hospitalized again?
Can you repeat the date?
September 2023.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us about that?
Yes. She had been taken to the Fairview Emergency Department. She had called 911 at that time. She stated that she didn't feel safe. She had been out of medications for about a month. She was unable to obtain refills in the community. She was seeing visions of people coming out of her walls to try to kill her at night. She was talking about Albert Einstein and a bowl of ants. She had been able to sleep. This record stated that she was visibly hallucinating at that time. They admitted her to Marymount Hospital, and she required an 11-day hospitalization and was stabilized on antipsychotic medication at that time.
Okay. And then it looks like, again, in October 2023, there was some issue with her medications. Is that correct?
That's correct. She had run out of the medications that she received through hospitalization and was hearing voices. The voices were telling her to kill herself. She developed some suicidal thinking. She had cut her arm with a razor. She was taken to the emergency room. She, in the emergency room, was talking about paranoia of food. She hadn't been eating. She was also talking about seeing visions of whales and fish, voices telling her to go to war. She was talking about martial law, airborne disease. Disorganized thinking was noted in the medical record. She was hospitalized and stabilized again on antipsychotic medication. It was a 7-day hospitalization.
Let me take you into 2024. In February 2024,
Yes.
was she again at the hospital?
She was.
Tell us about that.
Yes. She was pink slipped at that time. What that is that's like an emergency order that police can write stating that someone should be evaluated in an emergency room due to a mental health crisis. So
I'll jump in again. So just,
slow you down.
yeah, just, you know you're fast too, so I want to make sure Rob's able to do it. I know he's going at a high rate with you, so
Yes.
I'll just ask you to be mindful, if you can, of just slowing down.
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead. Your question again was about that last hospitalization?
Yeah, in February 2024, was she hospitalized again?
Yes, she was.
Okay, tell us about that.
She had been taken to an emergency room by police. They had ordered that she be admitted, evaluated in the emergency room. So when she got to the emergency room, police told the professionals there that she had called and asked to be arrested for murder and conspiracy. There was no evidence for arrest for that. She was agitated in the emergency room. She was engaging in threatening behavior, bizarre behavior, screaming. She threatened self-harm. She was evaluated and stated to be hallucinating. She had delusional beliefs, talking about the murder of El Chapo, and she was hearing voices of mafia individuals talking. And she was recommended for hospitalization, noted to have acute decompensation of chronic psychotic disorder. They evaluated her and they set for a transfer to an outside hospital. There were no beds at Metro.
All right. Let me take you to the date of the incident.
Yes.
June 6th of 2024, while Ms. Ellis was in jail, do you know if she was evaluated by a psychiatrist? And I'm referring to the top of page 7 of 14.
Yes. So she was jailed in the Cuyahoga County Jail shortly after the offense, and that was on June 6th. She saw the psychiatrist who works in the jail. His name is Dr. Baskin, and he evaluated her. He noted that she was limited in her willingness to engage with him. She spoke to him in a curt manner. He described her as being bizarre in many of her answers, disjointed, and paranoid. And he, on that day, he diagnosed her with schizoaffective disorder, and he prescribed her Haldol, an antipsychotic medication, and he prescribed Cogentin for side effects, but she refused to take the medication. She said it was unnecessary and did not take it.
So let me stop you there. I misspoke. That's not the date of the incident. That's 3 days after the incident.
Correct.
Is that when she met Dr. Baskin in the
That's
county jail?
correct.
Okay. Ms. Ellis also was seen by a Ms. Stevenson, a social worker. Can you tell us the observations that were part of your evaluation?
Yes. So Ms. Stevenson, she's a social worker who works in the Cuyahoga County Jail. She noted that Ms. Ellis was seen sitting on the floor in her jail cell with no clothes on whatsoever. She was fixated on an investigation. She was eating her food with her hands instead of the silverware. She was making illogical statements, talking about dinosaurs, things that made no sense.
Okay. I want to take you back to the questions that we were discussing before we got into your report. And there's some history of noncompliance with her medication, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And is that something that's typical with this population? And when I say this population, I'm talking about people who suffer from psychosis, schizophrenia, and other disorders?
Yes, it's typical. It's estimated that about 50% of people with schizophrenia are non-compliant with medications at some point in time. So it's very typical.
Okay. And can you speak to the voluntariness of it, or the voluntariness of it? Is that something that, why is it a part of that population? Why so high, 50%?
There are a lot of reasons for medication noncompliance. So in the population of individuals with schizophrenia, one symptom of schizophrenia is a lack of insight. So as we were talking about earlier, it feels real to the person with schizophrenia. What they are thinking feels real, what they're experiencing feels real. If you or I were told to take a medication and we did not think we had the disorder that we were being told to take the medication for, we would probably not take it. So for a lot of individuals with schizophrenia, that's how it feels. They think what they're going through is real. They're not going to take a medication for a disorder that they don't believe they have. And so poor insight, it's very common in psychosis and in schizophrenia, and that can lead to medication noncompliance. There are other reasons too, difficulty accessing care in the community, running out, missing your appointment, and then if you get off your meds a little bit, you can backslide very quickly, and then you're in a state where you don't want to take your meds. So that's why it happens, and it's very common.
Okay. Be fair to say that based on your review of the records and your experience with her, that she generally improved when she would take medication?
There's very clear evidence of that.
Okay. And was there some point in time that you had, or someone had discussion about the number of children that she had?
Yes, she was expressing, the first time that I interviewed her at North Coast, she expressed that she had 23 children. She stated that she had these 23 children when she was in the kindergarten.
Okay. When she was in kindergarten?
Yes, sir.
And was that part of her schizoaffective thinking or schizophrenic thinking?
Yes, that was part of her thought disorder. When I met her in September or late August for the September report, she did not believe it was part of her thought disorder. She believed it was true. She believed this interfered with her schooling. She was crying at night at North Coast, wanting to find these children that she believed were taken from her. So she believed that was true. When I saw her in January on medications, she said that that was part of her schizoaffective thinking was the word that she used. But she had gained insight on medications that that was not true.
Okay. She also described delusions involving NASA, Queen Elizabeth, the FBI. Can you tell us about those?
Yes, when I met with her in August, she expressed a number of very bizarre ideas. She talked about the FBI, conspiracies. She talked about espionage. She talked about Jesus Christ in the Bible, Matthew from the Bible, and him in taxes, related with taxes. She talked about people walking on water. She spoke of noise pollution, having these 23 children. And she also did speak about Queen Elizabeth and...
Okay. And those thoughts are consistent with psychotic illness rather than rational thinking. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Let's talk a little bit about her course of treatment at North Coast Behavioral. When Ms. Ellis was first admitted at North Coast in August of 2024, I saw the term she was floridly psychotic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jurors what that means?
The word floridly psychotic or also grossly psychotic is a term that means that they are displaying symptoms of severe psychosis.
Okay. Was she disorganized in thought and speech?
She was very disorganized. Her thoughts were one to the next, FBI, Queen Elizabeth. None of it was linking together or linking with reality.
And initially, did she refuse or did she comply with taking medication?
She refused medications. So she refused medications in the jail. That continued until she got to North Coast. She refused medications at North Coast. She told me she would not take any medications prescribed to her by her treating psychiatrist. The reason was she said she didn't need it. She also had some delusions about the pharmaceutical industry, and she believed that her disorder could be treated with bananas, riboflavin, and apples.
Okay. And a forced medication order was eventually obtained in September 2024, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and what is that? What happens with that?
A forced medication order can be issued by courts. So it can be issued by a probate court or a criminal court. In this case, when I saw Miss Ellis, my opinion was that she was ill and that she required medications. It would be in her best interest to take medications, that medications would be the least restrictive manner to relieve her suffering and alleviate her symptoms, and that it was the only way to restore her competence to stand trial would be through medications. That was my opinion at the time. Her treating psychiatrist, Dr. Vanderkar, had opined the same, that she lacked the capacity to really understand the benefit of medications, that medications would help her, and that it was the only way to restore her competency. So based on an opinion of two different doctors, two independent doctors, the court can issue an order to say that that patient must take medications whether they choose to or not, because it is in their best interest and they deserve a chance at that treatment. So that was issued in this case, a forced medication order to provide Miss Ellis with treatment.
And after that order, she began taking Haldol, and is it clozapine or clozapine?
Clozapine.
Okay. Is that correct?
She did. Dr. Vanderkar initially prescribed Haldol. That's an antipsychotic medication. She tried to bring that medication to a therapeutic dose, but Miss Ellis had some side effects, some anxiety, and some motor effects. She tried to treat that side effect with the medication Ativan, but she didn't respond well to Haldol. At that point, she offered Miss Ellis the medication clozapine. The medication clozapine is reserved for treatment-resistant schizophrenia or treatment-resistant psychosis. So as a psychiatrist, I can only prescribe clozapine to people whose illness is what we call treatment-resistant. So if they have failed to fully respond to other medications, at least two, then I can try them on this medication clozapine. So because her illness was deemed to be treatment-resistant, Dr. Vanderkar started clozapine for her.
Okay, and once the clozapine was introduced, was there gradual and sustained improvement observed?
Yes, there was. So her course with clozapine, the reason why it's reserved is because there are a lot of side effects to monitor for. And Miss Ellis has some physical health issues as well. So balancing the medication, the side effects, monitoring her other health conditions, that made the process of treating her complicated for Dr. Vanderkar. So there were some ups and some downs where she would do better and then they'd have to hold off on raising the dose, or they'd even have to lower the dose. At a point they had to stop the medications and obtain a consult from a cardiologist to ensure it was safe for Miss Ellis's heart to continue to take that medication. So it was a gradual course with some ups and downs, but what was clear in the North Coast chart was that she continuously improved on clozapine to the point where her thoughts became organized, her thoughts became reality-based, she stopped hallucinating, and she was able to engage in competency restoration groups and stabilize on that medication.
Would it be fair to say her competency was restored through consistent antipsychotic medication over time?
Yes.
Okay. Your January 2025 evaluation, was Ms. Ellis alert and oriented?
She was.
Okay. And again, you attribute that to the medication?
Yes.
Okay. She was able to identify her charges and understood that they were very serious, even mentioning the death penalty. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was she able to identify various plea options, including not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes.
Okay. Does she understand the courtroom roles of each person involved?
She did.
Judge, prosecutor, defense lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. And before, she never had the ability to do that until she started taking the medication. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it true that she still carries an active diagnosis of schizophrenia?
Yes, schizophrenia is a brain disorder. So once you have it, it's a lifelong brain disorder. It does not go away. It's chronic illness.
Without medication, would her symptoms likely return?
Absolutely. I mean, we know it for most people, that's true. But we know it as a fact for Miss Ellis because we have her records. It's very clear from her records when she stops medication or when she runs out, her symptoms return.
Okay. Even with medication, individuals with schizophrenia can experience intermittent relapses, is that correct?
Yes, that's true. That's why, as psychiatrist, I see my patients with schizophrenia at least once a month. If once they were on meds, their symptoms would be gone forever, we would have no need for follow-up. You know, we would just put them on those medications, and that would be that. But it's not how it is. That's why we need ongoing visits. We might need to titrate medications or change them.
Okay. In your February 2025 report, did you opine and make certain findings?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what those are?
Yes. So my first role, as we talked about, was competency evaluation. My second role was, again, competency evaluation. So when I saw her on January 15th, I was evaluating, does she have a present mental condition? Can she understand the proceedings she faced? And can she assist in her defense? I did opine with reasonable medical certainty that she had schizophrenia. That was my diagnosis of her. That I based upon her long, well-established history of delusions. So those are the fixed false beliefs, as well as her disorganized thinking and her auditory hallucinations. So that established a diagnosis of schizophrenia. So my first opinion was that she did have a present mental condition. My second opinion was that she, despite her mental condition, was able to understand the nature and the objectives of the proceedings she faced. And that was because she was on the antipsychotic medications. Okay? And then my third opinion was the same, that she could, in fact, assist her defense because she was stabilized on the medication.
Okay. You would agree that if she discontinued her medication, her symptoms could return?
Her symptoms would return, so it's not even a could. Her symptoms, yes, they would return.
And if that occurred, she would again become incompetent to stand trial, is that correct?
She could. She would require a reevaluation.
All right. And in your report, again, you note she still has schizophrenia, has a present mental condition right now, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And is it your contention that that condition existed at the time of your evaluation and likely existed long before her arrest?
Yes, it existed since 2015 per the records.
Okay. All right. In her prior psychotic hospitalizations or psychiatric hospitalizations and delusional thinking predates the charged offense, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And those records that you have reviewed reflect a pattern of losing touch with reality when she's off of her medication. Is that correct?
Yes, that's very clear in the records.
Okay. Now, let's be clear. Your evaluation focused on competency to stand trial. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Not Ms. Ellis's mental state at the time of the alleged offense. Is that correct?
I did not evaluate sanity. That was not my role.
Okay. So you were not asked to give the opinion of whether or not she knew the wrongfulness or not of her conduct in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So your report does not address her sanity at the time of the offense?
It does not. I wasn't assigned to do that, and so I did not even ask the questions one would ask to perform a sanity evaluation.
Okay. But you are able to say that her same mental illness would have been present at the time of the offense. Is that
Yes,
correct?
she had schizophrenia. She was ill at the time, but I don't have an opinion on legal sanity because I did not do that evaluation.
Okay. Even though you didn't do the evaluation, have you ever done an evaluation for sanity?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what goes into doing that kind of evaluation as opposed to something for competency?
Sure. Competency is, when I do a competency evaluation, what I do is I meet with the person that I am assigned to evaluate, and it's an evaluation of them at the moment that I'm seeing them. What is their mental state at that moment? And then do they have what's called adjudicative capacity? So can they understand their charges, how the courtroom works, and can they assist their lawyer at that moment in time? That's what I was assigned to do, and that's what I did twice. A sanity evaluation is very different. What a person who is doing a sanity evaluation will do is they will go back. Once a person is competent, they will sit with them. They will gather from them their account of the days preceding the offense, their account of their mental condition around the time of the offense. They'll get their account of the offense itself, and then they'll review extensive records from collateral sources, hospital records, maybe emergency room records, police records, anything from the time of the crime. The role of someone who's evaluating sanity is to look at the time of the crime and make some determinations about how the person was then, why they did what they did, and whether their illness interfered with their ability to know what was wrong. That's a sanity evaluation. That I did not do.
Okay. Is mental illness limited to a particular group?
No, it is not.
Okay. Doesn't matter how much money you have, what color you are, what your age is.
No, we all have brains. It's a brain disorder, so it doesn't discriminate.
Okay. When someone, whether they're on medication or not, you can have a psychotic episode. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. And we talk about psychotic episodes. What are we talking about?
To talk about a psychotic episode, it's not something that's in the diagnostic manual. But how we use that term is the person is having active symptoms. So I could have a patient who has psychosis, but they're on their meds and they are not having a psychotic episode at that time. The psychotic episode would be when the symptoms are present and those symptoms are active.
When active, can a person follow simple instructions?
Yes, a person with active psychosis can indeed follow a simple instruction, absolutely.
For example, get down on the ground, drop whatever you have in your hand. Is that something, hypothetically, that a person would still be able to follow that instruction even if it's active?
Yes, a person in psychosis could follow an instruction such as that.
Okay. And can they cooperate and be compliant even while their illness is active?
Yes.
Okay. Does the brain completely shut down, or do you still have some intelligence to communicate with other individuals?
You can communicate with other individuals with schizophrenia and with an active psychosis.
And information that you've learned over the course of time, can you still retain that information and articulate that information during communications with anyone?
Yes.
Okay. I hope that was a good question. I believe that you also opined at the time in your September 2024 report, you had some opinions then, is that correct?
Yes.
And by the way, are each of your opinions in the January report and February report with a medical degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, all opinions that I'm offering today are to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Okay. Tell us about your January 2024 opinion.
Are you asking me about the January opinion?
I'm sorry, January 2024.
Or the September?
September 2024. I got my dates mixed up.
Yes, sir. September 2024, that was when I initially saw Miss Ellis. My opinion at that time, she was presenting at that time with florid psychosis. Her thoughts were all over the place. When I did her competency evaluation, she was making a number of bizarre statements. I'm going to reference my report.
Okay.
One second. So, on page 11 of that report, she was able to tell me that she was facing charges, but she was not able to name them. She was not able to say why she was arrested. What she was saying was really neither here nor there. She did know that her charges were serious, but was very blasé about it. She wasn't really, she didn't seem affected by it. She had a very, very unusual affect, which is her emotional expression. So she was smiling and smirking and laughing for no reason, with no type of event happening that should elicit that type of a response. That's common in schizophrenia as well. And then she talked about Jim Crow, Albert Einstein, relativity, NASA, and she was not able to give any information relevant to court. She also kind of was disengaged, so she was not able to really engage with me like the way that I would expect. She didn't really have much eye contact. She lowered her forearms to the table at one point and laid her head down on her forearms. Slow down? Yes. She would derail in conversation. I tried to screen her long-term memory by asking her past presidents. She started talking about LeBron James and Jesus Christ. She talked to me about medications and that those would not be anything she would take. Talked about bananas being needed for her mental illness, riboflavin. I opined that she had an unspecified schizophrenia spectrum disorder at that time. I could see that she was disorganized and she was hallucinating. But what I couldn't tell was if there was a mood component to her illness or not at that time. So I gave her a diagnosis of unspecified schizophrenia spectrum disorder at that time. So I opined that that was a present mental condition. I opined that she could not assist in her defense due to that mental condition. I also opined that there would be no way to restore her competency without medications. I opined that she lacked the capacity to make those decisions about medications in her best interest, and that a forced medication order would be necessary.
Over what period of time while she was at North Coast did you have the opportunity to observe her behavior?
I observed her on those directly on the two occasions that I evaluated her. I reviewed her full medical chart with 24/7 nursing observations and all the notes from all the medical professionals.
Okay. And the first date that you saw her was when?
August 28th, 2024.
Is it your opinion that her mental illness or schizophrenia was active at that time?
Yes.
Did you have the occasion to watch any video of Ms. Ellis at her arraignment for her legal proceedings?
Yes, I saw that.
And the observations that you made when you first met her in person and what you saw in those videos, was that consistent with your observations at North Coast?
Yes, her presentation in the arraignments is similar to her presentation at North Coast, with the disengaging, leaning down, the bizarre affect. That is all consistent.
Would you recognize that video if I showed it to you?
Yes.
And can I ask you some questions about that video?
Yes.
Identify what's been marked as Exhibit E for the record.
Thank you.
Is there audio on this one? we're going to also play Defense Exhibit C. I believe that one has audio. And if it doesn't, we'll go to a small mini laptop.
You go to the right, on the bottom. It was muted at the time, so now it'll.
An offense of violence is a felony of the first or second degree to which felonious assault, Paragraphs Code Section 2903.11A1, and/or endangering children in violation of Paragraphs Code Section 2919.22B2. Count 4 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did knowingly cause serious physical harm to J.W. on date of birth 10/29/2020. Count 5 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024.
There's also a clip she responds to that. Dr. Testa, to the ordinary person, she looks like she's laughing.
Correct.
While the judge is identifying the most serious of charges. Is there an explanation for that?
Well, as a psychiatrist looking at that behavior does not fit the setting. That does not fit the occasion. It's what we would call an incongruent affect or an incongruent emotional expression. The behavior is just not appropriate for the setting. She also looks to the side at points or looks up. That could indicate that she's perceiving something that none of us can perceive, that is in fact funny or is in fact amusing, but we cannot perceive that. That's another explanation for that behavior. What I can say is that is the behavior that we observed at North Coast while she was off medications. When she got onto medications, that behavior stopped.
Does she have the ability to control her actions if her illness is active?
One can control their actions.
How?
It's a broad question, but people with schizophrenia, they don't lose the ability to do like simple things. So it would really depend. It's a very broad question, but just having schizophrenia doesn't eliminate all your ability to control your actions.
Okay. Could she have stopped what she was doing there if her illness is active?
That symptom is not controllable. So if that indeed is a symptom of schizophrenia, that affective inappropriateness, that is not controllable.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take one moment to confer with Mr. Johnson, if I may, Your Honor.
You may.
When her illness has been active over these many years, does she have a tendency to act violent?
There is described in the medical records periods of time when she is off her medications that she is aggressive. So there is description of that in the Metro Health record from her ED visit. There is also description of that in the North Coast records. Prior to stabilizing on medications, she was aggressive on several occasions, requiring like an emergency dose of medications, and she was involved in 3 separate acts of aggression against others before she stabilized on medications.
And when she stabilized her medications, is there any documented behavior of aggression or violence?
At North Coast, which is the extended period of records that I was able to review for her. Once she stabilized on the clozapine, or once she began to stabilize on the clozapine, there were no further assaultive behavior, no further aggression in that North Coast hospitalization.
By the way, that video that we showed you, exhibits E and C, and are you aware that she responded to the judge in Spanish?
No.
Okay. All right. Judge, thank you for your patience. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes.
Sidebar, please. Do your name, though. And then why don't you just state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Margaret Wood. It's M-A-R-G-O. Through the indictment, the charges, that we have charged Bionca Ellis with, and then we're going to shift our conversation to the affirmative defense that she has raised. All right? So I want to start with count 1, which is aggravated murder. That Bionca did purposely and with prior calculation and design cause the death of Julian Wood. And under Ohio law, the key terms here are prior calculation and design. All right? Those are the words you want to pay attention to when you're deliberating on count 1. What does prior calculation and design mean? Well, you'll have those instructions with you when you deliberate. And in part it says, it's the process of reasoning that must have included a mental plan involving studied consideration of the method and the means, or the instrument with which to cause the death of another. The amount of time that the defendant spends in planning isn't really as critical, but she needs sufficient time and opportunity for the planning of the homicide. So did Bionca Ellis give thought or preparation to choosing the murder weapon in this case? Yeah, she absolutely did. And we can all see it in State's Exhibit 192. And you'll have this, 193. 182, Your Honor, I apologize.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will have these videos back with you when you deliberate. I'm going to let this play for just a second, and then we're going to be quiet. I'm going to be quiet for about 50 seconds while we watch Bionca Ellis choose her weapon. "50 seconds. We watch that defendant go directly to the houseware aisles in Volunteers of America, go through that bin, look at the knives, inspect them, handle them, look up top of the knife block up there. She spends almost a minute looking through these knives. She doesn't pick the first one she sees. She finds the two favorites of hers, and then she walks out of the store. She made a decision. That was careful. We spent a lot of time on cross-examination with Dr. Knopfsinger today about how Bionca Ellis didn't just stab anyone in the Volunteers of America store. No, and that supports our argument. This was calculated. She walked out of that store and went to the store next door. Encounters more people on her path. And then when she gets to Giant Eagle, that's when she chooses her victim. But she knew when she chose those knives what she was going to do. She was going to harm someone. She was going to take somebody's life. Now, murder is count 2 and 3, and they're charged under different sections. So count 2 is that Bionca Ellis did purposely cause the death of Julian Wood, and count 3 is that she caused his death as a proximate result of an underlying felony. And what we mean by that is that he died because she committed or attempted to commit felonious assault and or endangering children. And with these charges, there are degrees of culpability and mental states. Okay, so when we're talking about purposely, and again, you'll have all this in your instructions, but these are the definitions of purposely and knowingly. And we're talking about this defendant knowing that her actions would bring about a certain result. Okay, so we know that when she selects that butcher knife and she ultimately stabs 2 people with it, that she's going to bring about a result, right? She's going to hurt them, she's going to kill one of them. And you think about it, with a butcher knife, if you stab somebody, that's going to be the result. You harm or kill. Okay, so when you deliberate these counts, ladies and gentlemen, you can consult your instructions. I'm not going to go through these ad nauseum, okay? I know that you are a smart, attentive jury, but I do want you to pay close attention to count 1 and talk a lot about that prior calculation and design and the plan that Bionca Ellis had that day. And of course, she had no relationship to these people, and that's okay for proving prior calculation and design. You want to focus on the time and the consideration that she spent choosing her weapon and the steps she took after that. Now, we're going to go through the timeline. We have the benefit of really having all of these actions captured on video. So we know that in a couple days prior to June 3rd, Bionca Ellis had a run-in with the North Olmsted Police Department. And that's important because it's part of the anger that fuels her on June 3rd. You heard testimony about how she was in their jail for a night and that she was purported to have all sorts of property and money and gift cards and other items. So when she's walking around on June 3rd, we know that that's on her mind. She says as much herself. But let's walk through this timeline that we have, right? And again, you're going to have these videos, you'll have the compilation video that we went through together. But what I put together today is a kind of a streamlined timeline, all right, so we can see kind of minute by minute where she is. So at 2:36, you see her in that yellow circle. She's in her wheelchair. She's on the North Olmsted Police Department property. A couple minutes later, here she comes into the lobby, and you meet Danielle Shook, one of the first witnesses you heard in this trial. And if you remember how their encounter went, Bionca Ellis wasn't so happy when she left the lobby. Remember, she turned the lights off as she departed the lobby. And then she kind of skips down the stairs. She ditches her wheelchair and her suitcase. And you can look at the video. Again, of course, you heard testimony that she walked with purpose and that she was angry. You can watch that video again that we watched here this afternoon. The careful selection of the weapons, minute by minute here. 14:55, so 2:55, less than 20 minutes after she went to the police station, she's got her weapon. $14.56, she's going to enter the Things outlet. She walks in, looks around. Pay attention. She's got 2 knives still behind her back, and she's looking around. Ladies and gentlemen, she's looking for a victim. These people, they're adults. There's men in the store. Those aren't suitable victims for Bionca Ellis. She's got to find the most helpless victim she can to carry out her crime. She exits. What does she do then? Well, she's got 2 knives. She can't use 2 knives. So she's got to ditch one. She's got to keep the best one. What does she do? She taps her knives against the brick column, ditches the flimsy one, keeps the superior knife to carry out her act. Look at her walk. She's not going into that store for anything but to wreak havoc on somebody that she hasn't chosen yet. And unfortunately, or fortunately, how you want to frame it, again, it's all on video what she does that day. 2:57, there she is, knife in hand. Again, this is 22 minutes have passed since she went to North Olmsted for her money. And here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the decision she makes after she's selected her weapon. These are the people she wants to harm. It's been decided. This is a volitional choice, ladies and gentlemen. This woman is not experiencing, and we'll get there, but this is a woman who has made decision after decision and planned this out. And finally, at 3 o'clock, we know what happens. Now, part of my job here is to make sure that you understand the elements. I'm not going to dwell on this at all, but we know that a child died. To prove that there was a death in this case, we had to show some autopsy photos. All right, I'm not even going to enlarge them on the screen here. You can see these 2 photographs. We know that we have a deceased victim. We also know that Margaret Wood was stabbed and that she was injured, okay, for the attempted murder charges and the felonious assault. She has scarring on her body, and she will always have that scarring. So the state has met its burden as to those counts as well. This case is unique, of course, as we all know, that the burden shifts, right? The state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all these elements of all the charges against this defendant. Now, there's another step, and you all know it, and you don't have to overthink it. I know it is complex, but at the same time, you want to take it step by step and not overthink what we have to do. So what does it mean that she raised this defense? Well, you know that she has to prove something to you. Has she done that? And how can we tell? Again, I'm not going to read all this stuff. I usually don't put much writing on these slides, but because there is so much to get through, I want you to be prepared for what you'll have to read and talk about in your deliberations. The testimony from Dr. Knopfsinger is pretty fresh in all our minds because he finished his testimony today. The fact that this defendant has schizophrenia does not excuse her for her conduct. So now we are talking about kind of the battle of the experts. Let's talk about Sarah West. All right, you heard from her last week. Her opinions are based almost solely off of this defendant's self-reports. I don't know about you, but I got the sense from her testimony that she either hadn't watched the videos or really did not remember them and did not factor into her analysis of this defendant. You'll have her report to go through. When she was asked about basic things about these videos, she did not seem familiar with them whatsoever. And you've heard from Dr. Knopfsinger how crucial these videos are. This timeline, the methods that this defendant goes through to make her decisions, Dr. West seems to not put much weight in that at all. So that's what I mean by she does not use corroborative evidence from June 3rd. But she agrees with us that June 3rd is the day we're going to focus on. We're not really talking about too much that happened before. We're going to talk a little bit about afterwards, but really June 3rd is what we are really focusing on. Something that struck me about her testimony was that Dr. West said, I see a lot of psychosis here. And I didn't really know what she meant by that because, again, she didn't use corroborative evidence. Not one witness in this trial testified that Bionca Ellis was talking to herself or muttering things, talking to anybody. So Dr. West's suggestion that she was hearing voices didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And we talked a lot about anger and rage, and that is really the crux of Dr. Knopfsinger's report. And we know that Bionca Ellis was not medicated on June 3rd, but we believe she was very angry, and that motivated her to commit these crimes. But Sarah West doesn't talk about anger. She kind of agrees with us eventually that anger could cause someone to commit a crime. But again, she is not focusing on anything but old medical records and the defendant's responses. Do you remember Dr. West talking about disorganization? That was a big theme of her report and her presentation. And she didn't really define it. And she also said things like, I believe, and maybe so, and probably. Ladies and gentlemen, the preponderance of the evidence is a different burden than the state has to prove when we are proving the elements against this defendant. Think of the tipping of the scales. Okay? It doesn't have to be much of a tip. If you don't believe Sarah West, the defendant has not met her burden in this case. And I submit to you that she has not met that burden. Her theme doesn't make a whole lot of sense. She kept saying that this defendant was disorganized. And I did not find that to be helpful because she didn't really explain it, but Dr. Knopfsinger does. What does he say in his 36-page report where he overturns every video, every record, every interview, and he analyzes it through his expert lens? And again, you can see his report, you can read every word. He talks about what disorganization means. It is word salad. It is gibberish. It's nonsensical. His examples that illustrated this were someone that is loitering or trespassing, doesn't understand what they're really doing. They're kind of aimless. Bionca Ellis isn't aimless, she's angry. She's not disorganized. She's committing a specific willful act. She is not a disorganized person. And Knopfsinger really delves into that for us. So here we are. There's two prongs, as you know. I know you paid good attention in this case. And it's the second prong that we are really focusing on. There is no question this defendant is schizophrenic. That's prong one. Bionca Ellis suffers from a severe mental disease, schizophrenia. However, the fact that she has that diagnosis does not mean that she didn't know what she did was wrong on June 3rd. Pay attention to her interview with Dr. Knopfsinger. Okay? She's not being paranoid. I thought some of the best testimony that made sense to me was about, she's not talking about, there's aliens or there's ghosts or whatever there is that I'm protecting these people from. There's no delusion. There's no grandiose explanation for what she did. She doesn't think that these people are harming her. Those were examples Knopfsinger used to explain why someone might act the way she did if they truly were insane at the time of that act. We have none of that here. None of that. She is fueled by anger. She is dehydrated. These are her words. You'll watch the video. She's dehydrated. She's hungry. She hasn't slept. It became a perfect storm. Keep in mind, Dr. Knopfsinger has testified for the defense and the state. He's 30 plus years of being a psychiatrist. He has seen a lot of different things come across his desk. He has no interest in the outcome of this case beyond the work that he did, the report he made. He's telling us what is based on his experience, his training, his knowledge. This is not an NGRI defendant, and here's why. Today, he told us that in order to be successful on this affirmative defense, she's got to prove that what she thought, what she did, was right. And she has not explained that in any way. There is no rational motive. I'm sorry, the rational motive that she provides is what we need to focus on. Hungry, dehydrated, missing money. It all comes together. And when she's angry and she sees those people, the relationship, the close relationship in time, that's what we have. That's why we're here. So, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have all the evidence. You can go through all of it. And I know there's a lot. There's body cam and there's interviews. Watch her interview the next day. I want you to do that because she's still very angry the next morning. And I remember we played the interview in court, how loud it got towards the end. You could hardly hear her in the beginning. And then later on, she's shouting, "Stupid people, liars, thieves." And again, the way she acts directly after this. Dr. Knopfsinger pointed it out, and I think the other witnesses explained it as well. She is not saying, "No, don't arrest me. I didn't do anything." She doesn't run away, but she does walk away calmly. She doesn't stay on scene at the car. She succumbs to the officer commands. She never protests her arrest. And Knopfsinger tells us that these are behavioral factors that indicate that she knew she did something wrong. The actions of stabbing. What a personal, gruesome thing to do. And I think on cross-examination, Mr. Johnson talked about, well, wouldn't 30 stab wounds be more indicative of rage? No. Ladies and gentlemen, stabbing anybody with anything is an act that would be fueled by anger. To have a 10-inch knife with a 7-inch blade and to select the most helpless victim possible and then stab that victim twice, that is rage. That's what we have in this case. All right, so here we are, at the very end, kind of to recap our timeline. She's upset. She goes directly to the knife houseware aisle in Volunteers of America, and she carries out her crime. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to go through all of the evidence together. I know that within your collective memories, 12 of you, some of you may have taken lots of notes, some may have not taken many notes at all. And that's all right. Listen to one another. Talk to one another. Go through every video, the reports by the doctors, and discuss. Think but don't overthink. Bionca Ellis is responsible for the death of Julian Wood. And Mr. Mack told you that, if you remember, in his opening statement a week ago. But she did it with prior calculation and design. She knew what she was doing that June afternoon. Hold her accountable for what she did to that child and his mother. She knew what she did was wrong. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Mack, Mr. Johnson?
Please the court.
Thank you.
State of Ohio, members of the jury, good afternoon again. When I first learned of this incident, I learned through the media, like a number of you, and I said to myself, what crazy person would kill a 3-year-old child? Those are my words. I said, this world is going to hell. And as fate would have it, I get assigned to the case. And then I began learning about this woman right here. I came to understand that there was mental illness. I came to understand how this came to be. The elephant in the room is this. You have a 3-year-old child whose life was taken from him. Not by his fault, not by his mother's fault. Bionca caused the death of that child. And we all know that this family doesn't deserve this. I implore you to embrace your humanity. It's okay to feel the pain that they're going through. If watching life-saving measures, trying to save a kid's life, if listening to a mother asking if her child is alive doesn't move you, then I question your humanity. If seeing photos of a deceased child, listening to a parent's pain, listening to a mother having to leave out of this courtroom, if that doesn't move you, then I don't know what could. Again, I question your humanity. Knowing that the veil can't be undone. Because I know a lot of lawyers will tell you, you got to set this aside. You can't set that aside. But guess what? You have an oath. And no matter how much courage it takes or how challenging this is for you, you said during jury selection that you would follow that oath. Now, Mr. Johnson and I, we have to concede that this case emotionally is difficult. I watched you cry during this case. I've been practicing for 31 years. This is one of 3 cases where I felt as you did. That's okay. But you also made a pledge that when you make a decision in this case, it will not be based on sympathy. And you can feel the emotions that you must have experienced during this trial, but still make the correct decision. So, when Ms. Patel tells you that Mr. Mack said in his opening statement that Bionca's responsible, that's true. Even though it's not evidence, that's true. Now I'm telling you in my closing argument that she is responsible for the death of Julian, and you should find her guilty of murder, keeping in mind not guilty by reason of insanity, being a defense, and you should find her guilty of the felonious assault as it relates to Margot and a number of the other charges. The aggravated murder and the attempted murder, I'll talk about that later. Look, when this case began, Bionca had options. She could either plead not guilty, she could plead guilty, or she could plead not guilty by reason of insanity. By now you know what she chose. Your job is not to focus on penalty, no matter which side you come down with respect to this. The state's strategy in this case has really been to normalize Bionca. They make the acknowledgement, and they have to concede because they can't get around it, that she's mentally ill. But they want to normalize her behavior on that day. She was in control. She was well organized. Her mind was working separate and apart from her schizophrenia. There was nothing normal about Bionca Ellis on June 3rd. There's nothing normal about her behavior. I want you to look at Bionca Ellis. 1 week from the date of the incident. She's at her arraignment. She's smiling at her arraignment. Even though it's been put forth to her that she could possibly receive the death penalty. Who smiles? Who does that 1 week after this incident? Not someone normal. But guess what? More than a year later, she's medicated now. This is what you've seen throughout the course of the trial. Take a look at it. When someone's medicated, they're complying, their schizophrenia is not active, they're not hallucinating. Those are two different people. But even then, 1 week after, weeks after, months after, her mental illness was still active. It hadn't even ceased by the time that June 10th came around at her arraignment. They want to tell you that Bionca has to tell you what exactly she's hearing in her head. Bionca has to give you this theme that they've come up with that's not even in the diagnostic statistical manual. There's no authority for that. You can believe some, none, or all of what a witness says, even if they're an expert. Even if the narrative is trying to logically make sense. Think about it. And the doctor is mistaken, because I won't say the other word, but he's mistaken. Those are his words, well organized. He says that Bionca was well organized when you look at her behavior on June 3rd. He's the one that introduces rage. I can't get up and say it, but if you look at that interview, he introduces this concept of rage. Those are his words. She feeds him back what he's discussing. And if someone is well organized on the date of the incident, she rolls up to the police station in a wheelchair. Eventually she pushes that wheelchair. She has some conversation about money. And then she leaves her wheelchair and her suitcase at the police station. She walks into Volunteers of America. She selects a couple of knives. She walks out. She walks into the next store, Things Outlet, with knives. And then she goes to Giant Eagle. Eventually she sees Margot and Julian, follows them out, and the incident occurs. The state would have you believe that this was all volitional, normal behavior. She goes into Volunteers of America, and she does in fact select 2 knives. Their theory is that this is about her anger about what happened at the police station, of not getting her money. She walks into an unauthorized area while in Volunteers of America. She always has the knives out in the open. The first person that she has interaction with is the manager at Volunteers of America, an elderly woman. She doesn't stab her. She walks around the store. She stabs no one in Volunteers of America, and she takes a knife and she walks past the cash register. In the open. Both knives. That's not normal behavior. There's something that's going on there. And then she walks into Things Outlet. And the prosecutor would have you believe that, oh, she's hiding knives. If she wanted to hide knives, she could have concealed them underneath her clothing. She has both of her hands on her hips. When you go back there, look at that video. Her hands are on her hips and she's looking around. Because whatever's happening right here is dictating her behavior. She doesn't see what she's looking for. She comes out, she taps a knife on the pillar, and she loses one knife. She walks with the knife in the open, outside. Now, the doctor can talk all he wants about, well, it's crowded inside the store. We saw how many cars are out there in the parking lot. Bionca can't predict who's getting in and out of their cars. It's crowded, it's in the middle of the day, it's 3 o'clock. And I know you had to pay attention when she's walking with the knife, when she enters the store, and she walks past what appears to be an elderly gentleman, there's a woman coming. None of those people get stabbed, despite her motive being rage. Only when she sees Margot and Julian does she do this U-turn. Now I want to pause there for a second. Because I'm not going to pretend like I'm a psychiatrist or a psychologist or any kind of doctor for that matter. But you're allowed to use your collective minds, all 12 of you, to try to figure out, based on the evidence, what was going on there. Why is it that Bionca, if she's so upset about her money, why is it taking her so long to stab somebody? We know it doesn't happen at the Volunteers of America. We know it doesn't happen at Things Outlet. We know that she doesn't go back to the police station and take her anger out on the people that wouldn't give her her money. So what's going on? You're allowed to consider whether or not she was hallucinating, whether or not she was experiencing a command hallucination that led her to the sacrifice of the death of the first child that she saw. You're allowed to consider that. And maybe my thought isn't the best about that. But it feels to me like in her mind, whatever she's hallucinating about, it has something to do with the child. Because she avoids all these other people that she could have taken her rage and her anger out on. Take 2 steps back. And I ask you, I just really want you to think about this. Does it make sense for Bionca to be angry about money that she didn't receive from the police department, to seek a 3-year-old child out and stab a 3-year-old child because she was feeling that anger and that rage? Commonsensically, does that make sense? We know that immediately following the incident, she walks away. That's what the State of Ohio's witnesses told you. She walks away as if nothing had occurred, like a walk in the park. And she continues to walk with that knife in hand. And the only time that she puts that knife down is when she's confronted by the police. That's not the behavior of someone who's criminal-minded. I haven't handled any cases like that. Someone walking away from the incident and doesn't put the weapon down and they walk away. Whatever's going on in their head, it is still happening at that moment in time. If you were to take Dr. Knopfsinger's opinion at face value. The only way that she could have been psychotic or having this insane moment would have been for her to stab Julian in the store, sit down right there, don't run, make sure you leave the knife because you don't want to leave fingerprints, and then tell the police or whoever else would listen that she had this experience of wanting to kill a child. It's easy for someone that's been practicing medicine for 30 years to get up here and mislead. Because I guarantee you that what he says should have happened, it's not required in the DSM-5. His very authority that he has to rely upon, there's nowhere that says that you are required, if you're mentally ill, to articulate what you're hallucinating. You can believe some, all, or none of what a witness says. And again, I have to be mindful that you are deeply impacted by the fact that a 3-year-old child lost his life. I get that. That's why she's admitted to the murder of Julian, admitted to the felonious assault of Margot. But you just can't brush not guilty by reason of insanity under the rug, because it exists in this case. Even at the police station. She's interviewed for a period of 6 to 7 minutes. Keep in mind that she never says a word to anyone other than the manager at Volunteers of America, where she allegedly asked, "Where's your restroom?" But throughout this whole ordeal, she doesn't have a conversation. In that interview, the detective tries to interview her, and her focus is on the money. And eventually she says, "You can put the Giant Eagle investigation into that investigation." That makes no sense. And when she yells attorney, she's not talking about the Giant Eagle situation. Please watch that interview. She's talking about the money situation. You got to keep in mind that this woman was in jail May 29th. And there's an officer that identified the fact that she's not mentally well. It's just a couple days before this incident. The state has made a concession that there's severe mental disease. They acknowledge that there's schizophrenia. You heard from Dr. Tesla and you heard from Dr. West that even when they interviewed her, a month later, her psychosis is still active. She's still mentally ill. She's still disorganized. And Dr. West does explain disorganization. Whatever was going on in her head never stopped. And keep in mind that no one ever came here and told you that insanity has to last for 5 minutes, 30 minutes, 2 days. I appreciate the prosecutor coming up here and talking about aggravated murder, but that argument is not a good argument. You don't need me to tell you that there was no prior calculation and design as it related to the death of Julian. You see how random she chose them, and that's at a spur of the moment. And no one can say what was in her head when she was in Volunteers of America. How is she going to tell you what was in her head in Volunteers of America if Dr. Knopfinger or Dr. West couldn't? Don't fall for that. The reason why I said the attempted murder, the reason why I say the attempted murder is not a good charge, because the focus appeared to be always on Julian. Margaret, to her credit, did what any good mother would do. She tried to save Julian's life. And she got stabbed in the process just one time. If Bionca wanted to murder her, she would have stabbed her several times. And I don't know what world they're living in when it comes to rage. Rage is not 1, 2, or 3 stabs. It's horrific what happened, but that's not rage.
Hold on, jury's reached a verdict. Verdict is in, guys. Verdict is in. Verdict is in. Verdict is in. Verdict is in. Verdict, verdict, verdict. Verdict is in. All right, just hold on a second.
Defender Philip Dubé, big news, a verdict, but 8 hours, Philip, is a long time for the jury to be deliberating. What are your initial thoughts?
Got a verdict.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. On a personal level, I think that lady was insane at the time. She did not know the difference between right and wrong. And there is a misunderstanding about how many psychotic people present in the world when they're untreated and unmedicated. Obviously, Bionca was not medicated, because if she was at therapeutic levels, she would not have committed the crime, because she would have been obviously calm and balanced and grounded and had her wits about her. But if she was in fact off her meds, everybody envisions that wild beast just coming at you with a screwdriver, a knife, a gun, or anything that they can get their hands on. But in fact, they can come off as being outwardly calm, but internally struggling with delusion. And in her mind, she is seeing something that she needs to combat and resist, so that she is not overcome by what she perceives to be a threat. It could be fire-breathing dragons for all we know. So what does she do? She quietly gets the knife. She goes out and about her business, waiting for the right time to get that fire-breathing dragon so it doesn't get her first. So to a jury, it might seem like that this is just the mind of a killer.
I have the feed. I have the feed, but I'm just not showing it. This is what
with the diseased mind from the effects of schizophrenia.
If you want to watch, I don't want to watch it. Anyway.
But I do have to mention they each had experts, and the experts did not agree as to that point. So this jury has to parse that out. They have to say, was it a mental health illness, like it is schizophrenia, she wasn't on meds, or did that also mean that she could not distinguish right from wrong? I do want to mention this, Philip, that the judge anticipates coming back into court at 4:20 p.m. Eastern time for that verdict. We're going to be there for every minute. Let me ask you this, because part of what you just alluded to me is the fact.
All right, so we have till 4:20. We have until 4:20. We have until 4:20. All right, so 4:20, the verdict will be read. All right, so we have until 4:20. No, we're live. There's going to be no spoilers. We will be live, so there's no chance of a spoiler. All right, I'm going to post on social. Here, we can change that to verdict. We can now change this to verdict. It's about 50 minutes. It's about 50 minutes. Right now it's 3:32, so we have about 50 minutes. All right, I'm going to post on social that we have a verdict. Let me just confirm. All right, let's see. Let's see. All right, just give me a second here, you guys. Just want to post on our social accounts. So we have about 50 minutes. 4:20 Eastern. Verdict is in. Verdict is in. After 8 hours, verdict will be read at 4:20. Here, we can do this if you guys, we could do that. Well, I don't really, you care about that guy? I don't care about him. All right, let me post over here. All right. All right, what do you guys think the verdict is going to be? We got 257 votes. Guilty as charged, not guilty reason of insanity, or hung on some counts. We still have opportunities to vote. If you haven't voted, taken our poll yet, take a moment. I think they took their time. I mean, over 8 hours, you can't, right? I mean, I feel like the jury really took their time. Right? What do you guys think? Seems like to me, they took their time. If they in fact have a verdict, I don't think they're going to come back as, well, they're not coming back as hung because they're not saying, oh, we can't come to a decision. I mean, they have a verdict. I mean, they do have a verdict. 420. I have it right there. 4:20, verdict will be read. So we have till 4:20. Jennifer King, I'll be back. Right. All right. What do you think the verdict will be? If you haven't voted yet, I'll leave it up. I'll leave it until 4:15. So if you haven't voted yet. Linday, good night. Good night. Northwest. I don't think guilty but mentally ill is an option. No, we don't have that. Well, Ohio does not have that mentally ill. That's not on the table. That is not on the table. Oh, it's not. In some states, I guess it is, but not in Ohio. We were talking about that. We were talking about that earlier. Oh, and if you guys have any questions about this trial, Friday we're going to have Psychosaurus Rex will be joining us, and I have questions for Rex, and I think hopefully you guys will join us. And looking forward to talking to Rex. Let's see. So she can't be guilty but mentally ill. All right, hold on. What are you guys talking about? We are waiting for the verdict now, about 40 minutes to go. Sorry, I have severe brain fog. I'm being slow. Thank you, guys. No worries, no worries. Let me just pin it here. Verdict will be read at 4:20 Eastern. Pin that message. Put it up here. Verdict will be read at 4:20. Oh, you know what I could do here? I can put it here too. I'm glad they're giving people time, because that's one of the reasons why I watched. We watched closings, because I wanted to see, if the judge was going to say, we'll give you 15 minutes, a half an hour, but he did not say. I do not have a bottom. All right. I guess I can just do this. Text. I'll just do this. Well, you know what? Hold on. Let me do this. Okay. Verdict will be read at 4:20 Eastern. Oh, they've got a feed already too. Cool. All right, verdict will be read at 4:20. All right. Hey, Brandon. Good to see you. Kevin, jury to announce verdict soon. Yeah, still got about 20 and 20, 40 minutes. Got about 40 minutes to go. 40 minutes to go. Virginia, she may have been insane, but she saw that was a child. Psychosaurus Rex says, so your thoughts haven't changed since early on, even after evaluators who left me with lots of questions. Guilty by mentally insane. Guilty but mentally insane. So she meets prong 1, but not prong 2. Yes, Rex, I can't wait to talk to you. We're going to be talking to Rex, Psychosaurus Rex on Friday, you guys. So mark your calendars. Any questions you have. Hopefully we will be able to answer them. Psychosaurus Rex more than me. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I want to, wow, just got attacked by a bug. Yes, Becky, there is a verdict. Will be read at 4:20. 4:20, verdict will be read. 4:20, the verdict will be read. Nope, not insane. Will I have verdict session live? Yes, we're here. We're right here. We're right here. The only reason that I have a thumbnail up is because we got that. So I'm trying to find another feed, because you know how we have a love-hate relationship with that. All right. No problem, Kevin. No problem. Yep, 4:20 is 40 minutes from now. Actually, less now. .420 is less than 40 minutes. Sherry. Had to pull over, verdict read at 4:20. Yeah. Cue the jokes now. Cue the jokes now. Cue the jokes now. 4:20. Judge, why did you pick 4:20? Why did you pick 4:20? That's all I'm going to say about that. Everybody just behave. Trying to find a different feed because, again, no. Let me see here. Let's see. Oh, yes. All right, I got another. Yeah, whoop, whoop. Got another feed. Oh, I'm so happy. You have no idea how happy I am about this. Oh, this tickles me to no end. It's the little things in life, guys, that just make it all worthwhile. There we go. Yes. It's the little things in life. All right. Well, hi. What's up, Fed? Hey, buddy. You gonna say hello to everybody? Yeah. Hi. How's my buddy doing? That's a good boy. Meow. Hi. Yeah, it's a good boy. Yes. When Squeegee's excited, it makes me smile. It is the little things in life. Happy dance. Exactly. Oh, we got purring Fed. Can you hear him? We got purring Fed. Oh, it's a good boy. I got my green on. I've got my green on. Oh, white balance. Let me see if they're...
Okay,
there we go.
Thank you.
Check.
He's in the chamber right now. Kathleen has in the back. I'm going to drop the trial guy. Okay. She's up in D cell, so we got the van up here. Thank you. Sure, okay.
I'm going to turn down just a little bit. Yeah, white balance. Get that white balance going. Make sure the mics are working. That's the way I like. That's the way I roll. Hot mics even.
Well, ask him and I can talk to Devin to see what she can resolve.
The only thing we don't get is closed captioning. That's the only downside. See, there's never a perfect world. There's never a perfect world. Agent 333, thank you. Well, in a perfect world, there would be closed captioning, but closed captioning is not available. Dang it. Closed captioning is, at least on this feed. If I went back to the other feed, there would be. So do we think there is a verdict or hung? because the jury didn't come in and say we're hung, I think there'll be a verdict. That's the only reason I think there'll be a verdict, because they didn't come in and say, we're at an impasse.
We've never been able to ask them to squarely aside an FR either. Is the likelihood that they're actually over? But it's still on the street. No, we have three kids. It's considered a sexual offense. That doesn't really need force because it's a child. This is all incidental. This is all accidental. It is unintentional consequences of amendments later on, not realizing it, and no one's ever fixed it. The authority decided that tier 1 registration is renewable at 10 years. So if you're not even required to register the full 15, they have to be hearing on it, but they could register the full 15. So any tier 1 registration is required at 10 years. I don't know much of this.
No, I got a small.
All right. I love listening to the hot mics. I love the fact you guys are flooding the channel, flooding the chat with green. I got my green on. Wearing my green. I wore green every day of this trial. Either a green outside shirt or green undershirt. So, yep. Flood the chat for flood the chat for Julian.
I'm going to stay and get some more done. Okay. Yeah, and then I'll be done. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. Thanks,
Danny Dawn, I think sentencing will be later. I don't think they're going to sentence her today. Not reason of insanity defenses, they have not sentenced them straight away. I love the fact you guys are flooding the chat with green. Is Rexy here? I think so. Rex, are you with us? Thank you, guys. Oh, you know who I need to tell is Kimbers. Kimbers, are you here? Let me go text Kimbers. Kimbers, are you here? If not, I'm gonna text you. Sally, the green dinosaurs. Julian loved dinosaurs, and actually, I think that shirt has a dinosaur, and green was his favorite color, and he loved dinosaurs. Kimbers, I'm not sure. Oh, there you are. Okay, you're driving. All right. I just texted you. I didn't know if you were working or whatever. So I I just wanted to make sure you were aware that the verdict was going to be read. So, all right, concentrate on driving. Concentrate on driving. Yeah, I saw. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Oh, you guys are fantastic. Look at all the. It's just unbelievable.
There's no knives.
You guys are the best. I hope somebody from the woods are watching. Turn that down a little. Yep, for Julian. That's nice. No problem, Kimbers. Well,
I can put that in back.
I don't know how many seats you have.
Right. Yeah. So I'm good. Okay, well, thanks. You're so awesome.
Hey, Judge, how are you?
Your hair looks beautiful.
Thank you. Hey. I am getting well.
Hey, Kathleen. Yeah. How about? Okay. Yeah, so we're not gonna share. We're not gonna share.
J-Lo.
Your hair looks good. That ain't a real hair.
J-Lo.
I know. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to the camera people what to. Yeah, I'm home.
You want me outside just in case I had a window? That way I just...
Thanks, you guys. You guys are the best. I hope. Oh, hi, buddy. I know. I hope that. I hope the woods can feel the love. I hope the woods can feel the love. Because you guys are the best. Right? Yeah, that's a good boy. I know. Yeah. Amy, do we have a time yet for Friday? Probably a little bit later, definitely later in the afternoon, probably more like 6, I think. We still have to finalize that. But probably 6 or 7. I don't want to speak for Rex right now because we're on different time zones. But we'll shoot for like 6 or 7. If again, I don't want to talk. I don't want to speak for Rex. But all right. No. No. Come on. Get up. Stop. There, do that. I'm right here. What's up? How many charges did the jury have to decide on? I thought there were 9, but I'm trying to find them. There's count 1, which was aggravated. All right, there's nine counts. We have 22 counts in our description, so I'm not 100% sure why there's only 9 now. But what are you doing? Wait. So count 1 was aggravated. Count 2 is M. Count 3 is M. Count 4 is felonious assault. Count 5 is torture or cruelly abuse child under 18. And then that was all for Julian, or JW. And then count 6 through 9 go to Margot. So count 6 is attempted, count 7 is attempted, count 8 is felonious assault, and count 9 is theft. Actually, that one doesn't go. So 9. Thank you for all the green dinosaurs and hearts. Nature's first gold is green. You guys, I can't even read these. You guys are killing me right now. Oh, man. All right. So verdict is going to come in about less than 20 minutes now. Did you find, I thought you found a frog in there. Just dinosaurs and hearts. Nice. Aw, I love you too, guys. It's a tough trial, man. It's a tough trial. But We don't shrink away from these. As tough as they are, we don't shrink away from them. Even Super Ball's going to come over. You going to come in and say hi? Might as well. Come here, kid. Hi, Super Ball. Got Super Ball in the house. Hi. Just don't step on the keyboard and kill the feed. And the verdict is Super Ball. Super Ball is attacking the mic. Thank you, Ken. Thank you. Oh, Super Ball is my comfort. She's attacking the mic right now. What's up? Soupy is coming comfort. She's like, remember when I was the only child? She is. She's literally attacking the... I don't know if you can really tell. She's rubbing on the mic. Thank you, Joanne.
I tried calling him, he didn't answer. He sent a voicemail. So if you want to shoot him a text,
Okay, I'll text him.
just tell him yes. I don't know how much room we'll have up for the court.
He's not allowed.
Tell him per the judge, he's not allowed.
Yeah, only starting sun down, buddy.
All right.
No, they're just waiting. Thanks. I got her all squared away. I told everybody what we're doing. JJ knows how to do the seating. I don't know how. I wasn't here last week, so I don't know. Yeah. Anybody else know that? I don't think they did before. I'll have to start with this. Because I wasn't here last week. I was on vacation, but I think it's put away. But let's see if this is in. Hey, Sergeant. She has a question. The phones. Yeah, hold on.
No, same rules on the phone. No phones.
No phones?
No phones. Unless it's a court step. How did that happen?
It always happens.
Now that you put the note right there. Anybody available to assist Bob Gardner with that, please?
Don't get guys. I can work
Give him a homicide.
Oh, yeah.
Can you help him out?
Yeah, I'll go down there. Hey, Bob, I'm going to head down there. Give me a few minutes. You're welcome.
Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate that. And justice for Juju. Thank you. Thank you guys for your support. Really appreciate it, you guys. Really appreciate it. You found a snake. Everything's green, right? I'm going to end the poll at, say, quarter after. So if you haven't taken the poll yet, I'll talk for a few more minutes, then we'll end the poll. What will the verdict be? Guilty as charged, not guilty reason of insanity, or hung on some counts? And for Julian's mom, yes. Thank you, Marethia. Or, how do you say your name? I know I've asked you this before. Rentia or Marencia? Marencia? Joanne, thank you so much for your 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Yes, Jenny G, you do rock. MLC got a gift. Awesome. Steve got a gift. Right on. Renee, you got a gift. Debbie, you got a gift. Wow, I think everybody's in chat, right? You guys, I think you guys are all in chat right now. There you go, Renee. MLC, yep. Steve, awesome. Good job, Joanne. I love when that happens. That's great. When people that are actually in chat get memberships, that's just the best. That's the best. Let me pull this over here a little. Yeah, Denny, for sure. Oh, Elizabeth, thank you. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for the support, and appreciate it. You know, you guys make our chat what it is. You know, we definitely appreciate you guys, and love the fact that you're with us. So, I always say our chat is only as good as you guys make it. Our channel is only as good as our chat. So, thank you for making our chat what it is. Right, Super Bowl? Yep, 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. Siggy, yes, we have a verdict coming in about another 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes. Um, 4:20, the verdict will be read. And if you haven't taken the poll yet, I've got a poll going. And I'm going to end it at 4:15. Yes, Bluebird. I love this chat. Debbie, chat and host are absolutely fantastic. Thank you. JMS, you guys are the best. Oh yeah, what is the weather in Cleveland? 59 degrees. Tap your little dino paw or hoof. What do dinosaurs have on the like? Thank you, Psychosaurus Rex. Linda, this is the best stream and chat. And again, thank you for making it what it is, you guys. Thank you. Lots of chat love. And mod love for sure. I'm going to go with Marentia. Marentia. I love that name. I love your name, Marentia. I want to know how to say it properly. I hope I'm saying it right. 3, 2, 1, relax. If not for you, Aaron and mods, and all the great people in chat, I would not be here. Thank you all. Thank you, Sherry. Tiffany, thank you for being with us. Hey, 80s Music Man. We got a verdict coming in about 8 minutes or so. All right. Don't shut me down. Siggy, my first name is Chris. You can call me Chris. MLC, best chat and mods on YouTube. Aw, thank you, MLC. Yes, Sakari, everyone give yourself a pat on the back. Best group of people. There you go. That I like that. I like that. And for Mom as well, Marentia. Denny Dawn, we want her to know we support her and won't forget her precious baby boy for sure. Rihanna, pray there will be justice for Julian. Steve, you cover Tarzan Boy on your acoustic? Nice. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's see, Kimbers. What did Kimber send?
Hi everyone, here is
Oh my God.
they have for Julian on the side of the building. I wanted to come here.
All right, hold on. Okay. Nope, shoot, didn't want to do that. Kimbers, which one? Both of them?
Hi everyone, here is
All right, I got two. I'll do the second one.
Hi everyone, here is
All right, Kimbers. Kimbers did it again. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can grab this here. Oh, come on. Please get away from the computer. Okay. All right. All right, while we have time, and we do have time, who's whistling? Somebody's doing something.
Hi everyone, here is the memorial that they have for Julian on the side of a building, and I wanted to come here when the verdict's read. Isn't it amazing? It's on the side of the building. I forgot about this, and I cannot believe I haven't showed you guys. It's right outside the get-go. And here is the memorial that they have. And here is the memorial that they have for Julian on the side of a building, and I wanted to come here when the verdict's read. Isn't it amazing? It's on the side of the building. I forgot about this, and I cannot believe I haven't showed you guys. It's right outside the get-go by the Giant Eagle. They took down the other flowers and stuff that was over there before for him, but so you're gonna see what I did. I bought some balloons for him in the verdict, and for all you guys that hung in there with the trial, God bless his soul.
Oh, Kimbers, that's awesome. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. I'm going to play that again.
Hi everyone, here is the memorial that they have for Julian on the side of a building, and I wanted to come here when the verdict's read. Isn't it amazing? It's on the side of the building. I forgot about this, and I cannot believe I haven't showed you guys. It's right outside the get-go by the Giant Eagle. They took down the other flowers and stuff that was over there before for him, but so you're gonna see what I did. I bought some balloons for him in the verdict, and for all you guys that hung in there with the trial, God bless his soul.
Oh, Kimbers, thank you. That was really, 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 really nice and thoughtful and compassionate. And Kimbers, it is amazing in person. Wow, I'm sure that's pretty amazing. Let me see here for a second. And just amazing.
Do you want me to call? I don't think that yeah, you might get trouble since the kids are something like this. I go talk to Julian.
I don't think he was no.
Hey guys, no spoilers or we will delete your comment and ban you. No spoilers. I'm not going to ban you, but we'll time you out. No spoilers. No spoilers. We're live. So we're as live as you can get. So if you come in, I don't know where you're getting your spoiler from, but no spoilers. All right? We're going to delete you, and we're going to time you out. That's just the way we roll here, so no spoilers. All right, we're as live as you can get, so I don't know, unless you're in the courtroom, that's the only way you're going to have it any better. So, but again, no spoilers. We're as live as we can get, you guys. I checked a couple other feeds, and they're at the same point as we are. So if somebody comes in and says something, we will delete it, regardless of whatever it is, and then we're going to time you out. Yep, someone trolling. I agree, because I just checked the other channel and they're in the same boat as we are. So, I think they're just trolling. But trolls, we're going to remove your comment and time you out. And if you do it again, we're going to block you. Do not be a spoiler. Do not be a spoiler who spoils. We're live. It's as live as it gets. I checked. We're live. I mean, we're as live as it gets. So don't worry. Again, unless somebody is in the courtroom, but even then, I think it's just a troll. So don't worry. I don't know, Northwest. I'm not sure how this is going to work. If they're going to just do it, I think they're going to do everything afterwards. If she's found guilty, I think they'll just set a date. I don't think they're going to do everything here. I think. Yeah, woke. Don't even woke. Don't even go there. I'm telling you. Do not even go there. Please respect this channel. If you drop a spoiler, we are going to delete it and we will time you out. We will time you guys out and we'll remove you, all right? I'm really serious about this. I'm not kidding. Do not spoil this for us. It was scheduled for 4:20. That's what we heard, but they're a little late, obviously. Some judges say, hey, be here in 15 minutes. Some judges say 5 minutes. They want you to be right there. Clearly, this judge is like, because we heard about it around 3:35, I think. I think we heard about it around 3:35, so it's been not quite an hour. We heard about it about 3:35, which is about 55 minutes ago. So maybe he was going to give them, I don't know why they said 4:20. That was such a specific number. Jess, we have that on our channel. It was well, I can't check right now, but hold on. Jess, we have that on our channel. She testified day 3. All right, for those just coming in, we're waiting for the verdict. They stopped about an hour ago, and we're waiting for the verdict to be read. So we're just waiting for the verdict to be read. They said it was going to be at 4:20, and here we are at 4:31. So we're just waiting for the verdict to be read. It sounds like more and more people are gathering in the room, so they're just making sure everybody is there before they read the verdict. Denny Dawn, quick, run and come back. Well, take your phone with you, I suppose, right? For those just coming in, we are waiting for the verdict to be read. It was announced about an hour ago that they would be reading it at 4:20. Right now it's 4:34. So they're running either a little late or they didn't get the announcement right. But the clock stopped about an hour ago saying a verdict was reached. So it's been about an hour since they stopped the clock. And it was just over 8 hours, 8 hours and 11 minutes. So that's where we stand right now, waiting for the verdict to be read. Yeah, they're waiting for everybody to get there, for sure. Definitely the family. Sally, yep, waiting for the family to get there. They're waiting for family members, for sure. Some judges allow like 5 minutes, some judges 15, some judges an hour. So this one is it's been about an hour now. I think it was 3:35. I think that's when I saw the breaking news. That's when I saw it. So it's been about an hour since they announced it. Usually, yeah, it's 30 minutes, right? Yeah, it's Bluebird. Your 97-year-old mom is watching and can't wait for a guilty verdict. Hi, Mom. Hey, Mom. How you doing? Thank you for watching with us. Lots of green hearts and dinosaurs. I got my green on. Does she get a PSI? She should. She should. I think pretty much every defendant gets one, I would think. We love you too, Ken and Gina. Good to see you. All right, here we got some. All right, I'm going to go silent for a while and we'll just watch what's going on.
Brian. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Brian was here all week. And you were here in the afternoon. I was on vacation last week, all week. Landed in January, and I didn't go anywhere. Supposed to go to DC, and they shut everything down. Hey, I was cold.
Are you kidding? I gotta figure out how to do it.
It gets into that. It's new, whatever. Whatever. And would you say you missed this call? Yeah.
All rise.
Cell phones off, please. Okay, Ash, thanks. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Kathleen, you're going to have to get. All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've been told you have a verdict, and so I'll ask the foreperson to please provide the verdict to my bailiff. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, we thank you for your service. Again, I don't think any of us could go too far beyond saying that having you for 2 weeks, we know has been a cause for you to disrupt your lives, and so we thank you for your service. At this time, I'll read the verdicts on all charges, and then with respect to that, I will poll each of you just to confirm that it is your decision of this verdict. So with respect to the 9 counts and the furthermore, this jury says that they duly find and impaneled as sworn jurors in this case do find the defendant, Bionca Ellis, guilty of all charges. Those guilty charges also carry with it the furthermore that she did commit the other charge as requested with a finding of all 12 of you. So with that being said, juror number 1, is this your decision?
Yes.
Juror number 2?
Yes.
Juror number 3?
Yes.
Juror number 4? Juror number 5?
Yes.
Juror number 6?
Yes.
Juror number 7? Juror number 8? Juror number 9? Juror number 10? Juror number 11? And juror number 12. All right, thank you. Again, I thank you for your service on behalf of Cuyahoga County and the 34 judges here. And we, at this time, will rise for the jury and we'll have a moment to speak to you afterwards. I'll have counsel to sidebar to review the verdict.
Everyone can be seated.
Thank you. You can be seated. All right, so at this time, having an opportunity to review the verdict forms, the court is going to set a sentencing date. I had asked the lawyers, I'm going to set it for October 27th at, again, 8:30 in the morning. I think we've been pretty consistent with being available at that time. I know that some of you have a trial calendar that might have some conflict. I'll ask that if you can discuss with the courts that you're currently going to be engaged with or potentially going to be engaged with. If I need to call any of those judges, I'd be happy to. But if we could do it, allow everybody that opportunity to be present as well. Anything further from the state of Ohio?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
On behalf of Ms. Ellis?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Again, I thank all of you for professionalism as well throughout this trial. And so we'll recess at
Holy smokes, that was fast. All right, hold on. Let me come over here. I'm looking for a press conference. That was an abrupt end. Good Lord. All right, hold on.
Surprise. I'm glad. It took them 8 hours to reach that decision, which means maybe there were some people there who disagreed or needed to be convinced or they wanted to talk it through. But clearly they did their job.
Yes,
right? They worked at it, very thorough. They came up with this decision, and I can't say I disagree.
Everyone be seated.
Thank you. You can be seated. All right, so at this time, having an opportunity to review the verdict forms, the court is going to set a sentencing date. I had asked the lawyers, I'm going to set it for October 27th at, again, 8:30 in the morning. I think we've been pretty consistent with being available at that time. I know that some of you have a trial calendar that might have some conflict. I'll ask that if you can discuss with the courts that you're currently going to be engaged with or potentially going to be engaged with. If I need to call any of those judges, I'd be happy to. But if we could do it, allow everybody that opportunity to be present as well. Anything further from the state of Ohio?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
On behalf of Ms. Ellis?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Again, I thank all of you for professionalism as well throughout this trial. And so we'll recess at this time, and we'll be back on October 27th. All right. We'll adjourn.
Thank you.
All right, so Bionca Ellis there, you see handcuffed, being led away after being found guilty of all 9 charges against her, including murder of an infant and also attempted murder of the mother.
Michael, watching, her lack of a reaction, I just want to point out something you mentioned during the course of the trial. That is, we know she has schizophrenia. We know that she's currently being medicated. Some of her demeanor right now could be affected by that medication and her reaction. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Maria Pereira, who...
All right, so we'll stick around for a press conference. That was me. We'll stick around for a press conference just in case they have one. I'll keep looking. They may have it. Well, let me check the local news. I'll just keep checking local news. But so guilty on all charges. Didn't even go through them. He was just like guilty on all charges and the furthermore. I'm not quite sure what the furthermore is. But guilty on all charges. Sentencing will be October 27th, and so that's that. Now let's see what they're saying.
Of society, because the rate of reoffending after a possible release is always there, the risk of it. And this is a risk I believe the jurors made up in their minds after 8 hours of considerable deliberation that they couldn't risk putting this woman back out into society.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because one thing we heard from both experts when they talked to her was that when she's medicated, she's pretty connected to society, knows what's going on, found out what she did. At least that's what was the, according to the defense's expert, said when she found out what she did, she had remorse. I wonder, Marie, do you think she'll get up at her sentencing hearing and express that remorse and say sorry for what she's done? At this point, I would imagine, obviously, there may be an appeal, not sure. I would imagine there would be, so that might stop her from talking, but what do you think?
I don't think she's going to make any state.
All right, there's that. All right, so you don't think they're going to do, you don't think they're going to do a presser? I was surprised he didn't read each charge. I know, right, JMS? Armada, familiar to the train incident in North Carolina? Not familiar with that one. Run with scissors, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Kathy, you doubt they'll do a presser? We'll hang out. We'll hang out for a few minutes. They won't be pressers until after sentencing. All right. Well, regardless, I'll hang out for another 10 minutes. We can hang out for another 10 minutes. Red Snap, tragic all the way around. I know. Kathy, thinking of Julian's mama, for sure. No pressers today. They either usually wait until sentencing after. All right. All right, so you don't think so? Well, maybe just some news. Maybe we can just find some news. Let's just see if I can find like breaking news kind of thing from the local, so we can get off of these guys. All right, let me just see. Let me check their local news. All right. Here, I'd rather listen to the local people talking. Let's see what these guys are saying.
I'm not sure why this is so quick, Dan.
Yeah, and we're not going to speculate on Judge Russo. You have made comments earlier, and it does look like we're getting somebody.
He just muted himself. Not sure why.
And we are now hearing from, it looks like, the family members. Let's try and get you there.
And everybody that's helped us here. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Very, very brief comments from Margaret Wood and her husband. Her husband has been present for multiple phases of this trial. A quick thank you from them as we see other people leaving the court. That was just very brief. We saw that happening. Cameras moved right over. They made a statement less than just 30 seconds long. Thank you. Tara, can't imagine what that family has been through. Perhaps the toughest part, not toughest part, let's be sensitive. The toughest part was the day this murder occurred. Second tough, well, we don't have to rank these. She has to be in the same room as her son's murderer. She has to testify. But there's one more tough day coming up. Walk us through what will happen at sentencing.
Yes. So Margot will have an opportunity to speak, and most likely what you're normally going to tailor that to is the impact that this crime has on you. And that sounds silly to even say when you think about it, it's her 3-year-old child. So yeah, that will be a very tough day.
And we could also see the husband, he could get up. This has had an impact throughout that entire family. They are still raising 2 other small children. Julian was the middle child in all of this. So I can't imagine the tears and the pain that are going to come on October 27th when she is sentenced. I keep watching our hallway shot here to see if perhaps the prosecutor, Mike O'Malley, or the prosecutor, Faraglia, if she were to come out. But it does not look like we are going to get anyone else. Tara, I'm going to give you the final word here as we conclude our coverage of justice for Julian. What do you walk away with?
All around, I walk away with just sadness, but I do appreciate, getting this look and giving the public this look into our justice system. And I think particularly in this case, the intricacies of the not guilty by reason of insanity, I think that was good for the public to understand how that can play out. And guilty on all counts. I'm not surprised by that. And I would say we probably, justice to the extent it can be served, was served today.
And I think there is a whole mental health component that we can all relate to. We all have family members, friends who struggle. But as the prosecutor said, people who deal with mental illness aren't out there killing people. She said that in closing arguments. Tara Coleman, our defense analyst, we certainly appreciate the time and your contributions to our coverage. Yet again, you have been.
All right, you guys, that's it. That is it. So ends a chapter of, well, at least this particular chapter. The book's still is being written for sentencing, but this closes the chapter on this trial. So I guess we can wrap it up. This was a very, very emotional trial. I really appreciate you guys, being with us. Our chat was respectful. Oh, wait, hold on. Kimber says she's going to go to the sentencing regardless. Okay. So hopefully hopefully Kimber's will be there. All right. Well, as we wind down here on this trial, really appreciate you guys being with us. I know this was obviously a very emotional trial. I know I had my moments. I know you guys did, and I absolutely appreciate that you, for the most part, I would say 99.999%, we were respectful and courteous to each other. And we did have a troll here or there that came in, but our mods took care of it, and you guys helped us get through yet another tough trial. This was a very emotional, very tough trial, and I appreciate you guys being with us and seeing it through. It was tough to watch, not only from the emotional standpoint of Julian being so young, but then just the court feed and the way the judge had imposed restrictions, rightfully so. But it was just very difficult to watch just a clean stream. So that kind of made it disjointed, and I felt like I was on shaky ground this entire trial. So I appreciate you guys hanging with us. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the memberships. You guys are just the best. You brought me to tears twice. You brought me to tears twice this go around with the green dinosaurs and the green hearts. So thank you guys. Thank you for being with us. Little Roger Federer, yeah, it's a good boy. He says thank you as well. And with that. With that, we will pick up on Daisy Link tomorrow at 10:15. She's going to be in Verdict Watch too, you guys. We could have 2 verdicts in 1 week. Well, we will have 2 verdicts in 1 week, even if they carry over. Tomorrow's only Thursday. So at the end of the day, little guy. Trying to say goodbye. All right, guys. At the end of the day, justice was served for Julian. So thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow for Daisy Link. Have a good one, guys. Bye.